and welcome to Air Meet Live. I'm Horizon President Chris Dickerson, and I'd like to welcome you to the show. Normally this time of year, we'd be welcoming about 30,000 of our closest RC friends to Donauwörth, Germany to put on Air Meet. This year that's not possible, but we weren't going to let that stop us. So instead of bringing everybody to Donauwörth, we're going to bring Donauwörth to you. For the next 10 hours, we're going to have some of the best RC pilots and full-scale pilots in the world putting on a world-class show for everyone. So sit back and enjoy the show.
Good morning, Air Meet fans. Boy, is today going to be an exciting day, Ali.
Right.
Everybody, my name is Steve Petrato. This is Ali Machinchi. He'll be commentating with me all 10 hours today. Guys, thanks for tuning in. This is the first ever worldwide Air Meet Live. I am just ecstatic, Ali. I know it's an early morning for us, but this day, if you're tuning in, you are going to have a blast. Ali, I know you've been excited about this. How are you feeling right now?
RC Air Show fan all my life. Been going to them from knee-high to a grasshopper, so that's a lot of years. Sure. Never, ever have I seen something put together like this, Steve.
Absolutely.
I'm talking from the pilots that we have there, the planes that we have there, and more importantly, the means that we have to portray that to you guys watching at home live. It's, one-of-a-kind stuff. Goosebumps coming up.
Yeah,
so, it's cool as.
Well, Ali, I know we're excited, but I would like to introduce our German host. So we do have, this is an international feed. We do have our German hosts, and hopefully we can get them on here momentarily. But we will go to that. So Thilo Kramer and Martin Oops, can you guys hear us right now?
Yes, good morning, Stephen, and good morning, Ali. Thanks.
Good morning.
Thank you, and we can hear you. And willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, hier zum Air Meet Live aus Donauwörth-Gennekingen. Mein Name ist Thilo Kramer und ich habe natürlich Martin Hübsch, kein Geringen, mit dabei. Heute hier beim Air Meet Live. Martin, ist ein geniales Opening, oder?
Ja, wir sind total begeistert, was hier die Technik von WWRT auf die Füße gestellt hat. Wir sind gespannt auf unsere Piloten. Wir haben bestes Wetter. Wir sind gespannt auf die Show. Herzliches Hallo an die Zuschauer zu Hause. Vielen, vielen Dank für eure Unterstützung. Es ist ein besonderes Air Meet. Wir haben hier schon viel, viel Spaß gehabt. Wir sind gespannt auf 10 Stunden Non-Sport-Programm mit allen Highlights, die euch das Air Meet auch in den letzten Jahren geboten hat. Insofern genießt die Show, macht euch 1, 2 Bier auf. Auch von mir ein herzliches Hallo an Stephen Petrotto und Ali Machinchi in Amerika. Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr euch live dazugeschaltet habt. Vielen, vielen Dank.
Ja, wir haben bestes Wetter hier. Die Piloten stehen bereit. Kann gleich losgehen mit unserem Warm-up für heute. Und habt einfach richtig viel Spaß. Macht's euch gemütlich. Ich weiß, dass der ein oder andere natürlich vom Fernseher, vom Computer, vom Laptop oder auch vom Tablet sitzt. Also, lasst uns richtig Spaß haben heute. Willkommen zum Air Meet 2020 live hier aus Donauwörth-Gennekingen. Und unser Motto ist dieses Mal Smoke on! Lasst uns Spaß haben.
All right. Welcome back, Air Meet fans. We are here today with a worldwide production live in Donauwörth, Germany, and commentating from the U.S. due to travel restrictions. So, Ali, normally Air Meet is a 30,000 plus fan event. This year, 0 fans, but everybody here is live globally. So whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, anywhere, thank you for tuning in. I know it's early in the US, but the rest of the world, thanks for tuning in as well. We're going to be introducing here our German marketing team, Timo, Fabian, and Stefan, here in a moment. So we're going to be talking with those guys and seeing how they're doing.
Just quickly, whilst we're here waiting for that transition, Steve,
Sure.
You've been to Air Meet a few times. I've been a few times. It's one of those pilgrimages that we've made. It's the biggest air show, I think, RC air show in the world. So, yeah, it's strange to see the airfield without the public, without the big audio system, but really cool to see it with all of the amazing airplanes.
All right, let's go. Let's
welcome to Air Meet Live 2020. We are the marketing team from Horizon Hobby Europe. My name is Fabian Leitzer. I'm the marketing manager, and we spent the last 3 to 4 months to present you a show that you have never seen before. I'm excited. I hope you are excited as well, and I give it to Timo for more details.
Yeah, my name is Timo Stamper, and we have the best show pilots from all over Europe for you, and you will get a show you've never seen before. Stefan.
Hello, my name is Stefan Wurm. I'm the field marketing manager from Team Horizon Hobby Europe, and I will give you some words in German. Hallo zusammen, mein Name ist Stefan Wurm, bin der Field Marketing Manager. Ich bin hier beteiligt gewesen die letzten 3 Monate, um das hier alles vorzubereiten. Ich hoffe, dass ihr Spaß habt. Ich glaube, das ist eine erstmalige Sache. Have fun.
Okay,
Smoke on.
enjoy. Smoke on.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. My colleague Steve Petrado. My name is Ali Machinchi. We are both avid Air Meet fans. We've been to a number of them across the years. Before I moved to America, I used to attend the show from England. And it's a massive, massive event. I mean, we're talking 30, 35,000 people, Steve. So, and I know we can't have those people on site here this year, but I think the lineup is bigger and better.
I mean, this year it will top every other year we've done. I mean, obviously the people aren't there, but the work that's gone into this event, the airplanes that are on site, what we saw yesterday and what you're about to see here in a minute is absolutely breathtaking. And you're going to be in for an awesome ride today. So thanks so much for tuning in, everybody on YouTube, Facebook, and across the globe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't thank you enough. It's going to be a great day. So tell your friends, share this feed, make sure to let everybody know to tune in to Air Meet Live. And pretty soon here, we're going to be ready to show you guys this Friday review video. So if we're ready for that, we're going to go right into that now.
you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. Ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. Yeah. I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. Yeah. I do this for my town, yeah. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made of. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to throw down, it's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise, don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time.
Good morning, Air Meet fans. That was a little clip, I hope you enjoyed that, of yesterday's events, all the test flights that went in. And Ali, I know the guys have been practicing for weeks leading up to this event. What does it take to even prepare, just quickly, and then we'll jump over to our German team?
I mean, just to prepare a normal size RC model to fly in front of that many people is a pretty big deal. But these guys are flying masterpieces. You know, they're flying unique, individual, beyond giant scale. We were talking XXXXXL giant scale. So yeah, months and months. I know like the Red Bull team work non-stop throughout the year preparing for events like this. So bravo to them.
Yeah, well, good morning. Guten Abend to our German team. Hopefully you guys are ready to go. Tilo, you have done almost a lot more Air Meet commentation than I have. So how are you feeling this morning, or this afternoon, I guess, for you?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I feel pretty well. It's a new situation here. Natürlich ist es eine neue Situation, but it's a very great situation, and the team here is pretty cool, pretty nice. Everybody is really great in the job, and the last air meets were pretty cool. We have thousands of people here. This is one of the new situations, but I feel very well, and I have my best colleague on my side. Martin Hübsch is with me in the last years. Martin, wir machen das schon viele Jahre zusammen, gell?
Ja, ich habe also wirklich das Glück gehabt und durfte bei Horizon seit dem ersten Air Meet dabei sein. Und es macht mich auch wirklich stolz und es ist wirklich jedes Jahr wirklich das große Highlight. Immerhin sprechen wir hier von der größten Modellflugveranstaltung in Europa, wenn nicht sogar von der ganzen Welt. Und da ein kleiner Teil davon sein zu dürfen, das ist schon wirklich toll. Allein die Namen, die wir hier haben am Start, dazu kommen wir natürlich später ins Detail. Das ist schon gigantisch und ich muss sagen, was hier Horizon auf die Beine stellt, das ist unglaublich, was die Technik angeht und was die Professionalität angeht. Das ist vorbildlich. Also schade, dass wir keine Zuschauer da haben, aber es geht halt momentan nicht anders und wir hoffen, dass wir ein bisschen was nach Hause bringen können. Das ist unser Auftrag und den machen wir wirklich gern für Horizon Hobby.
Auf jeden Fall. Und was so in den letzten Jahren an Highlights da war, das wollen wir euch jetzt mal zeigen. Hier ist mal ein kleiner Rückblick. Viel Spaß dabei. Bis gleich.
right, guys. Well, if you're just tuning in, we are still about a half hour, 25 minutes or so out from the show. I'm here with Ali Machinchi in the studio here in Champaign, Illinois. And what you're seeing on screen is some of the young guns here at Air Meet. Ali, I know these kids were dying to fly at this event this morning. What do you think it means for these guys to be on at the Air Meet field flying here for the show?
It's got to be huge, Steve. I know my first air show I did was probably the age of 14. These guys look no more than 8.
Right?
So, yeah, to get a chance to fly in front of their peers and with all these people watching, it's super cool. And it's one of the things I really love about the hobby. It's ageless. You know, you can be 8, you can be 80 and still enjoying it. And it's really nice that we have products that appeal to all different ages and skill sets. And even nicer that the guys in Air Meet allow this slot for those young guys to fly. So.
Yeah, and we're going to see some incredible flights today. I know some of these kids are just waiting to get their chance at some of the big acts, obviously, when they get a little older. But it's good. I think on screen right now we have Timo Stampa's son, I believe, and he has been flying with Timo quite a bit, and Timo is one of our marketing guys over in Europe, and as you can tell, his son is serious about flying. Look at the look on his face right now.
That determination. I like the LiPo hanging out his back pocket for round 2, just in case he gets a second chance. He's loading it up and flying.
Looks like he's got his Timber X there all ready to go. Let's see if he can get some 3D action on the field here.
I'm sure he can.
Now, I've actually flown at this field. This is a full-size airport. It's in Genderkingen. It's in Donauwörth, Germany. If you don't know where this is at, it is a full-size airport. We were closed today.
Check him out. Look, in the reverse with the ultimate. How cool is that? Sorry.
No, it's good. I love that. You got to love the smarties. He's having that reverse technology on there to do some back taxi.
It's making me feel old, Steve. I'm checking this out. These guys, you know, they're probably, I'm not a tall guy, but they're up to my waist and they're flying really cool toys in front of everyone. So, yeah, very envious. And I think it's super cool to see it. I mean, there's a bunch of our E-Flight airplanes there. The new Ultimate, which has just come out. As you said, the Timber X, which Timo's boy is flying. Check this out. And we're not just talking about doing circuits here. We just did a pop top. The kid at 8 years old doing a pop top. I've only just learned to do those at 45.
I don't think I can do those at all at 32. No, these kids range from 8 to 12 years old, and they're just, you know, kids of all the team pilots here we have in Europe. I mean, yeah, I do notice the Europeans love their tray radio. We don't see that a lot in the U.S., and I don't know why that is. It's just more of how people love to fly over there.
Yeah, I think it's like the mode thing, mode 1 and mode 2, which side the throttle is on. It's how you're brought up. You know, I imagine Timo flies with a tray, so guess what? His boy flies with a tray. And definitely it's a European thing, just like the tray radios, the big rectangular radios, which used to be the absolute norm across Europe a few years back. And they're still hanging on to that tray. And I've flown with them, and whilst I don't naturally fly with it, I can see why. It's comfortable, it's balanced. You can just focus on the stick inputs, not holding the radio. So yeah, it's quite amusing to see the tray is like half the size of the pilot in this case. But
Yeah, this is cool stuff. So guys, if like I said, 20 minutes to go. We've 21 minutes to go now. The countdown on the screen for those of you asking on our social channels. Of course, the show really hasn't started yet. You're getting a glimpse of kind of the pre-show. Right now, you got to see some previous Air Meet footage. That was what we just watched. We introduced our German marketing team and introduced our German commentation team. You probably won't hear a lot from our German commentation team on the US stream. If you are looking for that German commentation, look for our Horizon Hobby Europe YouTube channel, and that's going to get you on there, and our German commentators will be overdubbing our voices. Another thing I want to point out is all of these sounds you guys will hear, you really won't hear a lot of this music. You'll hear the air show. So we haven't even got it started, and I know Ali and I are probably we'll be on second coffee number 2, but we're gonna I know I'm pumped. I woke up way too early this morning, already ready to go. So thanks for tuning in again, guys. Right now we're just kind of hanging out with the kids and letting them get some flights in, letting them shake off the little bit of energy this morning.
Also letting the parents wake up.
Yeah.
This is Germany. You know these guys. You know it's a party atmosphere. You know last night they would have been enjoying themselves in a safe environment, but so it's nice to let all the time go on and the parents wake up and the planes be ready. So yeah, in 20 minutes time, the air show will start in typical Air Meet fashion with a bang, and it's going to be non-stop all day. If you like anything RC air related, I guarantee you we have something for you to watch. And it doesn't stop when the sun goes down, right?
Right.
We have a night show to end all night shows. I saw the kerosene bill, just the invoice for how much kerosene we're going to burn in pyrotechnics, and it scared me.
Yeah.
So yeah, stay with us all day. Normally Air Meet will have a bunch of RC surface stuff as well running behind the actual flight line.
Yeah, we have Air Meet, we call it Race Meet, and behind the flight line there's an entire field there. We have 8-scale racetrack. We just built last year an Arma Bash Center, so all the Army guys can go out. We worked with the Recon G6 guys to bring in scale crawling. So Air Meet has become really more than just Air Meet.
RC Meet.
It is RC Meet, but obviously we're trying to expand it year after year. But every year, Ali, 30,000 people. Obviously not this year, weird year, but 30,000 people attend Air Meet. That's just incredible. There is no other RC show, not even Joe Nall, like in the U.S., that brings that level of people. Why do you think that is?
It's just so big. There's so much to do. You can take your family there. The entrance fee, when it was a public event, was ridiculously cheap. It was non-stop action, as I say, from the middle of the day right through to the middle of the night, it seemed. Had a great atmosphere. There was various places to eat on site. I know when I went there, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, the last time when I went there, and I've been there 3 times. I was amazed. It was just, you walk in and there's a buzz about the place. People, it feels more like, I imagine, being at Oshkosh than being at a model air show.
Yeah, it really does.
It's non-stop, coordinated, choreographed, and the best of the best. There's no, don't take me this the wrong way, there's no mid-range acts. There's people across Europe who are striving to get an invite.
This is the
to Air Meet.
pinnacle. I mean, it really is the pinnacle of RC in Europe. Look at that back taxi.
I love that. It's such a cool feature.
Such a great.
I know when we showed our air marketing guy, Jason Merkel, the other day at the field, the Ultimate for the first time, he spent like 20
Way
minutes.
too much time.
Just going backwards and forwards, wasn't it?
It was like a little kid testing that out. It was fun to watch.
But yeah, as I say, we've been talking about the warm-up a bit for what's to come. If you like anything air-related, we're talking about jets, we're talking about propeller planes, 3D aerobatics, helicopters. We've got it all today. So stay with us, tune back in, revisit. This will be on YouTube, so you can revisit and move to sections that you want to see. But I can guarantee you that there will be something for everyone.
Yeah, and please, guys, make sure to share the feed. If you know somebody, make sure to share it on YouTube or Facebook. Get the word out. We've got a ton of people watching right now. And we want to do a quick shout out all of our sponsors that have made this show possible. And we'll be talking about them throughout the day. I'm just going to run through the list here. We got Hobbywing, Genzays, Lindinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Flugmodel, Falcon Props, JetCat, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Colm Engines, the DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures Photography, and of course our production company who's doing the amazing camera work, WBLT Event Media. But guys, it does take an army to put an event on like this, and it definitely takes a crew that is passionate about RC, passionate about the most professional production ever in the history of RC. There is just no other company and there's no other group of people that I would want putting on a show like this. This is the best of the best. And man, 15 minutes to go, I can hardly wait.
Right, same here. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking at the flight schedule and not to let any cats out the bag per se. We've got a lot of cool stuff to look forward to. In the meantime, we're seeing the young guys again. I can't say thank you enough to the parents that brought them here. The guys at Air Meet who have allotted this time to let them fly. I know it will mean a lot to those youngsters to get airtime in front of all these people. So yeah, thank you very much. It's fun to see. And like you, thanks to our sponsors. I've been involved in this Air Meet from just a secondary commentary role from afar, and I've got to see probably a small percentage of what effort has gone in. I mean, when I saw this morning, somebody did a film walk round of just media suite.
Yeah.
Incredible. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it looks like NASA space.
Right? I thought we were launching a rocket, not filming a model airplane of it. That was pretty mind-blowing. So yeah, thank you to everyone, all the guys on the ground in Germany who have put months of work into this, our sponsors who have made it possible. Thanks for making this a fun Saturday for me. Not being able to attend air shows in the US, to be able to watch the best air show live is definitely the next best option.
Definitely the next best option. So obviously with all the health restrictions, we are unable to be there live, but we are here in Champaign with the magic of the internet and the satellites. We're coming to you guys live. So we are just getting started here. We got about 14 minutes left. Everyone's getting set up. We're going to get some real airplanes in the air.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Don't spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it. You may have seen it just backing up there, but I'm not going to say anything else. But
It's
yeah.
hard to tell. Some of these model airplanes are bigger
Somebody
than the full-scale airplanes.
Somebody sent me a picture of one of the airplanes, and I won't mention it. And I sat there and I said, "Is that real? Is that
What was you on
Photoshop?"
this morning? There's a picture of an RV4, I think, or an RV7. I can't remember.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Which one is that? I haven't got this on my list." Oh, it's full scale.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't see the name anywhere. I've got all these notes everywhere. Well, it's been a crazy time getting ready for this air meet. So we have an incredible setup for you guys. 13 now minutes to go. Again, please share this. One of the things that really blew me away. Oh, you're getting a glimpse here of what's soon to come. They're giving it away.
Yeah, it's the Hangar 9 pits.
Yeah, that's the Hangar 9 pits, right? Imagine that. You can do even the pilot moves and everything. That's incredible. Oh, man. Well, if you're a Horizon Hobby fan, definitely this show means a lot to you, and I hope everyone appreciates the type of work that goes into this. I want to say a quick thanks to our EU marketing team. I mean, these guys have been day in and day out working on Air Meet Live. And they have been adamant about putting on the best of the best. Air Meet to them, I mean, Air Meet's been going on. This is the 12th year of Air Meet. Air Meet means so much, not only to just Horizon, but to these guys in Europe. It means the world to them. So putting on this event, spending the time that they have, we're talking hundreds of hours, and they've really put in the work. So
thank you.
Good job to you guys in Europe. It's been crazy. So. We're going to be going soon here to commercial break, guys, but thank you for tuning in. And once again, thanks to all our sponsors, and let's make sure to share this and get the word out for Air Meet Live.
People can tell me to lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'm never going back down. Hand over my heart, I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome back, guys. We are here live with the Air Meet with the Pits STD full scale doing a little rollout action. Now, typically every single year Elliot the Pits does fly by.
Correct.
We said, you know what? Even though there's no spectators, we can't miss having the Pits do a flyby. So, guys, this is the Pits right now. It is flown by Uber Drive, and he will be getting up to speed. We got a few other aircraft that want to get out of the airport, but I think there's a little special with those guys.
They don't look like conventional GA planes to me, Steve. There seems to be a commonality in the way that they're set up, i.e. they're all, by my Yeah, they're all unlimited aerobatic planes. There's an S-Back there, there's an M30 there. So, yeah, I don't know. This isn't on our list. All we have is pits rollout. So I'm imagining in typical air meet fashion, the guys on the ground have pulled out something special. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Typically, they always do a little something different, and they never tell me all the details, but I love it because there's always something good that happens. But yeah, right now, guys, we are just about to start the air meet here, and always doing that in the most spectacular style with the Pitts S2B flyby, and not just any flyby.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it, they said, oh, it's just going to be the Pitts opening the show, blasé as that. And then, I won't spoil it, but he came past and I was like, my jaw hit the ground. And yeah, that's typical of air meet. And this is typical of air meet, looking at all this absolute top-notch, full-size Exotica on the runway. So, yeah, I know in previous years they've had various full-size displays. We had a T28 Trojan.
Yes.
We've had the Red Bull Blanic display team, which blew me away when I went. They did some amazing synchro aerobatics. We've had various.
Last year we had a P-51 Mustang.
Did we?
Yeah, you missed that. He came all the way from really far away too. He came by. We had a jet last year too, a military jet come by. But he had a key. See those houses back there?
Yeah.
That's a neighborhood. So he had to keep it far out. We kept telling him to come here. And he was like, I can't, it's too loud. So hopefully the Pitts isn't as loud as that jet was.
We haven't had any complaints in previous years.
I'm sure the jets on the RC side are still probably just as loud.
For sure.
Especially this year.
And I'm sure, come on now, it's a community on the edge of an airport. They gotta
you
like
have
it.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to.
Got to be used to it.
So yeah, this they're just getting their engines warmed up, doing a little run up, right?
Yeah, power check, bring
got it.
everything up to temp. So yeah, it's good to see. I wonder what the other planes are here for. I'm intrigued now. This isn't just a coincidence. They're all going to take off at the same time and depart. So
Well, typical air meet fashion. There is always a spectacle, and I've said it before. The Germans don't mess around.
yeah, when it comes to air displays and so forth, they really do put a lot of effort in. So.
Comments on YouTube, guys. For those of you that are tuning in on YouTube and asking, we are, and I didn't type it in 100% correctly, but this is 100% live. This is live in Donauwörth, Germany. There is sun in Champagne up out the window. But here we go, guys. Our other looks like the other Pitts is in here, and the last Pitts S2B should be taking off momentarily with Uber Schreier in it. He is our show starter. But you guys are going to see something a little special here once he gets done with his warm-up. I know those other folks in the air are definitely up to something, Allie.
And he's going to be displaying for us later on as well, I think. I saw in the lineup we have a full-size demo, which sums up the air meet day. It's not just one type of aircraft. We have helicopters, we have jets, we have full scale. I saw that Uwe is doing a display for us later on.
Yeah, you'll
definitely worth tuning in for, because he's not a figure-of-8 pilot, right? He doesn't just do air show passes, if I remember rightly.
He's no joke aerobatic pilot, and some of the stuff he does, I don't think I've seen much in the U.S. You know, this stuff you just don't see it. The low, really fast stuff that he's going to do, and of course, the beginning of the show, you'll just see a little bit of it. But like Ali said, everybody, you're going to see this. You're going to see this later today. A little bit more of a full-scale spectacle. But every year, we always find it important to mix. You know, we're all aviation fans, whether we're RC guys that wish we could fly full-scale, or full-scale guys that wish we could fly RC, because some of them can, right?
Badly.
Or they fly it poorly. But we are, you know. So. We are always. Sorry, I'm just getting some voice in my ear, but yeah, we are always trying to combine the two, full-scale aviation versus RC. So here we go with the Pitts.
Sit back, everyone, and enjoy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the national anthems, of course, of both the United States and Germany. What we always do every year at Air Meet Alley is raise the flags, pay homage to Horizon Hobby US, Horizon Hobby Germany, and of course, their respective countries. And that's always just a special moment for everybody. It gives us time to think about, all the things we have to be thankful for, and even thankful for that beautiful facility at Genderkingen. Incredible.
And we're very much a international company. I learned that. Obviously, you can hear by my voice, I'm not Native American, natural American. But we are European-based and US-based. So this, for me, is really cool to see the two entities coming together. So, yeah, the national anthems are just part of that.
Definitely. Well, guys, we're going to have a word from the Horizon Hobby president, Mr. Chris Dickerson, right about now.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Air Meet Live. I'm Horizon President Chris Dickerson, and I'd like to welcome you to the show. Normally this time of year, we'd be welcoming about 30,000 of our closest RC friends to Donauwörth, Germany to put on Air Meet. This year that's not possible, but we weren't going to let that stop us. So instead of bringing everybody to Donauwörth, we're going to bring Donauwörth to you. For the next 10 hours, we're going to have some of the best RC pilots and full-scale pilots in the world putting on a world-class show for everyone. So sit back and enjoy the show.
My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time,
Uber Stryer, and every year he starts the show for us with a beautiful, almost a knife edge flyby with that pits.
On the deck as well. He doesn't mess around. He doesn't do what I would probably do, which is climb to like 3,000 feet just trying to say. He's at 3 feet, he's rolling into the knife edge smoke on. So, that's the signature of Uwe in this pit.
Absolutely.
A little bit about the aircraft as he's running in. It's a Pitts S2B. About 300 horsepower, 6-cylinder Lycoming engine. Interesting fact, he's probably running in at full max airspeed there, which is about 200 miles an hour, 147 knots. And this is the mind-blowing bit. Plus and minus around about 6G.
Jeez.
So,
here we go.
Yeah.
Smoke it on, baby. That is on the deck. Well, right about now, if you were at Air Meet, you'd hear Tilo screaming, Air Meet! Yeah. But I will spare you guys, as I am not Tilo. But that is a constant theme. If you're at Air Meet Live, you will hear those words said a lot. And of course, the word smoke on, which is a hashtag we've been using. Of course, smoke on is an important piece of flying air show. You can see everything with smoke. It makes such a better spectacle of the aircraft.
Yeah, it sounds cooler when Tilo says it. I was trying to do the other day, do the smoke on and the air meet. I haven't got his range yet in voice, the depth. But it sums up air meet. It's that whole, when I went there, they had a whole bunch of people saying it at the same time. And, it resonates around the place.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, normally there's 30,000 people sitting in lawn chairs and enjoying the show and having a picnic all day and just hanging out. But those words air meet means so much to so many people all around the world. And I'm so glad we're able to share this with you guys globally this year. Absolutely incredible.
It was a worry at one point, obviously, with what's going on in the world, that air meet wouldn't happen this year. So I wasn't involved in those meetings, but I spoke to you early on, and it was a massive effort by everyone involved to say, no, we're not going to let what's going on get in the way of air meet and it not have a 12th year. So it's super cool to see the effort.
Definitely, yeah. When we sat down, we sat down before all the COVID stuff happened and said, all right, let's plan air meet, because it usually takes us 6 months to plan.
Because we were going at one point, we were supposed to be there.
Flights ready to go, we were going to be there, but in true Horizon fashion, we will innovate to figure out to fix that problem. Look at this beautiful barrel rolls coming down from the pits from Uber Schreier here, Heli. That's a nice flying there.
So tell me, all the years you went to Air Meet, tell me you never tried to get in there to front seat. Come on.
I haven't. No, I did almost get a ride in the in the sailplane last year in the Blahnik and missed that. I think I would have thrown up though. There was so much sustained inverted. I mean, I don't know. I've done some aerobatics before, but
Yeah, you'd be all right.
I think I'll be all right. We'll see.
That's going to be my stipulation when I go and you can't find me. I'm just going to be hiding on the first pass Uwe does. I'm just going to pop up and go, hey!
Oh, man. Yeah, this is quite the show. So, guys, we are in the first flight block of Air Meet. Welcome to Air Meet if you're just tuning in. This flight block is brought to you by Gens Ace Batteries. They are a proud sponsor of the Horizon Air Meet, and they're actually on site doing support for all of our pilots. So they decided to support the event not only as a sponsor, but to be there in person. So we thank Gens Ace for being there.
Remind me again, Steve, Gens Ace, what are they renowned for? What is their particular?
Definitely. So Gens Ace, if you're not familiar, just a world-class LiPo battery manufacturer. They have LiPo batteries for sale all across the world, and including here in the U.S., Horizon Hobby does distribute Gens Ace batteries, along with all the other batteries we sell, like Spectrum Smart. But Gens Ace is a fantastic battery out there for really everything RC, whether it's scale crawling, bashing, helicopters, airplanes. They have a battery out there for you. So really, really great company.
I've seen their name pop up. I'm mainly a fixed wing guy, but there's some of the very high-end, high-performance, high-speed stuff that I was interested in. The Gens Ace brand would keep coming up. And again, I was buying a particular airplane from Europe, particularly for speed work, and they were like, we'll only supply it with that particular brand of battery. So yeah, it's cool to see. Great to see them supporting us, and like the other sponsors, we thank them wholeheartedly.
Definitely.
So Uwe's going through his aerobatic display. I thought this was just going to be a flyby. It's supposed to be just a flyby. And what my gears are turning. What are the other planes doing, Stevie?
Yeah, they're gone now.
Where are they?
Somewhere.
No, come on now. Uwe's supposed to just do a flyby and go. There's something cooking in the background. I keep looking at the screen, and typical with our good camera work, they're keeping those other airplanes out of shot. So.
Yeah, this flight, this is incredible. This is the same kind of stuff we're going to see later today. So I know it's only 6 a.m. here in central Illinois, but if someone misses this, they're going to be able to get this again later in the show.
Yeah.
As he's going to be up later, much later in the day, but super excited. Look at this nice bird flyby. Aha!
There you go.
There it is.
I knew it. Look at it. It's proper spelling as well. How many? Oh, there you go.
There's plenty of these. Well, there you go, guys. That was what the other planes were flying up there for. A nice typewriting, skywriting in the sky.
So all of those other airplanes are formatting together, and they've obviously got some computer-controlled smoke system that's typing it out. Yeah. How cool is that?
As well. You see that stuff at events like Oshkosh, the world's largest air show.
Name me another RC air show that starts with, how many was it? 5?
Yeah, it was 5. I think 5.
Should have counted, really.
We'll count the spectacles when they come by.
5 unlimited aerobatic airplanes with a computer-controlled smoke system spelling out the catchphrase for the event. Not even the event name, the catchphrase, the TILO.
Air me.
I want them to smoke paint a picture of TILO's face now. Make it happen.
Next year.
No, now. Go on.
Yeah, let me just call up the guy.
That's cool. I knew there was something coming.
I think they're gonna do another one. I'm pretty sure they have another little skywriting lined up for us here when they come back again. But looks like Uber's dumping off the rest of that smoke tank.
Either that or there's a problem.
This is definitely not fine. That's quite a bit of smoke there. When we put smoke on RC stuff, it's messy.
Yeah.
It's really messy. Well. I'm sure that will be extremely messy.
The advantage they have is their temperatures are much higher, so they'll be burning all of their liquid. We used to use diesel back in the day, which was really filthy, especially in models where we wouldn't burn it all.
Sure.
We're now using
like a synthetic oil.
Yeah, eco-friendly oils. But something like that, Lycoming exhaust will be getting so hot that he'll be burning most of it. But I guarantee you, somebody has to go into the aeroplane after every display and clean that sludge off. So,
I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't. Oh my God.
Look at that.
My breakfast is coming up just looking at that. Love it.
What breakfast?
Dunkin'.
Oh yeah,
my buddy Dunkin'. Sorry. Other donuts are available. But yeah, wow.
Man, this is we're getting a full-on Pitts air show before Air Meet. This is great.
Which again leads me to believe we're not done with the other airplanes.
Potentially not. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. This is the beginning of Air Meet Live. If you're just tuning in, you are seeing, of course, a full-scale act right now with the Pitts S2B. And it looks like we got a bug on the
I
camera.
thought we were flying formation. I was about to say, one of the airplanes that joined in. It's actually just a bug.
Well, you're watching Air Meet Live here. Look at that hammerhead stall there, coming down, smoke on. Beautiful display here by Uber Stryer. Guys, up next we have quite a bit of aircraft. I know Flight Block 1, right? Flight Block 1, yeah. So Sven Felbinger, I think he's going to be up first, I believe. Or could be wrong.
Yeah, we've got Sven, we've got the MB339 with Daniel. We've got a bunch of stuff. We have this is what Air Meet's all about for me. Flight Block 1 is we don't just dump all of the same type of airplanes. That would be the easy way to do it. If I was an airshow boss, I'd go, you know what, put all the jets in Flight Block 1, all the airplanes, the aerobats in Flight Block 2. We want to keep things different. We want to, spice it up a little bit. So we have a huge, probably one of the biggest jets, mixed in with one of the smallest jets, mixed in with a Heli, I see, mixed in with a turboprop. So, yeah, we've got, let's have a look. It's an hour, isn't it?
Every flight block's at least an hour and a half. Yeah, it's a mixture of all the coolest aircraft. Look at this slip coming in to land.
The only way you can see in a pit's where you're going.
Yeah, that's true.
I've done a bit of flying in pit specials, and it's disconcerting when you come in for the first landing and your nose is pointing that way, but you're actually flying that way. So, yeah, that's cool.
Well, guys, if you're sharing this online, make sure you use the hashtag AirMeetLive. We appreciate that. That would help.
One of your landings.
That looked like one of my landings, yeah. But he did a great job there. He's been flying for quite a while, this aircraft especially. So we got a nice PT-17 now.
It's another one I could get a ride in.
Yeah, you can get a ride in that one for sure.
It's upsetting me now that I'm not there.
Here he does his signature donut.
You say donut?
If you can't tell, guys, we're drinking plenty of coffee and eating some sugar this morning to stay awake here as early as it is in the States.
What time did you start this morning, Steve?
I think the dog got me up at least at 1 a.m. So I was up, and I couldn't fall back asleep, of course, all excited for Air Meet. So I've been up way too long now. I feel like it's been like almost a full day already, and we're just getting started. So cool. Look at that. Look at that camera. I mean, you don't see cameras like that at RC shows.
Yeah, sports events.
F1 races, Super Bowl. Yeah, we have 8 of those, by the way. 8 television-grade cameras.
How many?
8 television-grade camera shootings, guys. So multiple camera angles for you. Here's a replay. This replay here is brought to you by JetCat. Actually, this is a slow motion review. Actually, slow motion here of Uber's some pits flybys there for you guys.
JetCat, one of our sponsors, is one of the world's leading turbine manufacturers for RC jets. They do stuff for full scale and also other applications, but in the RC world, they're one of the longest established turbine jet manufacturers. So thank you very much for those at JetCat. We actually have the boss man at JetCat as one of our pilots in one of our flight blocks as well. So yeah, it's cool that they can sponsor it and attend and fly. So
yeah, we appreciate that.
And JetCat.
It takes a lot of sponsors to make this event go, so we appreciate everybody there. All right, looks like we're ready to get started with the RC Act, guys. So up next we have Sven Felbinger, and he is here ready to go. Looks like he hasn't quite started up, or maybe he has. I can't quite hear audio on that. But this is a turboprop, right, Alex? So this is not a turboprop. This is a turbine-powered, propeller-driven aircraft. So for those of you that don't understand how that goes, Ali, how does this system kind of work in there? I know you have plenty of experience with this stuff.
Yeah, a fair bit. So it's just like the real airplane. It has a jet engine, like you'd see hanging on the wing of an airline or inside a jet fighter, but it's actually turned around. So the intake, instead of facing forward, is actually probably by where that dashboard is right now. Okay. Which you're thinking, hold on a sec, so the hot air goes forwards? Yes, it doesn't just go forwards, it has to drive that propeller. So it goes to a secondary planetary gearbox with a free turbine, which is a fan. So imagine you have the turbine here and a fan here, which is the gearbox and the prop on it. The gases that normally propel a jet along blow into that free turbine and spin the propeller. Perfect. Exactly as the real one would be. Awesome. Interesting fact, the propeller isn't connected to the turbine in any mechanical means. So if you wanted to, you could hold that propeller whilst the turbine's starting up. So yeah, it's as per the real one. Wow. The airplane itself is a Grob 120, which is a model, a third scale model, if I remember correctly, representing a full-scale German trainer aircraft, modern trainer aircraft. the Grob companies sell to various air forces across the world, as well as civilian applications. So I know the UK, which is where I'm from, have a bunch of these. This particular model is based on a UK aircraft, held by the G-Rage on the side. It's fully aerobatic, the full scale, so the model will be that way also. Unfortunately, we can't get the audio here, but I'm sure the audience at home are hearing that cool sound, which is a mixture of jet engine and propeller. So you get the best of both worlds with turboprop.
Yeah, it's a system that I've been really interested in after being at Air Meet before, seeing even the PC-21s, just the turboprop is just such a cool thing. I know it's not cheap, but awesome display here. Here's his first flyby here. Smoke on and nice and low.
Yeah, he's probably doing around about 120, 130 miles per hour there in that high-speed pass. I didn't see when he started up, but most of the modern turboprops have multi-blade props to harness the power. Believe it or not, the turboprop is a much more efficient way of getting power out of a small turbine because you're putting it through a gearbox and swinging a huge prop. So because of that, you need the multi-blade props to harness that power. So yeah, smoke on, just like you see with the pits, same deal, throwing oil into a hot exhaust.
Okay. So Sven is 31 years old. He's from Ipsheim, Germany. And he has been a team member of Horizon since 2017. And he is flying the DX-20 here with this aircraft. And his nickname is Jet Felby.
Yeah, I'm friends with him on Facebook, and that's his Facebook name as well. So, yeah, definitely worthwhile. If you get time, have a look at his Facebook page. He lives and breathes RC, like most of the people that you'll see flying for you in Air Meet today. He's a lifelong enthusiast and throws everything at his hobby.
Yeah. Yeah, this aircraft here, and Ali, you have a lot of experience with setting up jets, but this is running a JetCat turboprop system. This has Spectrum A6300 servos in it, so our Spectrum top-of-the-line servos. I know you have plenty of those in all of your aircraft. The 20-channel power-safe receiver, of course, with an AS3000, AS3X system. Look at the wingtip smoke, guys. In true Horizon colors, yellow and blue, coming across knife edge down the runway here. Look at this airplane, guys. Beautiful display here.
Lights, full cockpit, retracts, brakes.
What does it take? How many hours do you think are in this aircraft to get it to be flight-ready status?
Believe it or not, less than you'd think for something like this, because it's an all-composite airplane, so it's all fiberglass, and carbon fiber, and some exotic composites. So it will come delivered if you buy one of these, and this is commercially available. Sure. It will come delivered component-wise, looking fairly complete. Someone like Sven, who I'm betting has built more than one of these in the past, could have this together in around about 2 weeks of evenings, so not a massive amount in comparative terms to some of the structural stuff that we'll see later on, because it's commercially available.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's incredible. Something like this is not cheap, right? I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars.
Something like this, Sven's put a price, which is an accurate price, I always try and work out, $24,000 US.
Wow, so, incredible.
Yeah.
You could have a used Honda Civic or an airplane. What would you prefer? Absolutely an airplane.
I'm afraid. I'm sorry to any Honda Civic owners out there, but I'm an airplane geek. How could you not be? It's on a slow flyby there, wheels up but flaps down, the surface is on the trailing edge of the wing generating lift and drag. His smoke cartridges on the wing are about done. They generally burn for about 90 seconds. They're solid fuel coloured cartridges which are ignited with an electrical charge. And so they're a one-time deal. The smoke in the middle of the, coming out through the fuselage is the smoke pump which is thrown into the hot exhaust that he can turn on and off.
Yep, that's all on a switch, right? So it's just, but the ones on the wingtips, once they're on, they're on. It's almost like a ripcord they pull, right?
Yeah, I used to play with those when I was doing more air show work, and ask me about what happens when you ignite those in the pits.
Everyone gets a little cloud of smoke in their pits.
By pits, I don't mean full-scale pits. I mean where everyone's pitted before they fly. Yeah, more than one time, Stevie, I've managed to make the pits red or blue or whatever it was I had colour-wise at the time. Sven's putting on a great display here, mixed flying, which is typical of an airshow pilot. You know, he's flying I wouldn't say not for himself as much as he is flying for you, the general public watching. So he's trying to keep things varied, trying to differentiate between slow passes, fast passes, some precision aerobatics, just freestyle flying. I can't speak for Sven completely, but I'd be betting that he doesn't have an exact set flight routine, but he has a mindset of what he's going to do and how he's going to display it. He's doing what we call turnaround maneuvers. There's no figure of 8 laps. It's all about putting on a show.
Yeah, so guys, at the show, and I know you can hear it right now, that all of these guys, but one of the hard things they had to do this year, because we can't really do full, normal music that you would hear every day on the radio, because we didn't get all the licensing, unfortunately, from Sony or any other music company. But these guys had to pick all new music this year, and they had to pick from a list that, sometimes unlicensed music isn't your favorite, but they all had to go back and find new music to fly to. Look at that beautiful gear coming down. So is that an electric retract system? It looks like.
Looking at the speed and the smoothness of operation, I bet my donut on their electric gear.
Well, we bet a lot on your donuts. That's good. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Looks like he's got kind of fully configured the land here. And looks like he's coming in.
It's hard to tell that's not real.
And no, it looks so absolutely real. Beautiful landing.
That was going to be a 9. I was going to give him a 9 for that.
That's right. He did an amazing job there. Absolutely. So this is Sven's second time at Airmeet. So let's give it up for Mr. Sven Felbinger here. It's an incredible flight to start the day off.
There's going to be another one of these airplanes later on, I see on the flight block list, which I'm really interested in. Same airplane, same kit, electric powered turbine.
All right.
What's going to be really interesting about that is that they're going to do an aerotow. So that's going to tow another aircraft, big, huge glider. And normally, you've seen that before, right? They would tow them up to like 2,000 feet and drop them off.
Yeah.
Not these guys. They're going to do a full-blown aerobatic display on tow.
Fully connected.
Fully connected.
Now that's the way to do it.
Never hard up. Anyway, I'm getting excited for that.
Oh, man. So we got some slow motion flybys here powered by JetCat coming back here to give you guys a little glimpse of what you just saw from this beautiful flight.
It's good to see I'm not the only one that pulls the pilot face. You sure spend concentrating.
I think all of us have some sort of pilot face, right? You're always so concentrated. I love that. That smoke on is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I love the horizon blue and yellow there. That's awesome. The details always matter when it comes to the air show stuff.
Talking about details, Stevie. Dude, look at the graphic. Look at the slow-mo replay as the aeroplane's coming back. Name me one other RCA show. I've never seen it.
There is not one, man. And that's why I've been so excited about this. I've been preparing for this. We've been preparing for this for so long.
So you, bud.
Yeah.
Just in case anyone doesn't know, I'm not a Heli guy. I play with them, but I know very little about them. Over to you, Stevie.
Up next, we have Manuel Madaini. He is 23 years old, hailing from Austria. He's been on the team since 2016, flying his Spectrum DX9 Black, which, by the way, the Spectrum DX9 is probably one of the most popular helicopter radios ever produced in the heli industry. So he is going to do some 3D flights. His nickname here is Smack Danny. We call him that because he does some significantly awesome smack 3D flying. And that's a certain type of flying, right? The smack flying. The really aggressive, super aggressive. And you'll see again, mixed, you're talking air show pilots, you'll see some mixed aerobatics. Then we got an inverted, obviously he's inverted doing some pirouetting maneuvers, but he's going to keep this thing low and down on the deck. And I know as a camera guy, this is probably one of the hardest things to film.
No, there's the turbine glider later on. I'll go with splitting the difference. They're about the same.
Yeah, I mean, this look at the bones. I mean, the coordination that's required to do this. Sideways aileron on that top here. Right? Yeah, I mean, smacking is really anything highly aggressive. Spinning upwards of 2,200 RPM on that head. I mean, you're talking a 6-foot rotor disc spinning at 2,200 RPM. Listen to it.
That's just the blades about to...
A helicopter is just an aircraft about to explode constantly, right? But it's, the 3D stuff that he's doing here takes several years to master. And, just an incredible display of just your promise to be able to do this. I mean, I know I've flown some helis for a while. A lot of guys know me from the blade side of the house when I used to work on the blade team. I never got to the point where I could fly at this level. And, he's been flying for quite many years, but it's incredible what he can do. So this is the Spectre 700 from XL Power. If you guys are familiar with XL Power, incredible 3D aircraft. You can see the camera guys are definitely getting... No, I'm never out of control. It looks like it. So this helicopter has got a Rage bushel system in there, a Castle 160 HD. And he's running our Spectrum 6350 HD and 6360 heli service. So top of the line Spectrum heli service. Specific, super high speed, highly precise. HV, so we can get a ton of power. And as you can imagine, moving the swash plate on a heli to do this kind of stuff, you need serious torque. Just like you need serious torque on a big airplane.
The stability with the flight control system only really possible with the top end servos, right?
Yeah, you can certainly put less servos in there, but you're going to start to feel a mush in the sticks almost, where the helicopter just isn't as precise and crisp. He's getting down on the deck here. Maybe we'll hear a little blade scrape. And
cameraman. He's
cameraman. Yeah, it's tough, man. I only find there you go.
Green blades.
Great, yeah, green blades. Great to use them as a lawnmower every once in a while. Keep that field nice and trim.
I was asking about the smack flying because it's a descriptive that I didn't fully understand, and I fly a little bit of helis, and I was about to say I do the smack flying, but that's the sound of the helicopter when it hits the ground when I fly.
Yeah, you smack it into the ground once and that's
it. Is thud flying a thing? Can I start that off? Like thud 3D flying?
Yeah, thud flying, I like that.
It's incredible to see. I watched one of our work colleagues, James Haley, I fly with him a bunch, and as you have in the past and still do. And yeah, I've got ultimate respect for the dexterity and the thumbs to make that much movement happen.
So what you just saw there, guys, was a power on, then power off auto rotation. So an inverted power rotation, changing direction of the blades and landing with enough energy not to fall out of the sky.
Auto rotation, no power, right? That's just the energy in the blades. Yeah. One shot deal.
You don't really, with electrics, you can fire them back up, sure. But what you saw there was
that low and inverted.
No, that's true. Not that low and inverted.
That was cool.
They need time. Well, let's give it up for Manuel. That was an amazing flight. Now, helicopters only fly for a few minutes. And with that level of energy, you only get about 3.5, sometimes even 3 minutes on something like that. So here we have some slow motion flybys here, powered by JetCat again. Thank you, JetCat, for sponsoring Air Meet Lock 2020.
Talk about energy. That'll be a 12S LiPo of about 5,000 milliamp.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 12S LiPo, 12S 5,000. Or a lot of guys, you'll have either a stick pack, which is one big long battery with made up of multiple cells, or two 6S 5,000s together in series. So they're wired up like that. But typically, to get all the power out of a stick pack with bullet connectors on there
and they're putting that in 3 minutes.
3 minutes. We're talking energy to pull that much current and milliamp out of that battery. Incredible stuff. And I just got back from IRCHA last week, and this stuff is, obviously the main reason for IRCHA. Yeah. So it never gets old. A lot of fun and incredible display of the Sporer here. That was cool. All right, guys. Up next, we're gonna have Felix Rasmussen, followed by Luca Baumann. You're gonna like that flight, and then of course Team JetCat with the F-16 fighting Falcon formation. We're gonna head over to commercial, guys. This flight block is powered to you by Genvis.
Designed fast, designed tough.
Felix Rasmussen from Denmark. Welcome.
Hey, good to have you here. So it's the first time attending Air Meet, and you made a long trip from Denmark to Donauwörth Genderking.
Yeah.
So any greetings to your buddies at home?
Greetings to my dad and every friends.
Yeah. So what are you flying?
I'm flying my newest show plane, a Slick 580 from Extreme Flight.
Cool.
So yeah,
Great.
yeah, we're looking forward for it. You have a good flight, Felix, and
Yes,
smoke
thank
on.
Back to Air Meet Live. I'm here with Ali Machinchi, and my name is Steve Petrato. We're going to be flying with Felix Rasmussen right now. This is a Slick 580 Ali, an incredible 3D aircraft, and I know Felix is going to put on a heck of a show for us today. I'm looking forward to this. Look at this trim scheme. He has the 35-year logo on there. I know he reached out to me a few weeks ago. They just did the scheme on this aircraft, and this is the kind of passion that goes into this stuff.
This sums up our team guys for me.
Yeah.
They really want to go out of the way to make the best impression. And a good, even better example of that, dude's from Denmark. For those that aren't familiar with Europe, he's pretty much at the other end. For him, logistically, to get to Air Meet, probably talking about 2 or 3 day drive, a ferry,
Yeah.
a lot.
And that's all of the health and travel reasons. And the travel with that aircraft.
Big respect to Felix and all the other pilots, but yeah, he personifies what the Horizon pilots are all about. And this display you're about to see will be the fixed wing version of what we just saw with Manuel in terms of 3D aerobatics. We don't have smack in terms of a descriptive, but this is the modern generation of 3D aerobatics. He'll put this aeroplane through stuff that the real airplanes just can't do. The real pilots couldn't cope with structures.
Couldn't survive the maneuvers, right?
No. So look at the movement. It'll give you an idea of what's to come. That was about 65 degrees of elevated movement. So yeah, hang tight. I imagine the poor camera guy is going to have as much fun trying to keep track of this as he did the heli display. So yeah, be interested to see what comes.
So this is Felix Rasmussen. He's age of 24 years old from Denmark, as Ali said. He's just new to Team Horizon this year, 2020, flying his Spectrum IX-12. Beautiful night edge flyby. Smoke on here at Air Meet 2020.
Power system in that will be a twin cylinder, 2-stroke engine. I'm not sure exactly what brand right now. But yeah, it will be 120cc, probably producing 10 to 12 brake horsepower.
Wow.
Aeroplane will weigh something like 22 pounds, 23 pounds.
Pretty light considering.
Power to weight is 3 to 1, maybe 4 to 1 if he's got a really
look
light
at that
weight.
full speed. I can hear that prop zinging. I mean, that's moving fast.
Yeah, he's not messing around. And again, typical airshow flight, he'll mix it up. He starts it off with some opener out precision stuff. Presenting what the airplane can do with a high-speed form. I'm sure soon we'll see he's moving into a knife-edge snake there, so using the rudder extensively to make that change of direction both ways, which is like one way is enough, but he's doing it both ways, up and down the flight line. Once again, displaying, if there was a crowd there, trying to give the whole crowd a view of the display.
Yeah, and think about it. We're getting all these different angles with this Air Meet Live situation that you would just be sitting on the flight line getting your own perspective. Now you're able to see the literal best of every single angle.
It's like Formula One to me. I did one Formula One race, and it'll be my last one live. No, because I love
Better on
Formula
TV.
One. Ah, a million times. Million times. So yeah, this gives a good idea of what we're achieving with our camera. Inverted flat spin now, smoke on, so he's got a lot of down elevator in there, keeping the airplane negative, rudder to get the rotation, aileron to balance the rudder. So yeah, now we're moving into the 3D aspect.
Yes. So this is powered by a great power engine, so GP 123cc engine. We got a full, obviously, smoke system on board and running our A6300 HV servos, again, the top-of-the-line Spectrum servo, or the top-of-the-line type of aircraft. Look at that beautiful torque roll, actually really fast torque roll.
Yeah.
I don't know, I know I couldn't keep up with it like that. Whenever I watch these aerobatic pilots, I always am just blown away of their timing and their ability to catch the airplane where I would just completely smash it in the ground.
It's almost preemptive, you know.
Yeah, it's muscle memory at this point, right?
Felix has been practicing so much that he'll see an airplane deviating from dead vertical before you and I will, and he'll be putting in the correct control response. And again, it's equipment based. If you had a slow servo with not enough power, you couldn't do it.
Well, and the airflow against a surface on this aircraft.
And not just a normal surface. These are greatly exaggerated surfaces, moving 5 times more than what a full-scale airplane would have deflection-wise. So,
definitely.
We do get the best out of our equipment.
Yeah, and we're talking, hundreds of ounces of torque on a single surface, sometimes multiple servos on a single surface. Right?
Yeah, he has, I can just see there, our cameras are that good. I can count 4 servos on the wing.
2 aileron servos per aileron, right? Yep. And obviously, there's no flaps in an aircraft like this. So you're talking over 1,000 ounces of
and you need it.
Yeah, you need every bit of it.
I know from experience, I thought, I don't need all that servo power. I'll put the next one down, or I'll use a cheaper alternative. And then when you do the high speed stuff, you notice what we call blowback. Mm-hmm. So you'll notice a lack of control as the speed increases. So into the fast rolling Harrier stuff. So he's changing direction of rolls, as you can hopefully see there. He's changing from left to right, right to left, which is not just aileron. People don't realise he's also doing a lot of work on the elevator, rudder, and the most important control, the throttle. Yeah. That's giving him the airflow that he needs over the control surfaces right now. So his thumbs will look very much like the Heli display, which is basically hitting the end stops. Yeah, it looks like he's mixing a cake rather than flying an aeroplane. So, massive change of direction there and it popped up. So that aeroplane would have gone from 60 miles an hour to 0 in half a second. So it gives you an idea of what the structure goes through.
A little nice Harrier action here. Look at that elevator action out there. We're talking almost 90 degrees. Crazy. And you can see it beautifully here. Nice close-up of that. Look at that prop. You don't get that visualization when you're there. The spinner. Oh man, I love this stuff. This is great.
Any other RC event, if you saw that close to the spinning propeller, you knew the cameraman was in trouble. But with us, we know 8 cameras, all different heights, all different angles. We knew it was only a matter of time before somebody disappeared down behind there. But we've got cameras up in the air, right?
Yeah, we've got cameras up on lifts. We got cameras on the flight line and the pits, on the stage. Of course, the stage isn't really being used a whole lot because you and I couldn't make it there, but they have a beautiful stage for us. A nice slow roll, right down with smoke on.
Sound in my left ear sounds like a Red Bull air race.
It does, it really does. And I know you guys sitting at home, I really wish I was sitting on my couch watching this right now because I could have this surround sound on. I hope you guys are enjoying this, listening to this incredible sound here at Air Meet Live 2020. Thanks so much for tuning in, and thank you to our sponsors. Like I said before, this flight walk is brought to you by Gen8, an amazing lipo manufacturer. They are a huge sponsor of this year's Air Meet Live. They're even there on field, giving our guys any support. They even brought energy drinks that say "Fuel Your Passion," which is their tagline.
No way.
So they have Gen8 energy drinks on site for our guys. It's a huge shout out to those guys for sponsoring the Air Meet, and then of course just being there and helping our guys out.
That's cool.
Awesome to have a sponsor like that on today's show. Here we come in for a nice landing by Felix Rasmussen. Let's give it up for Mr. Felix Rasmussen. It's almost like an air brake at that point, right?
Yep, that's all he's doing. He's just pinning the airplane to the ground and slowing it down.
Yeah.
The interesting fact that I'm seeing today is another sign of the professionalism of Air Meet is the short air blocks. We've got so much to fit in. Some air shows I've been to, they let the guy fly as long as he wants.
45 minutes.
Right?
Yeah.
We are talking about, we have so much to fit in. We want no repetition. We want non-stop action. See, Luca's already in the start box. We have to go for the next display. And we condense the flight. We get the most in. And I know from previous Air Meets, Stefan Worm, our man on the ground, our field marketing manager, he'll have a pilot's briefing where he'll tell the pilots, make the most of your 4 or 5 minutes, put the best display you can into the shortest block of time because we haven't got time to wait. There's another 20, 30 guys behind you waiting to put on a display. So, hats off to them for making a non-stop air show.
Just writing some comments to our production team here as we get to watch this beautiful replay slow motion brought to you by JetCat.
Yeah, it's cool seeing in slow motion. You get to appreciate, especially with the high energy, high speed stuff like Felix is flying. Sometimes in real time, it's actually hard to keep up with how much input he's putting in. So those slow motion replays are a very welcome feature, which I look forward to seeing throughout the day. New to me, I'm used to seeing it on sports events. But yeah, so I guess I keep talking about it. We are a sport.
RC is a sport, absolutely. And air meet is really, like I said, it's the Super Bowl, it's the World Cup, it's the, you name it, All-Star game. It is the place to be when it comes to RC in the entire world. And I know a lot of folks are not able to visit air meet. It's in Donauwörth, Germany, and southern Germany, but now this
German national champion in jet aerobatic flight next to us, air meet legend Luca Baumann. Hey, nice that you're here.
Hey, Luca, great to have you here. So you're flying for such a long while now, and you become an idol for a lot of young people, young pilots. And what do you recommend for them to get into the hobby?
I recommend them that they start with a simulator, then they learn how to fly the planes and how the control surface work. And if they know how to fly, they can buy a Hobby Zone Carbon Carb, or if they want the EDF jet, they can buy the Havu, the new one from eFlight, and they can start with the safe function so they don't crash immediately. When you can fly on the simulator, you can fly in real life too.
Yeah, there are a lot of cool features the Horizon plane, the eFlight planes, the Hobby Zone plane offers to the beginners. So I'm looking forward to see your flight display. I can't wait it, and it's really cool. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. And then smoke on.
All right, guys, we are back with a little interview there with Luca Baumann. Luca is a guy that I know very well, going to air meet last couple of years, and an incredible young pilot, Ali. I mean, we talk about young pilots, but and them being the future of the sport and the hobby. Luca is an ambassador for Horizon, an ambassador for the hobby, and this Futura flight you're about to see is going to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, Luca is deceptive in that he's a tender age of 17, but I've met him a few times, and you can't tell. His professionalism, his maturity, his skill set would give the impression he's far older than that. I mean, I think about when I met Luca when he was probably 12. He was flying the air meet just like he does now. Mm-hmm. So it's been great to watch him progress. As you say, a wonderful ambassador for the hobby. I've seen him help out a bunch of people. I know Luca's voice better than I know Luca because he flies real flight with my son. Oh, yeah. So my son based in Illinois, Luca based in Germany. They get together multiple times during a week, and I'll be walking past and I hear, "Hi, Ali." Luca. So, yeah, it's really cool to see Luca actually fly live.
Yeah, Luca's an incredible pilot. I know every year. He actually had me sign his Havoc last year, and I thought that was really cool. I got to do that, and yeah, he's just an incredible pilot. Like you said, 17 years old, flying the DX20 live on the air meet stage. I'm sure his nerves were going a little bit, but he's one of the most calm guys I've ever seen. Even if he's doing his night show, which, by the way, you're going to be here later today, everybody. His night show is incredible. Yeah. So he's getting taxied out here with his Futura here. Let's talk a little bit about this aircraft, Ali. I mean, you know more about this stuff than I do, but this is a turbine powered. This is powered by a JetCat P220, right?
Mm-hmm. So it's the model itself is by Tomahawk Design, German manufacturer. It's called Futura. It's not a scale airplane. There isn't a real Futura, as you probably know from So a jet that is basically built purposely for the flying qualities, not the aesthetic or scale aesthetic. Sure. Sport color scheme, very futuristic as per the name, space age color scheme. The aircraft is 8-foot wingspan, around about 9 foot long, just under 9 foot long. Wow. As you said, powered by a JetCat 220. Now, the 220 is the thrust. Okay. It's in newtons, so around about 55 pounds of static. Wow. A miniature gas turbine engine, just like you find in a real jet fighter, burning anything from kerosene, diesel, anything that will burn basically with a mixture of oil. 120,000 RPM top speed, so put that into context, your car's probably going to blow up at 10,000. This thing's doing 120, so yeah, incredible bits of engineering. Value of something like this airplane, 12 to 15,000 US dollars, all up and running, and Luca's flying it like I would fly a foamy.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. And smoke on here, knife edge pass from right to left here. See how low he gets with that. And that's a benefit to these guys, especially in these knife edge maneuvers where the airplane is its most broad profile, right? Yesterday we had cross, and I know the legendary fighters, which you guys will get to see later, had heck of a show. If you saw the pre-show, you saw some of their oopsies yesterday, but hopefully they have their airplanes repaired and beautiful. Just whole sky straight up smoke on, showing you that power of that JetCat P220 turbine.
Yeah, that airplane will have probably 1.5 to 1 power-to-weight ratio, so not lacking in static thrust. Interestingly enough, he'll probably be... This airplane isn't built for high-speed stuff. It's built for precision aerobatics, knife edge and rolling aspect being the forefront of the design intention. But speed-wise, you're still doing 150, 160 miles per hour, so no slouch.
Wow, yeah, incredibly fast. So for everyone at home, I know we always talk about price, and it's always interesting to me, to build something like this, we're talking quite a few dollars, 10,000, maybe more?
12 to 15,000, wow, depending on the equipment you use. Yeah, it's not inexpensive by any means, but it is the pinnacle of the hobby. You go to other hobbies and when you go up to the upper pinnacles,
you get a fishing boat, it's 30 grand.
There you go.
More.
So yeah, look at that slow pass.
Beautiful.
That was inches off the wall.
Absolutely. Last year Luca scraped both of his flaps on the runway and it still kept flying.
Yeah,
and I was like,
believe that.
We always say lower. And any air meet or any event, he definitely got lower, and they really couldn't get a whole lot lower that time.
No, that's about as low as it gets. So this aeroplane is an all-composite design, so it will be very much like a high-tech Formula One car or Indy car. Composite materials, carbon fiber, Kevlar, fiberglass, used in the appropriate places. Weight of something like this will be around about 30 pounds when it's what we call wet, which is full of fuel. Sure. It will carry about a gallon of fuel. I imagine Luca is either using kerosene or diesel. Both working when you get engines. That gallon of fuel will give him around about a 7-minute flight time.
Wow. Yeah, that's a gallon in 7 minutes. Most cars, 20 miles to the gallon. This is a gallon.
Most cars aren't doing 120,000 RPM, Stevie. So yeah, if you made my little Ford do 120,000 RPM, I'd be using, look at that rifle roll. Wow. That's cool. That takes a lot of control input. It may just look like he's putting aileron there, but I can tell you from experience, if he just put aileron, the airplane would be a few feet underground right now. Luca was using rudder and elevator in coordination to keep that roll level. And I mean, that was perfect axial. That really was on the button.
Yeah. There we go with a nice inverted pass here. Super low.
You can see by the shadow, right?
That shadow really helps. If you've ever flown real flight, you know that shadow is vitally important to not crashing, to give you a sense of where the aircraft is off the deck.
I don't know, by our last real flight session we did the other day, none of us had shadows.
All on the ground. But that's the beauty of real flight. You can just hit that reset button.
I'm glad I was on every crash. You got to see my hand signals in the little Zoom box, acknowledging your handiwork. So gear down, this signifies the end of the display for Luca. He'll still have fuel left. We try and generally leave a margin for error, so he'll normally have about 2 minutes left. So if there's a problem on the runway, he needs to go round, he can do. Waggling the wings, that's not actually a problem. That's an air show thing, signifying the end of the display for Luca and saying thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. And yeah, Luca's display in the air basically sums up what all of us at Horizon feel. Thank you very much for taking the time to sit down with us and watch the best RC air show we can put on, and we believe anyone can put on. We understand a lot of you, particularly the American viewers, this is very early in the morning, so if you're watching this, a big thanks for taking the effort and stay with us all day. Amazing wheelie landing. Wheelie landing sort of self-explanatory. Luca landed on the mains, held the nose off using aerodynamic braking. It has wheel brakes, but the aerodynamic braking is just a cool touch.
A little smoke there to salute the crowd or the rest of the pilots that are actually there on site here. Yeah, Luca, I know, prepares for these events. Obviously, you say he flies with your son on real flight quite a bit. Yeah. Really a key piece of these young guys is real flight. We talk about it. Every week we have a real flight. Every other week we have a real flight live. But that really does allow these guys to, when they can't get out of the field, or they come home from school, they can get in there and do a flight or 2 or 3 or 4, maybe 4 or 10 on real flight, and just have fun with their friends, but also practice, because that's what it takes to be able to operate an aircraft like this with the precision that Luca is operating. So here we go. We have a highlight replay brought to you by Lindinger, and some really great shots here from Luca's flight.
There's the rifle roll. That was the highlight for me of that display. As an RC pilot, I understand what's going on there in this stuff. Top-notch quality.
Yeah, so Lindinger is an Austrian-based online hobby shop serving your hobby needs all inside the European Union. We appreciate their sponsorship of this event. They're a big sponsor of this year's Air Meet Live. And I know you U.S. folks may not know the name, but anyone watching from the EU does know Lindinger. I can assure you. Huge shop out there, and thanks so much for your sponsorship. Look at that, keeping that nose off the ground as far as he can. All right. Up next, guys, we have Team JetCat. Now, this is going to be a really special show. Quite a few very large F-16s flying.
5th scale F-16. This is the first of our team events, and there are many more to come. Pretty much self-explanatory. We've seen a lot of solo displays so far. This is the team event or team display by the JetCat team, all using 1/5 scale F-16 Fighting Falcons.
Wow. So that's 1/5 scale. If it doesn't make sense to you, that means they're 1/5 the size of a full-scale F-16. And, look at the size of this being taxied out here. It's longer than that gentleman is tall.
10 foot long, Stevie. From pitot tube to thrust nozzle at the back is 120 inches.
And we're going to have, we have 4 of them coming out on the flight line here. Wow. Not only is this extraordinarily expensive, but the ability for these guys to fly together, which I'm sure they do quite a bit. Here in the U.S., when we get together with our other team guys, a lot of times we make it up on the fly. In fact, at our Seafest, I know for a fact that we make it up on the fly because we have to. we just don't have the time to practice. But these guys are putting in the hours and hours to spend time with each other and fly together. So what you're about to see is probably one of many today, but an incredibly precise formation flight. With a bunch of F-16s here. Let's talk a little bit about this aircraft.
So I know a little bit about the aircraft. It's by a company called BVM, Bob Violet Models, based down in Florida. They are, for those that don't know, the market leaders really in RC jet products. They don't just do aircrafts, they do accessories. They've been pioneers for decades in RC jet technology, and this is a good example of the F-16. This was one of the very first plug-and-play RC jets, and those familiar with our products will know the PMP name. I think it would be fair for me to say that we bought PMP and BNF, Find and Fly, as a household name to the RC industry. What's different here is we do it with foamies, and sometimes with slightly larger foamies. These guys are doing it with tens of thousands of dollars of jet aircraft.
So I'm going to pull up the information of these aircraft here for you guys. Like I said, these are not cheap to build, and I'm just...
you're looking at about $15,000 for this airplane per plane. Yeah, and what's really interesting is they will come out of the box completely done. I mean, you can even specify with BVM what they call the platinum service, which is where you'll send them your turbine receiver and let her go fly. But in the PMP format, the plane is built, it's painted, has all the lights installed, the retracts installed, the brakes operational, the speed brakes operational, the canopy operational. As you can see, multiple color schemes. You can choose pretty much any color scheme you want. Something like this, say 10 years ago, you'd be looking at 6 months to 12 months worth of labor to get it flying. Now in the PMP format, you can do it across 2 evenings. You can take that out of the box and be flying the same weekend.
That's incredible. So just so everyone knows, there were 6 of these planned. I think we had a little bit of a technical difficulty with one of those aircraft, so you're going to get to see all 5. But Team JetCat consists of 6 pilots. I'll go through their names real quick. So we have Thomas Hele, Andreas Rupert, Marc Petrak, Hans Messmer, Markus and Jürgen. And we're going to kick off here in typical F-16 fashion, a little bit of high alpha, yanking and banking, getting into formation.
Yeah, you'll generally have one person calling. So in the team of 4 or 5 people out on the flight line, there'll be a caller whose job it is to coordinate the team and give instructions ahead of time, a bit like a director, a bit like what we have in our ear right now as a production director. Sure. You have a flight director, a caller, who'll be telling people what manoeuvres coming next. Also advising those behind or those in front, maybe just change their flight scope a little bit so the others can catch up, or you can slow down to get the coordination, which is what you see now. So in pairs of 2 they're just going into the vertical plane there. So yeah, they'll be coming down now from the right, just like a air show like Oshkosh or so forth that Thunderbirds are displaying. Yeah, lots of kerosene, lots of RPM, lots of speed.
Definitely. And you can hear on the live stream here, I heard it just faintly in my ear, but you can hear that caller talking through. Now, of course, he's speaking in not in English, but that is vitally important for these guys. As you said, that caller is getting them all together. Very, very cool.
Yeah. About 50 pounds takeoff weight on these airplanes. That will reduce a lot in flight because they will burn around about 1.5 gallons with this particular airplane of liquid, which, as you're probably aware, is quite some weight. So these airplanes will land a lot lighter than what they take off. Even at the 50-pound weight, which sounds like a lot, because of the size, because of the wing area, they're incredibly lightly loaded. So yeah, they don't fly as heavy as 50 pound would suggest.
All right. Well, I know it's definitely so what you're saying is their flight performance throughout the flight changes dramatically.
Correct.
So at the beginning of the flight, they're heavy, they're sluggish. No, to a degree.
Yep.
And then towards the end of the flight, they're a much lighter aircraft, much more agile. So does that change like trim, or does that change how the airplane?
It was part of the design process, the professional design process. The company BBM, who actually produced this aircraft, would have spent a lot of time developing the fuel system, so it's actually mounted exactly on the center of gravity. So if we put a big 1.5 gallon fuel tank in the nose of this airplane, yeah, we'd have problems. As it burnt fuel, the trim would change, the overall feel of the airplane would change. But in this case, what the company has done is use multiple composite fuel cells, generally Kevlar construction, so they're a little bit more crash resistant, but they'll build those exactly on the center of gravity. So the airplane won't change throughout the flight.
So it's really more of a weight change, really not more of a feel, or like when you pull on the aircraft, you feel it, but not necessarily a trim change.
Yeah, they're so lightly loaded, even fully wet, that you'll notice it a little bit. So if you're going to do a lot of high altitude stuff, you'll generally wait until the fuel burn comes down a bit. Later on, we're going to see some 3D jet flying by some of the best pilots in Europe. And you'll notice when they fly, they will be doing the 3D aspect towards the end of the flight when they burn off some of that excess weight.
Okay. I'm just typing a note here to our production staff.
More donuts.
More donuts. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. But look at this flight. I mean, we're talking now. They're not teamed up like a set of Blue Angels, but I've flown RC, what I would consider formation, and I'm nowhere near as good as what these guys are. But to do that is very difficult. You're not able to be in the aircraft. You can't be close. You can't be wingtip to wingtip. So you're using your depth perception on the ground. You're operating at over 100 miles an hour in an aircraft that is quite large and quite big. Just to get the distance that they're at right now is difficult, let alone any closer. Now, the landing is always difficult. The takeoffs are usually a little easier, especially if someone has a failure in flight. Then that really changes the whole game, right? You're talking, you got to figure out who's going to land, who's going to get down first. Oh, I need to land because I'm out of fuel, I have an issue, whatever. Luckily, these guys have flown these aircraft quite a bit, so that's not happening now, but it does happen from time to time.
Correct, yeah. I've flown a lot of RC formation over the years, and it is probably one of the most challenging and rewarding when you get it right aspects of flying RC. And it's different, obviously, than flying formation in the full scale. I'd like to say it's more difficult. Unfortunately, I've never flown full scale formation in an F-16, but if anyone from the Thunderbirds is listening, I'm totally open to being proven wrong. But yeah, we haven't got that visual reference. You don't know, okay, that you're 3 feet away or 60 feet away. So yeah, it's always a challenge flying Formation RC. I have a lot of respect. One of the pilots has broken off now and is doing freestyle high alpha, just showing you how agile the F-16 is.
Yeah, the F-16 does high alpha extremely well. It was built for that, for combat maneuvers, and the models do it extremely well. I know our small E-Flight F-16 is probably one of my favorite aircraft on the E-Flight side, and the high alpha capability, it looks just like it. It does it so well. And these guys are doing it in jet swing a lot more than a little E-Flight foam aircraft.
Yeah, a lot more risk here going on. I mean, we have with our E-Flight F-16. That by sight looks like our team pilot Marc Petrak flying high alpha in the Sprinter aggressor coloured F-16. But as you said, one of the virtues of the F-16 design being having lots of wing area, lots of lifting fuselage area is when you pop it into that high alpha, it's rock steady.
So, yeah, usually when you're in high alpha with the aircraft, it gets a lot more mushy, right? But the F-16, especially with the jet aircraft, you don't have a propeller pushing wind over the wings, so that really is requiring you to have a lot of tail surface on that F-16.
Here comes the interesting part. Speedboard's open, gear down, nose high.
Boom, slam
7.
down.
I'm scoring that one a 7. A little bit off the centre line. I'll give that a 7 as well. This is Marc Petrak. There you go. That's an 8.
That's nice. Very nice landing there. You can see that landing gear on the F-16 just soak up those landings. And as I said, guys, the landings are always the difficult part, because now you got 4 or 5 airplanes and 3 airplanes down to the right side, and you got another aircraft coming in. So the hauler is calling each one of these aircraft down, making sure that they don't collide, because they're all applying brake, they're all landing, and you can see you stay inside, I stay outside, really becomes vitally important here. Because you will just completely rear end somebody else.
RC Fest, 2 of our team guys didn't communicate, and we had a bit of a racing incident on the middle of the runway. So yeah, it's the coordination aspect. As you can see now, they're taxiing back in great coordination there. So yeah, it sums up what we've just seen in the display. Once again, we have the flight reel recap brought to you by Lindinger. Thank you very much for their sponsorship of the event. For those that don't know, one of the premium model shops in Europe. They ship all across the EU and internationally. I know from my time in Europe that they were a leading name in the RC industry and still are. So we appreciate your sponsorship of this event and bringing the highlight reel to you.
Yeah, these aircraft just look so beautiful in the air. And luckily, right now we have an amazing sky here in Europe. And sometimes when you're in Germany, you kind of get that overcast. Look at that nice, beautiful high alpha there from Marc's F-16, showing you the capability of the F-16. Just incredible.
Only thing we're missing here, Steve, is some smell of kerosene. Just pump in a little bit of smell of kerosene and I could be there. Yep. Between the amazing visuals and audio, yeah, stunning.
Well, up next, guys, we have Team Horizon Hobby Europe. So Kurt and Florian Sporer, followed by Daniel Socionovi from the European side or the Italian side of the house, and then Jürgen, Schönle on Horizon Hobby Europe again. So, guys, tune in. Again, this flight block is brought to you by Gens Ace Batteries.
Black venom shot me in a spider game. You're so cool, you got me off. You're so cool, you got me off. I need a way out. I need a way.
Flight Block 1 Air Meet Live 2020, and we are here with Team Sporer from Austria. Hey Flo.
Hi, Theo.
Hey Kurt. Good that you're here.
Yeah, great to have you here, guys. So I'm always wondering where I see you flying and I see you on social media. Who's giving advice to whom?
Ja, normal sind wir zu dritt im Team Sporer, aber mein Bruder hat leider, der ist mal gerade Zeit, der ist leider verhindert. Aber ansonsten sind wir eigentlich immer auf Veranstaltungen unterwegs und ich bin halt der, was immer meistens fliegt und der ist halt der Chefmechaniker und Bauer sozusagen.
Ja, cool.
Yeah, he said normally the Team Sporer is 3 guys. His brother Stefan is usually within the team, but he sadly couldn't make it. So greetings to Stefan from Donauwörth. And regarding Timo's question, he said that Kurt, with over 50 years of experience in modeling, is giving every advice he can give. And Florian is always the guy who makes the maiden flights right after it. So we're looking pretty forward for your flight. Thanks that you're here, and smoke on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Air Meet Live, and thanks for tuning in to this world first event. If you're just tuning in on the U.S. side, I know it's still early, 7 a.m. here in central United States, 8 a.m. in the East Coast, and of course, way too early on the West Coast. Ali, we are getting into some cool flights here, a little bit of World War I action, I see.
Hang a 9 slot by the looks of it, Steve.
Yeah, looking at this. So this is an airplane you may have had a little bit of hand in. Let's talk a little bit about this. You probably don't even need to look up anything on this. So what are we flying right now?
We have the Hangar 9 Fokker D7 just taken to the air. And yeah, as you say, I know a little bit about this airplane. It was my project. I work, as you can probably tell, not as a commentator, but as a day job. My day job is the senior product developer for Hangar 9. So for the last 5 years, I've been the only developer focusing on Hangar 9 stuff. And yeah, this was a project that I started about 3 years ago. It came to the market in 2018 and is a quarter-scale representation of the famous World War I airplane, the Fokker D7.
Yeah, this aircraft, I know it's flying a little bit unscale-like, and that was how you intended it, right? You built this as a beautiful World War I ARF, so you can get it out of the box, spend obviously some time building an ARF or an almost ready-to-fly aircraft, but the ability to not just fly it and put around the sky like a World War I aircraft, like they do at Joe and All for those U.S. viewers. You wake up every morning at 5 a.m. listening to those guys doing circuits. But this aircraft, in typical alley style, it can completely do some of the really cool aerobatics and a lot more, I guess, envelope, but I would call it fun flying. You have a lot more flight envelope to be able to do the inverted stuff, the loops, the rolls, the hovering that you shouldn't be able to do in a World War I airplane, but really cool that it's developed in such a way.
Yeah, I have the V factor in all of my designs, the versatility factor.
Definitely.
I want to produce airplanes that can appeal to the most amount of people possible and give them as much versatility, as wide a flight envelope, to have as much fun as possible. So I totally get it. There's going to be a bunch of people that just want to do touch and goes with this airplane. So with that in mind, it's got the scale sprung undercarriage, which sucks up all the lumps and bumps. It's not museum scale by any means. Sure. I wanted something that was affordable, simple, rugged, and so forth. But when I was designing it, I also wanted to appeal to the guys who, like myself, don't just want to fly one style of flying. They want to have one airplane to do all sorts. So increase the control surface area, strengthen the fuselage so bigger engines could be fitted. And what became of it is a Fokker D7 that is, I wouldn't say fully 3D capable, but it does great rolling Harriers. It's really stable in Harrier and prop hang, inverted and upright, does some wonderful flat spins, and is a knife-edge demon. So yeah, it was a fun project to work on. Raised a few eyebrows when I suggested it, raised even more when we started doing the 3D flying in the video. And yeah, it's been, as all of my work has been, good fun.
Yeah, it's quite an awesome airplane. I've gotten to fly it at least once, and the nice thing too is, in the way I think Kurt Sporer is flying this right now. I mean, it's got multiple power options, so you can fit numerous different engines and motors in there, electric or gas. And it's just nice to have the, again, you said the V factor, the versatility of this aircraft. It looks like he's coming in for either a touch and go or a nice landing here. And typically a World War I airplane we're landed always in the grass, right? So he's going to be a little bit a little bit of wingtip. But there's scuffers there. He can definitely either you actually built in little scuffs on the wingtips with
There's skid
little
you
drag.
can put on, But he's got the ribbons on the struts as well, which is an optional extra he's put on. So it's a good fun aeroplane. Nice to see it being enjoyed.
Definitely. It looks like we've got the FX Cub, another one of your works of art here at Hangar 9. This airplane is definitely one of the ones that I'd love to own, and I just don't think I have the ability to transport it quite yet. My pickup truck's only so big, and this fuselage is, 11 feet long?
Yeah, something like that. Nearly 170 inches in wingspan. So it's the largest of the Cubs that I've built. And again, looking to satisfy as many people as we can. We offer 3 different Cubs. We have the 15cc, the 60cc X Cub, and now this giant scale FX Cub. And this is the latest in our releases of the Cub range. I was very lucky when I joined. My first project was with the 15cc carbon Cub. Worked very closely with the factory who produced the real one. They provided us with all the drawings, and it's been a blast. Cubs have always been a favourite plane of mine, although a lot of people may know me for flying jets or high-performance, giant-scale World War I airplanes. Always have a Cub in the fleet. They're amazing. I keep using the word versatile airplane. You can go around putt-putt, or you can do what Florian's doing here, which is great aerobatics. It's amazingly capable on its side. Every Cub I've ever flown surprises me with how much tail authority it has, both in pitch and in yaw. They're wonderful knife-edging airplanes. And, this is a great example of that.
Yeah, you let me fly this aircraft quite a few weeks ago, and I think it had your nice fancy 220 twin in there.
Yeah, 4-cylinder Billy.
And the sound of that airplane is incredible. And we were flying one of those, you call it the magical nights at Eli Field. And this aircraft is just one of my favorite things to do, is just touch and goes and knife edge passes and just nice relaxing flight. But the airplane is so big, it just flies amazing.
Yeah, there is an element of bigger is better. I mean, I know it's not as practical for a lot of people, but the wing loadings coming to the number range where they just become a joy to fly. The weights, the presence, the sit, and so forth makes them present really well. And also feedback on the sticks. I know we're not connected to airplanes, but you have that visual feedback that they just sit really well.
Yeah, it looks like they've popped a couple of smoke grenades on the runway, giving you guys a sense of the wind conditions out there in Genderkingen. Not so bad. Nice, and it looks like it's almost right down the runway, doing a nice hammerhead turn here in that FX Cub. I can't hear the aircraft. I know you guys can, but I believe they have that same engine that you built into yours, into this one, if I'm not mistaken, or do you know if it's what
I'm
engine
not
it
sure.
is?
I remember seeing Florian had fitted a fancy pants comb engine, I think, or something along that lines. Very beautifully made exotic flat 2-cylinder or maybe 4-cylinder 4-stroke from Austria. We'd have to check our details, and again I would be able to tell from the noise, but unfortunately we don't have that audio. Interestingly, there you saw the landing lights, the leading edge lights. They're actually part of the kit. Some of the other features that come with this particular airplane are the sprung undercarriage, fully scale with the internal all aluminium.
Thoroughly tested, by the way.
Do you remember James Haley?
Yeah. See, many of you know James Haley as one of our heli developers, but he tends to beat stuff up, and he decided to test the landing gear of the FX Cub, which was rightfully the right time to do it in testing, and decided to do, a 4-foot drop with the engine stalled off, and you know what? The airplane could be flown again. It didn't look amazing, but the landing gear held up, and I think even since then you've done some stuff, but I mean, the landing gear is stout, but for an airplane of this weight and stature, you really need a heck of a landing gear system.
Yeah, it's amazing how the loads increased as the weight increases. I mean, you think about this airplane weighing 55, 60 pounds, happily pull 5G, so you work that maths out and think about what the loads were transferred straight down as James did. Wonderful heli pilot, needs to brush up a little bit on his fixed wing stuff. But,
so here we have Florian Sporer, we call him FloSpo. You see the chat on YouTube, hashtag FloSpo. He is a 26-year-old Austrian pilot and has been on the Team Horizon since 2015. and is operating this aircraft on his DX-20. Yeah, you get a good look when he does those knife-edge passes of the lighting system he built into this FX Cub, and that's the stock lighting system.
Stock, yeah,
which is really cool to see.
Yeah, you were my inspiration for that with the 60cc Cub.
Yeah.
When, you chewed me a new one for the lights weren't powerful enough. So that was one of my first design briefs sent to the vendor. I was like, must have Stevie approved lights.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, they did a good job. You did a good job because it really is. And it does have a controller in there so you can adjust them.
You can alternate that in flight, yeah. It's a very simple controller with a push button, but with a servo, you can actually push that button and change the flashing sequences throughout. I think 15 different modes it has. So, yeah, another interesting fact is, just like the full-scale aileron flaps, rudder elevator, comes with an aerotow release. So this aeroplane is ideal for towing large gliders, banners, and so forth. This actually comes with that aerotow release inside the kit. Scale cockpit opening doors, twin opening doors that lock open, just like the real one would. Super scale aluminium tail wheel. So yeah, it is. I mean, I like all of my projects at Hangar 9, but this is up there in my top 5 favorites.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it a lot, and one that I pull out and play with.
One of the things, yeah, for sure. One of the things you didn't mention, I don't think yet, is the scheme of this aircraft.
Yeah.
And it's got a fun little story on it. It's a real scheme. However, it's not on wheels, right? Or did they change that recently?
It changed it recently.
Okay.
So I found the color scheme, always looking for something different. I didn't want straightforward yellow or red or, straightforward Cub scheme. So I found this particular color scheme in Florida, full scale, and it was based on floats. Never was built for land use. It had amphibious floats. So I reached out to the owner, as we have to do, and get permission to be legal, and they were like, yeah, no problem, happy to do it. And I thought, I'm going to take some flack from people out there who say, this plane was never on wheels. The week we released it, the owner of the real one on floats ordered another one on wheels, unbeknown to me.
There you go.
And it turned up, and I saw a picture, and I thought, wow, somebody's made one of our Hangar 9 Cubs look real. And it was the real one on wheels.
Awesome. Very cool. Here we have a nice highlight replay brought to you by the folks at Felbinger. Thank you for your support. Again, an online company here over in Europe, based out of Austria, and really available all over Europe, supplying all your hobby needs. So thank you so much for your sponsorship, Felbinger. Guys, this is some of the highlight reels of what you just saw from Team Sporer, both the father and son, flying 2 of our beautiful Hangar 9 aircraft, the Fokker D7, and of course the Cub Crafters FX Cub. So, guys, thanks for watching this flight vlog that is brought to you by Gems 8, and this highlight replay brought to you by Felbinger. You're tuned in to Air Meet Live 2020. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure to share it and use the hashtag Air Meet Live, and get more folks on the stream. We have quite a bit of folks woken up in Europe. There's several thousand people watching over there on the German stream, and we've got quite a few people in the U.S. on both Facebook and YouTube. But I know folks are still waking up, as if it was my normal Saturday, I'd probably still be in bed. But here we are having an awesome time in the studio. And up next, it looks like we have Daniel with an MB339 alley. Can you talk a little bit about this setup here?
One of the superstars of the show, and I'm talking about the airplane as well as Daniel. This is what we'd call one of the XXXL size jets that have started popping up in Europe over the last 5-6 years. Unfortunately, they're too big for us in the US. We have weight restrictions which prohibit aircraft of this size flying. But in Europe, they don't have such restrictions. Having said that, they still have to be registered and go through a very stringent flight regime and building regime where they're approved and checked, much like a real airplane.
Even every flight is logged, right? Yeah. So every single flight has to be logged, just like a logbook in a real aircraft, to make sure that all the maintenance procedures are going down. I mean, as you can imagine, this thing is, extremely heavy. Yeah. Forget the expense part, but the safety that would go into something failing just needs to be checked. All the systems need to be operating at full tilt, full capacity. And these guys, before a flight, they're doing a full walk around. They're doing all the checks of all the battery systems on board, the fuel systems, making sure that this thing is ready to go in the air. And I mean, you're seeing 2 full-grown men standing next to this airplane. It is massive.
Let's give you some specs just to put it into context. 15 feet wingspan from left to right. And that's... Okay, before we actually get to see it fly, we're going to get an interview.
Yeah, let's go right
to Air Meet Live 2020, and we have an Italian artist next to us, one of the best scale modelers we know, Daniel Socionovi from Italy and Team Horizon Hobby Europe. Hey, nice to meet you, Daniel.
Nice to meet you guys. Thank you very much to invite me in this great event, Armit Live 2020.
Yeah, great to have you here. Tell us something how you came into the hobby.
Okay, I started my hobby when I was 7 years old. I was flying RC models. I started with the motor glider. After motor glider, I started flying some sports, and then after that, at about 17 years old, I started flying jets.
Wow. Yeah, cool. Wow. What year was that?
I was 16 years old, so about a long while ago, about
So
7 years old.
In the 90s? Then you
A bit more, 98, I would say. Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Good.
Wow. Yeah, okay, great to have you here. So we're looking forward to seeing your display.
Yeah.
And smoke on.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody. Just watched an interview with Daniel, who you see there, who is not only the owner, not only the pilot, but also the creator of this stunning half-scale MB339.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he is the owner is one thing, but the creator. I mean, he's designing and developed these for sale.
Yep.
You don't see them in the U.S. much, if at all. I don't know if there is any. You can't.
I want one.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. I mean, you have some big stuff, but this is another level. And if we just had the regulations in the United States, we could. But I'm so glad to see this stuff in Europe. And again, when I first went to Air Meet a couple years ago, I came from Joe Knoll. I've seen these big airplanes. I've seen the stuff you have. And, I was like, wait a minute. This is like not even the same.
Next level.
It's totally next level. And just when you stand next to that MB. And I don't believe he had, when I was there last year, he had an MB339. It was the military grade scheme. And this one's a nice new, different Italian scheme one. But just incredibly large airplane. All the hatches that open up. I mean, it looks like they're wrenching hatches down just like a full scale. Man, that duct tape may not be, we might have had a little issue with the hatch, but I think that's the speed tape, right?
Added on perfect. But yeah, this is a half-scale speed. Yeah, that's literally half the size of the real airplane. And the real airplane isn't tiny, but give you some numbers. 15 feet wingspan from tip to tip of this particular airplane, 14 and a half feet long, and here's the mind-blowing one. So, guys who are familiar with our foamies and so forth, they weigh around about 3 pounds, 4 pounds, for the average like Timber X and so forth. This thing is 165 pounds.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight. I mean, you can see the gear on that thing are quite, we're talking like an inch around or more on each of the landing gear.
And the next mind-blowing fact, Daniel actually offers these as what we call turnkey. So he'll build you one bespoke. So if you come up to him and say, Daniel, I really like that airplane, I want one, he'll tell you it's going to be 12 months, 18 months to build one, $53,000.
Wow. That's more than some new cars.
Yeah.
That's absolutely,
as you say, next level stuff.
Next level stuff. Yeah, if you're wanting to get one of these, you're in a different level in the hobby, and you're not just looking for that drop it out of the box, buy new fly, E-flight. You're looking for something that's on a whole different level, to which many of us can't even achieve. Oh, might have dropped the camera there.
That looked like an expensive shot.
But so Daniel developed and built his first aircraft when he was 15 years old. As you can see, he's come a long way since then, taking off with that M339.
Interesting enough, I know Daniel very well from my time in Europe, and I spent some time with him actually at home doing air shows in Italy. He's a full-scale airline pilot. When I was there, he was right seat, but he's now moved up not only to a captain, he's also an instructor.
He's on the 7.3, right? 7.7?
Correct,
yep.
Yeah. So I asked him recently, which does he prefer flying? He says anything aviation is fun, but RC is his true passion. And so, yeah, he's one of those, like all of us, really, most of us, aviation nuts. He loves flying.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it. I mean, this huge loop with this 165-pound aircraft. The sound that it makes, and I hope you guys are enjoying the sound of this aircraft here live at Air Meet. Just a huge engine. Is this a single engine in here? Is it? Or
I can't remember because he had one set up as twin engine, so feeding into one pipe. I can't remember. That was the grey one.
Looks like he says, his note to me was it's 2 Jet Italia turbines with 27 kilos of thrust.
So yeah, this airplane in real life is only a single engine. They had to get creative here. 2 turbines side by side into one pipe, which luckily isn't too much of a big deal when you consider the fuselage is about 2 foot wide. So yeah.
And he is running, since Daniel is on Team Horizon, as of this year, he is running all of our Spectre-based 6300 servos. So again, you're going to see those in pretty much every aircraft here at Airmeet Live. Spectre gear trusted in the most expensive and large aircraft in the world. Really cool to see. I'm happy there. Our performance is capable of operating a $50,000, 165-pound aircraft.
Yeah, we do servos from the bog standard basic stock servos right up to what's driving this, which is about 6300. Same with the receiver systems. We do very small micro receivers, ideal for park flyers, right up to the power safe, which is probably what Daniel has in something like this. And radio-wise, he's using the DX20. I know Daniel's keen to move on. We've actually chatted privately about him getting an IX20, but it's lovely to see people using our equipment in any plane. It doesn't have to be super high-end like this, but when you see it, somebody trusting $50,000 worth of jet to our equipment, it goes to show where we're at in the market right now. So, very pleased to see that. The plane that you see, or the colour scheme that you see on the plane in question, is the Italian aerobatic display team, the Freccia Tricolori, which is the Italians' version, I guess, of the Blue Angels. They fly some amazing precision aerobatics in formation. They also do some of the best single solo display aerobatics that I've seen of any of the display teams. One of the maneuvers they're very famous for is the Drunken Man, which is where the 339 will put the flaps down, gear down, speed brake open, and he'll fly this crazy routine on the stall that you'd be shocked if you saw a Piper Cub do it, but when they do it smoke on in a jet at 200 feet and you think it's going to crash, it's not going to crash, it is going to crash. Yeah, it's amazing to see, and it's testimony to the airframe. It's Italian trainer jet and light attack aircraft that they sell.
Its main use. That's basically training, and it's even light attack, but training is the big deal. Yeah. That smoke on with the Italian colors, the green and red on the wingtip. Now these will be on the entire duration of the remainder of the flight, as they're kind of a one-time use smoke on. Yep. But just gives you that beautiful Italian stripe in the sky there. But yeah, I don't know if you guys, Ali, I think you may have missed it if you were looking at me, but he just did like an incredible snap pop-top maneuver.
Really?
I mean, that airplane, imagine doing that with a 165-pound aircraft, and that airplane can handle it. It's just incredible, the strength that's built into this aircraft. Unbelievable.
This will be built very much like a Formula One car or Indy car, or like a full-scale extra. All composite materials, so lots of carbon fiber used strategically, fiberglass, some wood in the formers, but yeah, the actual airframe will be capable of, it's part of the testing procedure. You have to demonstrate that this airplane, to do an aerobatic certification flight, can withstand 10 G. Wow. So 165 pounds times by 10 is a hell of a lot of sandbags. And that's what they'll do. They'll put this airplane on a stand, and the authorities want to see 10G positive, and I think it's minus 8G as well, negative, before they'll give you permission to fly.
Wow. So here we are with a nice dirty low pass, although not fully dirty, just flaps down. Look at that. Almost on the deck. Nice and low. Wow, incredible.
That was cool. That was inches off the ground. I wouldn't do that with a $50 foamy, so a $50,000 jet. Yeah, big respect to Daniel.
Yeah, incredible flying here. I'm speechless to see that kind of stuff, because it's just the nerves I would have flying, even like the FX Cub, something as big as that in the United States, and then just to bring this thing out and get it down like a foamy on the deck is incredible.
Waving goodbye, as a lot of the airshow pilots do, signifying the end of the display. Here's a scary fact for you, Steve. I just suddenly thought about this. As big and as spectacular as this airplane is, it's not the biggest. It's not the most spectacular airplane we've got on our list today.
Yeah, that's not a scary fact. That's an awesome fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're tuning in, guys, if you're having a good time so far, it's still 7:30 in the morning here in the central United States. And these guys, of course, it's later on in the evening or later on in the afternoon in Germany. But this is definitely not the biggest airplane that we have at our meet. And here he comes in for a nice landing. We'll let him set up here. Let's grade this one out.
I'm grading all of them, Steve.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I'll give that an 8.
Okay, I was going to give it a 7. That works.
Okay. I need to lower my numbers a bit, I think, because I'm not leaving enough room for that 10.
That's
the
right.
10's going to have to be amazing.
I want to see a greaser when I see a 10, so that's going to be... Here we go, coming back around, taxiing back in. Incredible flight, incredible aircraft, and happy to see it here at Airmeet.
I wish we could get up close and see the detail, because that thing is built just like the full scale. Every rivet, every fastener, every panel is on that structure. Love it when he taxis in. I know Daniel's not the tallest guy, but it just shows how big that thing is. The rudder's like up to his nose.
Yep. All right, so up next we'll have a little highlight replay from Lindinger.
Your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is
It's the SQ30. I don't know what turbine it is. I'm going to guess it's a Lambert. Here comes Steamer.
All right, guys, welcome back to Airmeet Live. You're here with Steve Petrato and Ali Machinchi here in the United States. Up next, we have a pretty cool little special treat for you guys. Jürgen's going to be flying the E-Flight Su-30, but not with an electric ducted fan, with a real turbine engine outfit in this.
How cool is that?
So yeah, when you see a fire extinguisher out with an electric airplane, it's not typical. But you know, if you don't know, in the States, we do, you know, even in Europe, they have the regulation to keep your fire equipment close when you're starting up a jet. And as you can see, this foam aircraft is designed and developed right here in Champaign, Illinois, and by our great team on the air side, of the house. And but these guys have outfitted it with a small turbine engine. Really cool setup.
Yeah, it's signifies or personifies Airmeet for me. We've just seen one of the largest jets at 165 pounds. We're now going to see one of the smallest jets at around about 7 or 8 pounds. As Steve was mentioning, this is our E-Flight Su-30, which normally has a pair of, I think, 70mm EDF fans running off one LiPo 6S battery. Now, the crazy guys in Germany thought, yeah, that's cool, we can do that, we've got those. But you know what, let's spice it up a little bit. Let's put a gas turbine on it. Now, number forward foamies, the difficulty here with the Su-30 is it has 2 tunnels for the power systems. It's part of the full-scale design philosophy, so if one turbine blows up, it doesn't blow the other one up, so they're separated, which makes fitting a single turbine really difficult. In this case, what they've done is they found the smallest commercially available turbine and put it in between the 2 turbine ducts.
So if you looked really closely in the back, you'd see another hole back there, right?
No, it's open. It's hidden.
Okay, yeah, they've hidden it really well.
It's literally snuggling between the 2 ducts. The turbine itself, I haven't got the exact information here, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's a Lambert turbine. Okay. The reason why I say that is because from my time in Europe, I know this is a very small manufacturer of the tiniest turbines in the world. They fit within a Coke can. So if you imagine chopping the top off a Coke can, this turbine will slide into that as a outer casing. Crazy fact for you, Steve. RPM, what's the top RPM on your car?
Oh, my truck, I don't know, 7,000, if I'm lucky.
250,000 RPM.
That is zinging.
This thing idles at plus 30,000 RPM. That little tiny turbine wheel, which I don't know whether it's 30mm or 40mm, is spinning no less than 33,000. And at a full whack, 250,000 RPM, that thing stays together.
Yeah, how it stays together is amazing. The little bearings in there are really going.
Yeah.
So we have Jürgen Schönle, I believe is the correct pronunciation, flying us for this Su-30 is a great electric ducted fan. Look, he's even got smoke on it. I mean, that's incredible to stuff all that in there. When we can barely stuff a 6S 5000 in the nose, or 6S 7000, I guess is what we typically fly with. All that in there. to have a turbine-powered, electric ducted fan styled airplane. Unbelievable. And this SU-30, I mean, it's one of my favorite EDFs that we have at Horizon because it flies so aggressively. You can do those incredible tail slides. The Cobras, you can yank on that elevator and just get the airplane to stand straight up. And it looks like it does it pretty well. Maybe a little heavier with the turbine outfitted with
It
the
will
gas.
be right now. By the time it lands, I reckon it'll be lighter than what we're used to. You've got the speed board open there. He's not holding back. He's not flying it like a heavyweight tank. He's throwing it around. And the beauty is, I bet you he gets longer flight times than we get with.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to see him throwing it around. It's fun. I wish I could be there and smell it. It sounds weird, but I got this kerosene fetish. I love the smell of burning kerosene. Yes, exactly. But the fact he's got smoke on, that's super cool.
That is really cool. And guys, if you're just watching and you're not really a huge Horizon hobby nut, I mean, this is an aircraft that was find and fly, right, or plug and play potentially, and it comes out of the box, fully built, fully painted, equipped with gear, and they said, you know what, this is a great airplane. I don't need those motors in there. I'm pulling them out and put in a turbine jet. But you can buy this aircraft, of course, not with a turbine motor in it, but buy this at any local hobby shop here in the U.S. or in Europe. Felbinger, a sponsor of ours in Europe, definitely has these available. And this is just an all-around great flying EDF and a really looking aircraft.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I love the combination of elegance and aggression. I think the long swept nose, I know everyone has their favorite jet, but this is up there for me. It's, it mixes like F-15 with F-16, and all the cool bits of all the jets for me come together on the Su-27. Looks like he's not holding back. He's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's definitely full beams, as he said.
Yeah.
Full throttle.
Yeah, he's sending it. There's no holding back with this guy, which I like to see. I'm now thinking, I wonder if I can get one of those Lambert turbines. We've got a product development Su-30 that no one's flying at the moment.
There you go.
I'd like to leave the EDFs in there. That would be my thing. I'd like to fly the turbine flight. No. Oh, here comes into landing.
The speed brake up there. Might do, it looks like he may have aborted that one or just wanted to do a dirty flyby.
Whilst he's coming in, it would be a great time to introduce what we've got coming next, which is one of our information or documentary type series that we've been filming, which is behind the scenes. Maybe you can tell us more about that, Stevie?
Yeah, I believe it's it could be one of three, and I'm not sure exactly which one. If it's the IX-20, you'll get a look behind the scenes with our development staff here at Horizon Hobby, so you get to see how the IX-20 was developed. There's so much that goes into a radio, so much that goes into all of our products, to be honest. But to see how it comes together, you guys are going to get to see that here right after this flight. And beautiful landing, by the way. So we'll have the highlights first, and then we'll jump into the IX-20. So beautiful flight by Jürgen Schönle on that Su-30 by E-Flight with a turbine motor. Thanks for tuning in to Air Meet Live, guys. Let's jump over to the highlight reel.
I don't think. Got to.
Yeah, when they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
Arma RC. Designed fast, designed tough.
When you hear the sound of the drum, we'll be saying, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come.
The first thing that comes to mind when I think about the genesis of the iX20, it actually started in parallel or before we even released the iX12. But I remember that the sprint and the effort that took to bring the iX12 to market was so difficult. And some of the early feedback, we're all on Facebook, we're all on the forums, we're looking, seeing what customers, how they respond. And the very first series of questions were, where's the 20 channel? And I remember thinking immediately like, well, it'll be here, like we're on it.
My name's Jeremy Pessin.
I'm Andy Kuntz.
Danny Snyder.
Robert Lemon.
Ali Machinchi. David McAllister.
I'm a electrical engineer.
Staff engineer - software.
Product manager for the Spectrum Air brand.
Senior software engineer, the lead software developer for the iX series radios.
Bates testing team. I'm the engineering manager.
And I designed hardware, some of the circuit boards for the iX20.
And I write all the user interface and channel processing code that goes on in the DX radios, both air and surface.
Android system architecture, integration, and all that. Helped some with the channel processor software development as well.
For me, this was my project from the get-go, starting out probably just a little over 2 years ago, so it's been a long time coming.
Well, we started out with the DX8 over 10 years ago with what we now call our Generation 1 radios. After about 2 years, it was obvious that we needed to grow beyond those. We went to what we called the G2 radios, starting with the DX10T and then the DX18 and the DX9 and all those that have come since. iX12 was the last of the new Gen 2 radios that we've developed. When we went with the iX20, we created this Generation 3 channel processor. Things that we've added to it make it so that it's definitely light years ahead. We took 10 years of learning and applied them and built them into this radio.
We used a lot of that same software, but we put it on a completely new, faster microprocessor with more memory, more modern platform.
The iX family, as it's becoming now, really the 20 was developed from the 12. The 12 was the basis, it gave us the start, but ultimately the iX20 was a ground-up development. We started from basically a blank sheet of paper. There's literally no PCB hardware that's really the same between the two.
Obviously the 20 had to be better in all the ways. More channels, more speed, more display, more power, and we took that from outside in.
The firmware is different between the two.
One of the things that I had a big hand in was we started with the iX12 code base, and we wanted to be able to leverage as much of that software as we could. And so there's an effort there to abstract out some of the hardware-specific code and make it so we could share a lot of the code between the iX12 and the iX20 code base. So there's a lot of effort that was done there to make that possible. So now the two code bases actually share quite a bit.
The entire system operationally is different.
They re-engineered all new processors, modules, everything the best that we could build.
I helped design some of the ways different parts of the system work together on an electrical level. Also designed several of the circuit boards, figured out what components would have to be on them, and routed traces and things like that.
We partner with Aircraft Studio Design.
Aircraft Studio Design in Italy.
For a very slick look.
Mirko and Pietro at Aircraft Studio Design, they were highly involved. They actually did the concepts of the body of the transmitter and then turned that into the CAD that we then took to our partners over in China and tooled up and everything. We had a number of them, as you can imagine, on a complex system of this nature, but one of the largest would have been our Android system development. It's quite a complicated system, and the Android system has to interface with our boards and our firmware, and if that's not perfect, the system just doesn't work.
Because so many different parts of this had to work together, just on the side of kind of system integration and making everything would work together was a big project, both for mechanical stuff, electrical stuff, and software stuff.
So that was actually the longest part of the development of the entire project. That is actually what started a little over 2 years ago now.
Different things had to talk to each other as capabilities needed to change or as the product design required adjustments. All the different parts of it had to be kept in sync and up to date to make sure the interfaces between them all would still be correct and function the way they're supposed to.
That was the most challenging aspect of the entire project, without a doubt.
Sounds like a nightmare to me.
You know, it was worth the effort. Some of the stuff that's more hidden is the channel processor, the microcontroller that we're using for that is more powerful than any of the microcontrollers we've used for that purpose in the past, and it can do a lot more.
It's just so quick, it's so intuitive, you know, it's all on that screen. I can just go bup, 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 set a template up and have a model set up in half the time that it used to take me on the DX18.
Like capacitive touch switches, that was one thing that we were all had talked about for years and never done.
So you can have it tell you what the switch is, what the switch does, what position it's in without actually moving the switch.
My model setups, which I do a lot of, you know, obviously with work and it being my hobby, I fly a whole bunch of different stuff. I've already got like 30, 40 models on this radio. I've already done 200 hours on this particular unit, ranging from little foam models up to my big turbine jets. And the more I delve into it, the more I'm learning some of its features and its positive points. I'm now flying my whole fleet on this one radio.
I only work on the non-Android portion, and I'm still learning a lot from customers of posting online about things that they've seen in your other videos and online and manual and stuff like that. That I didn't realize I had a camera until the other day.
New SOM and its technology, like bigger, badder, faster in all the ways, and I think that that's going to really change people's experience of an IX radio.
One, go. It actually beats it.
I see the definite application for the camera, but it's something that was totally new to me. There's so many new things like that.
On-the-fly trimming, we call it OTF trims. That one's really cool. You can adjust on the fly whenever you're flying your model, program mixes and other values.
The platform is so much more intuitive and quicker to use, and it just makes that experience of programming an airplane better.
I relied on reviews of several different kinds from the product development team, from the software team, and from other hardware designers to make sure that when this thing came together, it would really blow people away.
The critics were one of the biggest assets that we've had in this. People saying it doesn't do what my radio does, or I really wish it could do this new feature, or sometimes just in passing, somebody would say, hey, it'd be neat if it did X. And I've been keeping a log of those things. We have a database that we keep track of all this stuff in, and X got included for an awful lot of those X's that people came out with.
I'm just excited, like I said, there's a lot of new features that we have with the bigger touch screen and the better processor. I think we've listened to a lot of requests and issues that people have had with the 12, and I think we've done a lot to address a lot of those.
So many cool use cases that we can't even think of, and I'm really excited to see what customers do with it. And hopefully we get to learn from our customers what needs to be done beyond the 20.
The 20, though it's actually been one of my longest projects, I'd say it's a very rewarding one, just from the standpoint of, I think it's a great system. It has a lot of high-end features and a lot of capabilities, and we're just starting on getting a lot of those to the market. We've got more coming, so stay tuned.
Hi guys, Stefan here from Team Horizon Hobby. I'm here with Philip Geyer, my team buddy. We're here at Airmeet Live and we got something new that we want to show you. Philip, what do we got here?
This is the new E-Flight Habu STS with safe system for beginners. So you jet and you don't have to know how to fly.
So as a heli guy, I'm not used to jets, so this would be the ideal jet for me to start with. So it's easy to fly for beginners.
You have two versions. There is a RTF version where you get this DXS, the new, and a smart battery with it. That means you can see here on this LEDs.
The DXS radio shows you the battery of the plane in flight, so you know when your battery is empty. Really cool feature. So this is the smart feature. Very cool. So what else do we got? The plane has safe technology as well,
you
right?
have 3 flight modes. That means you have, first is the safe mode. That means you have bank angle limitation. Here you see it. You can just fly 20 degrees on the side.
So the bank angle limited, so you can't roll it over, you can't crash, so it's super easy to fly it. Perfect.
And it levels itself to neutral.
Oh, okay, I see. So in the first mode, it goes back to neutral, so it returns to steady flight. Perfect.
And in the
really cool.
intermediate mode, in the middle mode, you have bank angle from 40 to 50 degrees, and you have to neutralize itself by itself.
I see. So it comes with the smart batteries, the new smart batteries. What features does this give us?
The smart batteries has electronic integrated, so you can, in the RTF version, you got a charger. You just put the battery lead and the balancer lead into it and it charges itself.
So you just plug it in and it charges automatically. You don't have to know anything about the battery or what amount of cells it has.
Or capacity.
I think it has another cool feature. If you have it charged and you leave it unattended, it discharges itself. Is that right, Philip?
Yes.
Really, really cool.
You can program it, charge amps and discharge time.
Perfect.
Hours.
So if you forget to discharge after a flight, the battery will do that for you. Really, really cool. Really nice feature there. Okay, what else do we have?
In the third mode, you can fly acrobatic rolls, loops.
Okay, so it can then do all the 3D aerobatic stuff.
And when you have a problem with the panic button on this side,
panic
when
button,
you put it, you can it roll over to
so
bank
you just push the panic button and you go back to normal flight. Very cool. So this would be the jet for me to switch over to jets from helicopters.
Flight time around 4 to 7 minutes.
4 to 7 minutes? Very cool. So this is the Habu STS, right? So we will see this at Airmeet Live here, Philip?
Yes.
You will be flying this?
Yes. 3 planes.
Maybe I should as well. Very cool. Is there anything else?
Here you got another feature from the telemetry from Smart. When you swipe to your pages, here you see the battery voltage and the percent of the capacity, and also the amps and the temperature from the ESC. It will be sent from the ESC to the transmitter. Here you have also a custom-made page where you have the voltage, the amps, and the battery of the temperature of the ESC. You see it fly, and you got also the telemetry data from this ESC and the cell voltages from the battery. Here you see the landing assist sensor. That's the easiest way to land it automatically. You have to put it on the upper side from the plane and plug it into the receiver. würde man jetzt eigentlich für das Starterpack, also die ganze Liga zahlen? Das kostet 280 €, glaube ich. So you got your battery plugged in, your STS Habu is ready to fly?
Yeah. So safe mode on and just add throttle.
Very cool.
So now
you're going to show us the various flight modes?
This is the first flight mode where you have bank angle limitation.
So this is very easy for beginners, you can't roll it over?
You can't roll it over. And now you have the second flight mode, so you can bank angle it to the side.
So the first flight mode, it goes back to level flight, and in the second flight mode, it doesn't go back to level, but you still can't roll it over, right, Philip?
Yes, and this is the third one. Here you can fly.
So the third one, fully 3D capable,
fully 3D.
Can roll it on its back.
Now we show the panic button.
Okay, so you got the plane
upside down,
on its back
and panic.
Very cool. So you just press one button and it comes back upright.
Now we will show the landing sensor.
So you just reduce the throttle stick and the plane will land itself, is that correct, Philip? And it will detect the runway, is that right?
The ground. So we have to level the plane on the pit.
Just take back the throttle stick and the plane lands itself. Wow. Very cool feature. Perfect.
Landed.
We are now here on the flying field to have the interviews with our guests here, and our first interview partner is Daniel Socionovi with the MB339 XXL. Daniel, come to us here.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
So, yeah, Steven and Ali.
Ciao, Steve.
Can you hear the guys?
No.
No, you can't hear.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, for sure.
You can hear me okay, yeah?
I should ask you how this flight was for him. The question comes from Steven.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation on this greatest event, Meet Live 2020. And the flight was excellent for me. I had this slightly problem with the one turbine, but we sorted out, so both turbine were fine, and eventually, like, we did quite a good flight, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now I hear you.
And Daniel, a question from Ali.
Yeah.
I noticed amazing flight, by the way. Thank you. You made me want the plane even more, which is killing me, being in a country where I cannot have it because of the size. But I noticed you had some modification to the canopy, like a high-speed Italian speed tape.
Yeah. Don't ask me why. Unfortunately, on Friday, during we did a test flight, and I forgot to latch the canopy. So eventually, the canopy fell off, and so we were lucky to find it back, and we just tried to make something, like to make the flight today. So that was.
Well, thank you very much for taking the effort to, one, bring your airplane, and two, find the canopy and make it work. It was spectacular, as I knew it would be. And yeah, it's killing me inside not to have one. I think I'm going to move back to Europe just to have the MB.
Come anytime you want in Italy.
Yeah, pretty cool. And one of the questions that are coming in is for how long you make RC model sports?
I started when I was 7 years old. I've been always interested actually in airplanes since when I was 2. My mom told me that I was always with the motor planes in my hands. And at the end of 7 years old, I had my first motor glider.
Yeah.
And then I flew a few sport model. And then at 17 years old, I started to fly jet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. And in the last scene that you are flying, that we tell the guys on the TV screens at home that you are not flying only RC planes.
No. My first job actually is I'm a pilot, so I fly for Ryanair. I am a captain and an instructor on a Boeing 737-800.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. So we are lucky to have him here. Daniel Socionovi hier beim Airmeet Live 2020. Er ist im wirklichen Leben natürlich Pilot und liebt es, seine RC-Flugzeuge natürlich auch zu fliegen. Mit 17 hat er angefangen, Jets zu fliegen. Ist schon ein paar Tage her, also da ist er wirklich Perfektionismus. Und ja, wir freuen uns einfach, dass wir ihn hier haben. We are happy to have you here on the Airmeet. Thanks a lot that you have the time for us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Socionovi.
Thank you very much, guys. Another good one.
Cool.
Ciao, Ali. Ciao, Steve.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you. And the next one, we have here on the stage live, Mr. Florian Sporer. Many times on the Airmeet, many years for us. And yeah, now, Stephen and Ali, do you have the first question? Would you like to have the first question?
Yeah, I'd love to, especially considering Florian and his father were flying airplanes that I designed. I was saying to Steve that you worked especially hard with the Cub to make it below a certain weight. Is that correct?
Yes, we made it under 25 kilogram. We made some modifications on it, but that's also a part of quality. You can make an airplane less this weight and you can modify them, and yeah, it's just an awesome plane. And we are now on 24 kilogram 0.4, so, and it flies very, very awesome. And I know, Ali, you like the Colm engine very much, yeah? And yeah, installed it, and it's very awesome to fly with it. Yeah, plenty good power, and the sound is yeah. When you hear the video, you will know what I mean with the sound. Yeah.
Yeah, I know to bring it below this weight is a big achievement by you, but not only that, you do it using the coolest engine. The sound is like a real sports car. It's a beautiful thing to see. Thank you, Florian.
Okay, one of the questions that we get here now, the guys like to know, what was your first airplane?
My first airplane, I fly since 20 years now. So I started with Sixt. It was a Easy Glider from company Multiplex, and yeah, I fly with this. And with 8 years, I started my first competition, glider competition, and then I started up with bigger planes, with bigger gliders, and then I started up with prop planes and 3D action and so on. Yeah, now we are here.
Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. Stephen, do you have one question for Florian?
Yeah, Florian. So when you and your father are practicing, do you guys go to the field like every week? Is it every day? How often do you get out there to practice with your dad when you fly?
Yeah, in the past we have lived together, but now I'm a little bit far away because I work in another company. So I live in Upper Austria. My father lives in Tyrol. So when we meet, we go flying together. But in the past, we did some more flights, every week practice, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, man. Great flying, and I appreciate you being at Airmeet Live.
Thank you very much.
So, also Florian fliegt schon seit 20 Jahren Modellsport. Erste Modell natürlich ein Easy Glider, wie bei uns allen. Und er fliegt gerne mit seinem Vater zusammen. Das auch sehr, 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 sehr oft. Leider wohnen sie ein bisschen weit auseinander. Daher ist es jetzt ein bisschen weniger geworden. Aber jede freie Zeit wird dort investiert zu fliegen. Meine Damen und Herren, Florian Sporer, thank you that you be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Danke, Florian. And the next guest we have here on stage is nobody else than Sven Felbinger. Welcome. Hi, good to see you.
Hi. Hey, everybody.
Cool. Nice to have you here on the Airmeet. And we have one question that we have for you here. Everybody likes to know how many times do you practice on the airfield to fly like that?
Yeah, I fly every day in the week, or 3 or 5 days per week, and I'm on the 10 till 15 air shows per year in Europe, and yeah, today I'm here on the Airmeet Live, and I have much fun.
Okay, that's cool. Stephen and Ali, you have some
Sven,
questions.
great flying, by the way, man. I really appreciate you being at Airmeet Live. What does it take, to get that airplane set up with all that smoke? You had wingtip smoke and smoke, but we're seeing it live right now. Is that just a flick of a switch for you, or is there a lot more involved with that?
You mean the smoke grenades?
Yeah, on the wingtips.
Yes, on the wingtips. Yeah, I have on the radio a switch. Then I can fire the smoke grenades, and the smoke on the exhaust is with a smoke oil and with a pump, and then I can make a show with different features.
Awesome. Well, it was a great flight. Absolutely beautiful. Ali, you got anything?
Yeah, Sven, amazing flight as always. Another one that makes me jealous. What is your favorite thing about flying the turboprop? What is the best feature for you?
Yeah, the engine is for me absolute different than a gas engine. The sound is cooler, and yeah, I have much power. I have 10 kV in the engine, and yeah, it's really cool. It's fast. It's different than a normal engine, and for the group, I think it's the best compromise what you can make.
Okay, pretty cool. So, also die erste Frage war, wie oft er denn übt, um so fliegen zu können. Und er sagte mir, er ist jeden Tag auf dem Flugplatz, natürlich bei gutem Wetter, und übt jeden Tag. Und die Frage von den Kollegen aus den USA kam natürlich, wie er das Ganze gemacht hat mit den Smoke- und Rauchanlagen. Und er hat dafür extra einen Switch eingebaut, sodass auch an den Wingtips das Ganze geschaltet werden kann. Und ja, einfach eine großartige Show. Von dir, Sven Felbinger. Wir sind froh, dass du heute hier bist. We are happy to have you here on our Air Meet 2020 live in Donauwörth. Thanks a lot that you've been here.
Thank you, guys.
And we see great flights.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
Enjoy it too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So that was the first step of the 3 interviews here in Donauwörth Genderkingen at the Air Meet Live 2020. Now we're making our program. Thank you to Stephen and Ali. Thanks a lot and appreciate that, and we see you in the next step.
Markus and Dominik, I know, are both amazing thumbs. Some cool aeroplanes. You've got a half-scale Swift glider, fully aerobatic glider that you see there on the runway, and it's going to be towed by a plane that we've seen before, which is the Grob 120 TP. Now, this one isn't technically TP because it's not turboprop. It has a really cool power system, which is an electric motor. Not just one electric motor, 2 electric motors. 2 giant scale Hacker Q100 motors joined together to produce crazy power, enough to tow this half scale, probably about 40-pound glider up through the air. And normally what would happen is, this isn't uncommon, the aero tow. One plane will tow the other up to height, it releases, and the glider floats about, maybe catches thermals, maybe does the odd bit of aerobatics. That isn't air meet. That's aero tow meet. We cover that a bit. This is air meet. So these guys aren't going to do that. They're going to do a full-blown aerobatic display whilst on the tow.
So they never disconnect the aircraft.
Crazy, wow. Crazy. I've done a bunch of full-size flying and gliding, sure. And the aero tow instructions are always, don't deviate, keep it as straight as possible. These guys break all the rules.
So this is going to be pretty incredible. So the pilot on tow really has to pay attention with what the aircraft towing him is, not only to stay in line, but so that they don't cross, it doesn't fly in front.
No slack in the line.
Yeah, keeping tension in the line. I mean, there's a lot here Just an aero tow alone takes a little bit of talent. But now you're going to see a fully aerobatic routine, both aircraft doing aerobatic maneuvers. I mean, this is stuff you just don't see anywhere else.
This is like the best analogy I can use. You've been drifting with cars, right?
Sure.
Pretty skilled, pretty difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine drifting on the tow. Imagine having a Civic and you're being towed by a Skyline and you've got to drift the Civic. This is what's happening here. So Markus Rummer is in the lead. He's flying the Grob. Dominik behind him has the Swift. So this is the slow part of the display, what I talked about before, really building up to it, actually making a flight presentation, not going straight into it, getting people going. There we go. Straight away, the Swift rolls to inverted. Now, something you should never, ever do full scale. If you did this in full scale, things would be ending badly. These guys, no problem. See how calmly just rolled to inverted like nothing ever happened? Smoke on the wingtips now on the Swift. I saw double canisters on this one, so he's got multiple colours. Lights on. The Grob is just towing it right now. Air brakes on. If you notice,
air brakes,
he's keeping tension. He's building drag, because if he's not careful, that Swift is so aerodynamically efficient, it'll overtake the Grob, and that's a really bad day.
Yes, it is. You got a tow line in there and a spinning propeller. I can't imagine that would be good. So smoke on now on the Grob. Got that green and red. Beautiful display here. It's still inverted on that Swift.
Yep.
Doing some nice circuits here.
I can't see Marcus's throttle, but I can see by the plane that it's building up airspeed. I see he's got an airspeed indicator on the left wing, so I'm pretty sure he'll have telemetry feeding back to his radio, which is a cool thing to have. So if both airplanes have telemetry, you can keep the speeds. There'll be non-stop communication between Markus and Dominik here, so super cool. Building a bit of height, probably running in now, building up some energy on the trading height for speed thing. So I imagine stuff will be done. Still speed brakes deployed on the Swift on the wing.
Yeah, still flaps on the Grob, so they're definitely just doing some beautiful smoke trails, just giving that full display of what each aircraft looks like to you guys. And look at that, a roll by both aircraft, back to inverted on the Swift, a full roll on the Grob. Incredible. I mean, that stuff is so cool to see, especially that well timed. I mean, all on the toe. There's so much going on here.
I'd hate to try and think how many hours these guys have got perfecting this routine and how many scary situations, because it's so easy to get out of sync. Just there with that Swift, if it turns slightly inside the Grob, it will start to cut the corner and accelerate. Again,
if you roll wrong, not enough rudder, too much elevator. I mean, there's so many little pieces here, the precision that it takes, and they make it look so easy.
Yeah,
it's like the Grob is geared down, so is the Swift. It's like they might be doing a touch and go, or they could be coming in for a landing, but I don't
short display if they are.
Yeah.
Nope, called it.
Just a touch and go. Yeah, I was going to say, that was a super short display. They tricked us there. Or tricked me anyway. Ali caught that one right away.
Yeah, Markus, for those that don't know, has a nickname which is renowned across Europe. It's called Dr. Low.
Dr. Low.
And a nickname very well earned. His flying is spectacular no matter what he's flying. He's one of those naturally gifted pilots that can fly anything. I've seen him put on show-stopping displays with a small sport model right up to jet aerobatics. He's going to show us later on some amazing jet flying with his Compass Sukhoi. So, yeah, definitely, I have no reservations in saying one of the best pilots in the world. Certainly one of the top 5 airshow pilots in the world. So climbing to height, this is more of a conventional visual for aero towing, where the tow aircraft will drag the glider up to height. I'm not sure what we're going to see here. Oh, there we go. Has released the Swift now. Both aircraft have releases in them, so they can detach from one another for safety. And now the Swift has no power at all, no propulsion, just energy. So what Dominik is doing is showing us a great display of energy management. He would have put those speed boards away on the wing and trading height for speed. So he'll dive in now into looping maneuvers, probably pulling around about 6 to 7 G in the most extreme looping maneuvers. There's a bird joining the Swift. Probably not going to be able to keep up with the Swift in this negative snap that he's just done. The glider in question, the Swift S1, is a full-scale glider developed purposely for aerobatics. It's not a thermal soar in any way, like most people will be able to see a conventional glider. It has shorter wings, much larger control surfaces, built to actually withstand more G than the Pit Special that we saw. So this would be a +8, -6 machine. So incredibly capable. As you can see there, Dominik performs a beautiful negative half snap back to level. So it takes a lot of skill to do all of this with power, but to do it without power, to me, takes that extra bit of skill, because you have to preempt, prejudge, and manage that energy, a bit like driving on ice.
Definitely, yeah. The last time I've flown a plane of this size, you can keep a lot of energy, but you can lose it just as fast. And the type of the low aerobatics here we're seeing, nice loops coming in. I mean, this is all unpowered. This is all managing your energy, because if you do too many loops, you're not coming back to the runway, or you're going to be getting a nice long walk.
And you get one shot at the landing, Stevie. So this one, I'm going to give him a bonus point, just because he hasn't got the go around. Yep. He hasn't even got that squirt of power to get it closer to him. So let's see, how good the landing is.
We're going to come in together. I mean, that's incredible right here. Grab on the left, Swift on the right on your screen, coming in together. It looks like a little bit of crosswind.
Kicking up.
And they're going to get it down pretty much together. That's
Dominik.
Pretty incredible. Look at that big.
Not bad on the landing, but look at the roll up.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Just
Smoke's still going.
Keeping those wings nice and level. Very well done, boys. That's an incredible flight, and I hope you guys enjoyed that at home. That's just stuff you just don't see anywhere else other than here at Air Meet. So thanks again for tuning in. Thanks again to all of our sponsors. This flight block is powered by Gens Ace, premium battery, LiPo battery manufacturer. They are all over Air Meet Live here at the event, as well as sponsoring numerous flight blocks today. So we appreciate Gens Ace for jumping on. All right.
One of your specialist area next, Stevie.
Yeah, let's bring the Heli action next. Let's get some replay. This highlight is brought to you by Lindinger.
See the gear retracting down on the Swift as soon as it takes off for maximum aerodynamic efficiency, puts the wheel away, which is ironic really, because Dominik there is trying to be as unaerodynamic as he can be to slow down and not overtake the roll. This was cool. This is probably my favourite bit.
Touch and go?
Yeah. One, it was perfectly executed. Two, I imagine a lot of people like us thought it might be landing. That's cool.
Yeah. Beautiful, just graceful aerobatics brought to you by sailplanes. I mean, there's no other airplane that's that beautiful, graceful, without power. And the sound, I mean, we're not able to hear it here in the studio, but the sound that a composite sailplane makes is that nice whistling, really cool, beautiful sound. Just awesome stuff. All right, guys, as you can see a little bit of the action here at Air Meet. Look at that Concorde, Allie. Look at the size of that airplane.
Which one? Oh, the little one in the corner there.
That little tiny airplane,
right?
Yeah. That's a real airplane. People go inside that now. Can you imagine this transport?
Did you see the guy just pick the nose up? Just put it into perspective. Now, this is an interesting slot coming up, right? This is a heli, but not just an out-and-out 3D heli.
No, this is, so Robert Sixt is really known for his speed. And so he actually holds several records when it comes to the FAI standard of helicopter in forward flight speed. So you're going to see this Henselite helicopter. Henselite, a brand known for their speed helicopters. This thing gets moving 230 mile an hour. More than that.
No, it's not from a heli.
Absolutely.
Not that fast.
Absolutely. When you start spinning those blades faster and faster, at some point you get slowed down by friction. But no, they do go fast. He has a couple of records at 237 kilometers an hour, which what is that hour? Let's see, do some rough calculations.
That's bloody fast.
That's exactly how fast it is.
Wow.
Yeah, so you guys are going to see a little speed demonstration here. Hopefully Robert will get that thing fired up here.
It's a cool looking thing. It looks fast. It's sitting there on the ground.
The colors of that really pop, and you need that visualization when you're going that fast. That thing looks like it's going 100 miles an hour sitting still.
And the blades are a funky shape as well.
Much fatter, yeah. So that fatter blade really is going to give you a lot of fight in the air. And the shape really does matter. So the picture of the helicopter is fighting. So you have to really be careful there. But a lot of times you see speed helicopters
31 seconds, and we're going for auto sequence start.
So this has to be set up just right.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I've got that feeling this is going to sound.
It sounds mean, I'll tell you that. It's going to be bad.
No disrespect to Robert, but he's quite senior for a heli pilot.
Yes, 40 pilots need to get some 3D action in. Choreography for you guys. Looks like it's the speed on this time around. So we're going to get some choreography on the flight for you guys.
talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. When we ignite, we're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
right, guys. Well, so right now you see we have a little bit of a weather delay. Unfortunately, there in Darnworth, there is a thunderstorm rolling in, but we're told that it's really close and just kind of brushing past the field. So we'll be back to the Air Meet live action here really shortly. So, Ali, so far, this has just been an incredible morning for us, an incredible afternoon for those folks in Europe. Some of the most incredible displays are still to come.
I'm done. Call it a day now, dude. That was enough for me. I've seen enough. That's already a top-notch air show, what I've seen.
So far,
8:30, we can go and get breakfast and say, call that as a really good air show. But the fact I'm looking at flight blocks 2, 3, and 4, and it's fair to say there's a lot more to come.
Definitely. And we have the night block. I mean, we've got, look at this, we have full-scale aircraft taking off, getting out of there right now, getting in the hangars, and we got the night block coming tonight. The night block is always one of those special events at Air Meet. Everyone kind of gathers up, and obviously can't really gather much this year. But you know, we have the Ring of Fire, we have fireworks, we have incredible aerobatic displays, and even incredible fireworks equipped on aircraft, which really can't do much in the States either. It's an awesome display, it's an awesome spectacle, and they always end the show with the Ring of Fire with a little bit of Johnny Cash, which I always like.
And to say it's drama-packed would be an understatement. If stuff's going to happen, it's usually in the night display. So the Ring of Fire, I don't think it's ever not taken its toll on our inventory of aircraft. So, yeah, for those that want to see some interesting flying, it's well worth staying with us until the night display, because that's when the things get interesting.
Yeah, the night display is good, and you know, the interesting fact is, you know, we have RC Fest in the United States, usually about June, and this year we pushed it out to October, and we're still deciding if we can have it. But one of the things that we brought from Air Meet was the Ring of Fire. And
trampoline of fire.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. In Donauworth, the Ring of Fire is a big ring, but it's nowhere near the size of the one we created in the U.S. And the one that they use in Donauworth is all wrapped in rags, soaked in smoke oil, so that they burn for a while. Well, because we have a couple of crazy engineers over here in the U.S. and someone who's apparently really good at finding things on Facebook Marketplace, bought an old trampoline, a full-size trampoline, equipped it with 4 propane tanks and a copper tube all the way around, and we're able to shoot fire via propane, so we can shut it off. To me, it's a lot safer. But the Ring of Fire in the U.S. is pretty incredible. So, guys, we're going to run a commercial real quick. We'll be right back with some more Air Meet Live. Stay tuned. All right, well, welcome back to Air Meet Live. We're in a little bit of a rain delay, but don't worry, guys. I'm told the storm is really just brushing the field. We'll be back to the action here very shortly. So up next, guys, we have a little interview with Ron Hammerstedt.
So, hey guys, welcome from the Air Meet airfield. It's Friday evening and I'm sitting here with Trond Hammerstad from Norway. Hi Trond, great to have you here. And yeah, it's Friday evening because unfortunately tomorrow you have to leave back to Norway, but we are streaming Air Meet live in the internet, so you can watch it on your way home or on the ferry. And so, first question is just, what does Air Meet means for you, or from your perspective, for what does Air Meet stand in the RC world?
First time I saw was at Air Meet. It was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was over the moon. It was so much. The show was the best show I ever seen. Even I've been into this hobby for decades, and you have so much different things to show. And even I have been mostly into this turbine jets the last 20 years, but here I have seen crazy cool gliders, propellers, helicopters, all kinds of stuff. You have probably the best pilots in the world in one show. So I just love it. So after I was the first time, I go every year.
Yeah, I think it's cool to have the whole RC passion on one place united. This is really cool. And I mean, you were talking about your jets, and you have been in the business for a long time, and I guess a lot of people know you and your on social media. Everyone knows your company, Exact Aircraft, while you're working on this giant, awesome, impressive, expensive jet. So, can you tell us something about your business and how many jets have you built and to where do you sell them?
Yeah. I started Exact Aircraft 5 years ago. Before that, I just did it on my free time, building for people. And Ali Mashinsky brought me into the scene in 2012. So it's starting to increase the requests if I could build. And I had a boring job. So I took the chance 5 years ago and I followed my dream and I bought this workshop that many knows about. And so the last 5 years I have delivered about 40 models key ready around the world.
Wow.
So
You sell them all over the world. I mean, there are so many pictures on social media where you're standing on Joe Knoll or Weston Park and always with you and the Starfighter. And I think the Starfighter is one, or the F-104, is the airplane type you built most, didn't you?
Yeah, the Airworld 104, the quarter scale like we have here. This is actually number 21.
Okay. And it's yours, isn't it?
This is finally I find time to have my own because this is one of my favorites. It's so realistic, so correct scale and everything. Very quality model all over.
Yeah. What kind of equipment do you have in there? What turbine? What servos do you use?
Yeah. I have in this one I have this JetCat Pro 400.
So 40 kilo thrust. That's crazy.
Yeah. So this normally people fly with 220 and 300.
This is what I expected to be honest, but I didn't. Whoa.
I wanted to have it special. I want a little bit different, so so I made it a little bit stronger and use a 400 engine. And I have 7 liter with fuel.
Wow.
And it's about 350 kilometers per hour in maximum level speed.
Wow.
So I have 4.5 minute flying time.
Oh wow, that are impressive
the
numbers.
sound and the sound. So I have the Unilight lights, the strongest he has, and I have Spectrum 6300 servos and power box, Royal. And all this aluminium paint, all the decals is from my friend Tailor-Made Decals in Germany.
Yeah, from Ralle Schneider.
Yeah.
I know him.
So
It's very impressive. So even if you take a closer look at your airplane, and you know I'm always a warbird guy and like weathering all the small details, and it's really an masterpiece. It's really a masterpiece. And what is the flying weight of that plane?
It's with fuel, it's almost 40 kilo.
Wow. So thrust weight ratio of 1:1.
Yeah.
Wow. 40 kilos.
Yeah.
Wow. And you've been here to Germany. You told me in advance to make the registration.
Yeah, it's over 25, so then you need a certification.
Yeah.
So it has been through that on Monday.
Yeah.
So now I'm allowed to fly this here in Germany. So I'm very happy with that, and I was happy to have a flight here now before the interview.
Yeah, we have some footage of it.
Okay.
That was cool. Yeah, and I mean, you're flying this awesome jets, and beside this, in your private time, maybe I say, you have quite some Hangar 9 planes. So I saw you with the Key 40 KI 43 and FX3. So we arranged it a bit here. And what makes the Hangar 9 brand so special that you're working and flying these planes? This is awesome.
Yeah, so I've been away from propellers for the last 20 years, mostly. And the problem with turbine jets, expensive, you need to go to the airport. So I have to travel many hours each time I'm going to fly. And I realized that I need to fly more and fly easier stuff, also not so expensive stuff, because you have at least as much fun with a foamy. It doesn't have to be like this to have fun.
I saw pictures of you sitting in Norway and in the summer in front of a lake with the E-Flight mall.
Yeah,
that was awesome. Yeah.
So I started with getting these foamies, and I was so surprised when I had this Spectrum radio. Everything is just plug and play. And the gyro system, I'm so excited, surprised of the quality and how good it works. It's amazing.
Yeah, cool.
So the last now I bought this Cub Hangar 9. Everybody at home say you need a Cub.
Okay.
So this I can fly in my local club.
Mm-hmm.
So then I only have 15 minutes to drive, and then I can keep practice.
And you told me you have quite a short runway there and trees around it.
So it's not open like this.
Yeah.
So I look at some videos and I realize that I will probably can fly these propellers at home.
And it worked out.
So I haven't done it yet, but I will. I know it works. So.
What kind of engines do you want to place into it?
In the Cub, it will be a Moki 160.
Wow, that's cool.
Twin. It's a So I just picked it up right now yesterday. So when I'm coming home, I will put it in and I put this Cub together in 2 days. So
this was impressive. And I saw you making the post that the Ki-43 arrived, and I was building one almost at the same time, and I received the kit, and you were asking me 2 days later, hey Timo, what about your Ki-43? I said, I unboxed it and take a look at it, and almost mounted the control surface, and I'm finished.
Yeah.
I will make the maiden flight on the weekend, you told me. That was crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
you're professional. Yeah.
Also, it was really nice to discover how good also the quality on RF plates have increased the last years. Also, I was so surprised how good everything was. It fits together, really good solutions. I could see that here is a guy with experience behind the design, and there were only quality screws and stuff like that. So I remember back in time it was so much shit. To be honest, sorry, but this was really a nice surprise.
This is really something Hangar 9 stands for.
So and the manual and everything, that's why it goes so fast. So pictures tell me more than all these words. So it was really straightforward. So and I've flown a lot this Ki-43 this summer on different events with propellers and jets combination. So everybody is loving my Oscar. Everybody asks what kind of plane and
I think that the combination of the Saito engine, I think you have the FG90 in it as well.
Yeah.
And this Warbird in a compact size. So with a two-piece wing, you can easily transport even in a smaller car. And then the sound and the appearance fits perfect. And as you know, I love the Ki-43 as well.
Yours is. It's a little bit funny because I found out that I need some planes to fly with this summer, and I don't have time to start from scratch. So I bought this Hangar 9, and that was perfect because 2 days later you can go flying.
And now, Trond, I think you already saw it.
Yeah.
The pits, the brand new pits from Hangar 9. We released it last Thursday, and unfortunately you missed the flight yesterday. But I'm sure you will see it afterwards. And what from a type of airplane, a Pitts S2. What is so special on the Pitts special, to your opinion? I mean, it's an old design. It's a design from I think 1945 or 44. So it got developed all the time. And is this something that would also fit in your hangar?
Absolutely. That's a problem. Maybe I have to sell my van.
We can change.
If you
I guess
come up,
the 104 might fit into my car.
Okay. No, I want all this stuff coming, so that's a problem. No,
cool.
it gave me very nice memories because when I started in this hobby, I remember some of the guys that the grown-up guys. This was the goal. That was the biggest at that time. I remember Byron pits, if you remember that. I think I remember it was huge. But this is a very nice size actually because you can just put it in the car. And,
I mean, it's toolless mounting, so you can it adjust the screws on the top of the wing in the middle. You have a four-piece wing, and it's I absolutely love it. And maybe sometime you will have one on your hangar as well. So I will follow that. And
what engine?
It's a FJ 61 from Saito.
Boxer.
Boxer, yeah, the Boxer engine. That's good.
Yeah, that's important for me. I like this four-stroke sound.
Yeah, it fits perfect. So the speed of the aircraft and the sound and the movements in the air is really, really authentic. Yeah, that's cool.
And I can see here it's same smart solution here. You take off the canopy, a whole long piece, and then you have easy access. That's what I really like with this Hangar 9 stuff.
Yeah, and then you can even open a hatch under the top wing to get access to the carburetor and the choke, or to go to the fuel tank. Or if you go electric, you can put in your batteries there without big handling or crawling into that fuselage. Yeah. So maybe one day you have one as well, but until then you have the FX3, and I'm looking forward to hear the sound of the Moki engine, and maybe see some videos on social media. Definitely. And now it's dark. The test run for the night show will start right now. It was great to have you here. Let's enjoy that. And I guess you will follow the stream tomorrow.
Yep.
And see you next time, man.
Thank you.
Great that you visited us. Cool. Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Don't worry. That was pre-recorded. The night show is not just quite ready to start. We're just getting past a thunderstorm there in Donauworth, but I've been told the rain has stopped, Ali.
Yep.
So the action will continue. Up next, we have a set of two L-39s flown by Marc, Petrak, and Mathhias, Hocke. So we're looking forward to that. They're going to be pulling their aircraft back out on the runway. You can see those two L-39s sitting out there with the white wings right on the runway there. So, Ali, weather comes, weather goes. I'm glad that it's pushed on here at Donauworth. We were really worried about the weather this year, but as usual, typical European weather just kind of moves on, and sometimes it rains, sometimes
same as Illinois.
Yeah,
it's not much different. If you don't like the weather, wait 20 minutes. Is
That's
what
right.
they say here.
That's right.
But we're very lucky with the facilities that we have on site that you can't see, but the guys literally just push the airplanes back into the hangars. We rent the entire airfield, which includes the hangar space. So it's a very quick and easy job for us to pack away and make sure planes are safe.
So up next, we're going to have the interview of these two pilots right here, pre-recorded. Take a look.
Flight Block 2 Air Meet Live 2020, and we have World Championship material on the couch right next to us. Marc, Petrak, Mathhias, Hocke, the current world champions in jet formation flights. Nice that you're here. Hi Marc.
Hey.
Hi Mathhias.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Great to have you here. So you brought your L-39 with you. Tell us something about the plane.
Yes, we have here the L-39 from Tomahawk Aviation this year, powered by the JetCat 220 RXI, and for sure the Spectrum radio control system. On my one, the IX-20, the brand new one. Matthias used the DX-20.
DX-20, yes.
Yes. We show you guys our actual program, what we want to fly, and hope you have fun.
Awesome. We're really looking forward for that, and we have one special greetings to make, and that is to Matthias' daughter for the for her first birthday. Happy birthday, Mona, from all of us and from the Team Horizon Hobby. Smoke on.
All right, guys. Well, happy birthday, Mona. Didn't know it was your birthday, but happy birthday. And what you guys are about to see here is a really, it's an amazing spectacle, a super precise, large-scale L-39 flight. Ali, L-39s are typically trainer aircraft these days, or are they kind of a light attack aircraft as well?
Well, all sorts. Trainer, light attack. lots of them in civilian hands. They're Reno racing them at the moment.
Yes, they are.
There's a whole fraternity of guys in the US that own them privately, chopping the wingtip tanks off and racing around the pins at Reno with them. So to say a multifaceted aircraft would be an understatement.
Definitely. Well, guys, we're going to stay a little quieter on this one once they get flying, just so you can hear these aircraft and enjoy the flight. You don't need to hear us yakking away every 2 seconds. But again, thanks to all of our sponsors. Flight blocks. This flight block is brought to you by, of course, by Gens Ace yet again. And we will be talking more about our sponsors as throughout the day. But I'm going to go through the whole list again. So we do have Hobby Wing, Gens Ace, Lindinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Flugmodel, Falcon Props, JetCat, Academy of Model Aeronautics, Colm Engines, the DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Picture Photography, and of course our WBLT Event Media production company, being able to bring you guys the technology to put on an event just like this. So thanks to all of our sponsors. It takes every single one of you to put an event on like this. We appreciate it. So as they taxi out to the runway, Ali, have you seen these guys perform live at Air Meet?
A lot, yeah, not just at Air Meet, other events.
Okay.
I mean, these guys, if you watch the interview, you'll know they are the world champions of formation flying. There was an event called the Formation Cup, and these guys rocked it. They put a lot of hours into practicing this stuff, and I know a favourite of yours with how synced they are. So, yeah, just a quick word: Tomahawk L39s, about third scale Spectrum radio gear. Enjoy the rest of the show. They've got a bit stiff. It's the first time I've seen them flying in quite some time, and wow, they really are, locked in. I mean, in flat calm, it's difficult to do what they're doing, but in what is blustery conditions, they're nailing it. They're like side by side. Certainly through that first turnaround maneuver, they were probably 12 feet apart.
Oh yeah,
and you can see there when one goes out of sync, the other one is catching up.
And that's rather hard to do. I mean, when you've got a jet, your power is kind of delayed, right? So you have to really feather that in and out as you're flying with this.
Correct. Coupled with a ton of energy, you're probably looking at about 50 pounds of aircraft doing 130, 140 miles an hour. That's not something you can change direction or change speed quickly. So there's a lot of preemptive control inputs. But check this out, mirror pass. A little bit behind with the lower one, but I'm sure that'll catch up.
You're right.
You can see there the lower one actually started to turn sooner, so cut the corner to catch up. These are two guys that are very, very versed at their craft. They've put, as I say, a ton of hours in. Interestingly enough, we had an event before the whole coronavirus shut our events down in Florida. And Marc, Petrak, one of the pilots, was there, and he was telling me about how much work they'd put in with this particular airplane. And one of the things that he was super impressed about, that he was talking to me a lot about, was the fact that this was the first aircraft they'd used our new AS3000 gyro stabilization system in. Up until now, we've been market leaders in stabilized units in the smaller aircraft, but the AS3000 is our first standalone module that plugs into a receiver and gives full AS3X capability to our bigger power-safe receivers. And Marc was glowing about how well they worked in this particular airplane.
Yeah, it really makes a huge difference in the aircraft's performance. Let you guys enjoy some of the sound. Opposing path, beautiful. right down the center. Yeah.
Gear coming out. Interesting to see a lot more displays using gear out this year. I mean, it happens. We all, as display pilots, look at one another and look at full size. And yeah, this is an interesting aspect of the flight to see one of them gear down, flaps down, speed boards down, and the other one clean. It's cool. I like to see variety. It's very easy to fall into a series of repetition, but these guys have certainly changed things up, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, not only does it show that the aircraft is capable of flying with all that drag out there and showing the full abilities of the aircraft with the gear out. It's cool to see. And honestly, you know, in the full size, like you said, you see it at an air show. You go to Oshkosh, you go to wherever you go, and they're trying to show you the full capabilities of any aircraft at an air show. That's the whole point. But yeah, these guys are locked in together.
Whilst you're talking there, they did a rejoin maneuver, the hardest maneuver of the lot to do, where they come opposing and then join back up into formation flight. And I've tried to do that a bunch of times before, and I know from experience to, you know, the closing speed's 300 miles an hour.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
to judge that,
no room for error.
half roll and then join back into the other backside of a loop like they've done. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And these are not small aircraft. I mean, we're talking 2.7 meter wingspan, so, you know, north of 6.5, 7 feet.
Yep.
You know, that's like pretty good thing. But they look like they fly so light. Maybe it's just because of the wind. Maybe it's the way they're being piloted. But that looks like a light aircraft to me.
They are. They're the modern all composite type construction. We're going to go out on a limb and say European style jet models. They lead the way because they have quite strict weight restrictions at 25 kilos, 55 pounds. The manufacturers for the last 10 years at least have worked really hard to get their aircraft below that 25 kg, 55 pound weight limit. And what you see is the end result of that. You know, third scale airplane that, again, don't take this the wrong way, if it was built in the US would weigh 100 pounds a few years ago, now weighs 50 pounds. It's
that's incredible.
Yeah, they've led the way in
and they're
getting
stronger too, right? I mean, that's lighter, stronger, better, faster.
Yes, it's use of modern technologies, modern materials.
It's amazingly precise.
This is killing me as an airshow pilot sat here watching these guys. And I've got to admit as well, another thing that's just come to mind is I was a little bit skeptical about how commentating on RC aircraft would work because I've never done it from afar.
Sure.
And with this camera link as it is, it's better than being there. You know, I'm getting a tighter visual. I'm getting the best angle. Yeah.
Coming for landing here.
10. I'm just marking them 10 now.
Oh,
no. Oh, crosswind. I'm blaming that on crosswind.
And they stayed on their side of the runway together on the ground at the same time, applying those brakes, slowing down towards the end.
One was a 10, the other one was a 7, which averages it out to 8.5. So
perfect.
Whoever was on the outside, I'm going to have a look which one's looking. Who's looking? Oh, come on. You don't even do that together. It's annoying.
Everything. So.
Whoever was on the outside, you cost your team a perfect 10.
Let's get the other pilot name in there.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. That's okay. We'll smoke on as they come back into taxi. As their signature kind of wave goodbye there. Beautiful flight, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff.
It was Marc on the outside. No? It doesn't matter.
All right, a little bit of highlight replay brought to you by Lindinger. Their takeoff, smoke on.
Gorgeous, look at that. Nothing rushed, nothing, you know, the airplane didn't leap off the ground.
Yeah, scale flight looking, this huge downline into that mirror pass.
Amazing, you can watch some pilots and just know that they're in control. You can watch other pilots, you know, they're maybe working a bit hard, but these guys are just locked in.
Absolutely. Ninth edge pass. Boom. You could barely even see the other one. That was the opposing pass there.
Yeah.
They were going so fast. And that landing.
What's up next, Stevie? Come on. Whoever it is got a lot to do to beat that.
Let's see. here. Wow. Mathhias Utenayer. So, yep. So next we have car models. Marius Utenayer. We have Dominik Littner, and we have our Reno Air Race team. Quite a few pilots there, but you guys are going to get to see some speedy stuff. Should be pretty good.
Before that, though, we're going to do a commercial break.
Yeah, quick commercial break. Thanks to our sponsors. Let's go to commercial.
I made the devil run. I gave him poison just for fun. I had one friend, now there's none. I made the devil run. I broke so many bones, but none of them were ever my own. They were an army, I was alone. I broke so many bones. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe.
Arma RC. Designed fast, designed tough.
Welcome back, Air Meet fans. Thanks for tuning in. We are live here in Champaign. Ali Machinchi, Steve Petrato. Up next, we have Marius Utenayer with his Karf Models Mephisto. Now, Ali, this is not only a sport jet, but a jet that can do a little bit more than just aerobatics. This can do 3D aerobatics.
Yeah, crazy, versatile jet aircraft. It's huge. It will fly fast. It will fly slow. It will fly precision aerobatics, but it will also do something we haven't seen yet today, which is 3D jet aerobatics.
Which I have to imagine, you obviously need a little bit of help from electronics to a degree, from a gyro standpoint, because if you don't fly airplanes a lot, you may not realize, without having a propeller on the nose, you got no air blowing over the wings. You have all that jet power, but no real airflow. So your wings become almost useless. So this, I imagine, has to have a variable thrust nozzle.
Thrust vectoring,
yeah.
This is something that wouldn't have been available, wouldn't be possible 10 years ago. Even 5 years ago, it was in its infancy. We were seeing planes fall out the sky left, right, and center. Because it's stressing the airframe so much, it's bending aerodynamics so much. As you said, the wings aren't working.
Yeah.
Which that happens on 3D prop planes. But 3D prop planes, we have the draft of the propeller to make the controls work.
Sure.
Some degree the aileron, but certainly the elevator and rudder. You don't have that with this thing. This thing, when it's hovering, the control surfaces are almost completely redundant. So they'll be using the thrust vector tailpipe to govern the jet blast as a control surface. So yeah, it's pretty spectacular stuff. Done a bit of it myself. It's a lot harder than they're going to make it look, I can tell you that now. And this aeroplane was specifically designed and built for this role.
Got it. So obviously very lightweight, but tons of power on board.
Yeah, he'll probably be running 300 newtons of thrust. It's like north of 60 pounds of thrust, pushing the aeroplane around. Karf are industry leaders in whatever they do. They've been around for a long while. As the name Composite Aft would suggest, they specialize in all composite aircraft of different types, not just jets, not just props. But whatever they do it to a very high level. And I think it's fair to say innovate the marketplace. And another thing that's very common with them is always they have a young and inspirational display team. As you know, Marius here at 20 is not the most junior in their display team whatsoever.
Definitely.
They're always pushing boundaries to get the young guys, you know, the skilled thumbs, the hot reactions out there at air shows flying.
Yeah, and there's a lot of CARF models here. They're meeting typically every year. I know CARF is, you know, a global organization. They've got team pilots and staff here in the U.S. as well. But all over the board, whether it's Warbird or jet aircraft, they really do quite a lot of stuff.
Gliders, warbirds, aerobatic models, yeah, they don't specialize in one particular genre other than composite construction. Now, again, like the other displays, we're starting off with the smooth, more open style flying, burning some of that fuel off, which will reduce the overall airframe weight, give you a better power to weight ratio for the 3D aerobatics flying, which I'm sure we're going to see.
Yeah, it looks like he's just kind of burning that fuel off, but showing the nice, precise aerobatic capabilities of the Mephisto here before he gets into that down and dirty smoke on and tailpipe dragon flying, which we're all looking forward to
quick
seeing.
specs for you. We're looking at about 50 pounds, all up wet weight at takeoff. 123 inches long, 106-inch wingspan. This is not a small sport jet by any means. And full house controls, retract, electric, flaps, ailerons, all moving tail. The whole stab moves. There you go. There's the first of the aerobatic maneuvers. The I don't even know what to call it.
Call that a pinwheel?
720. That was pure thrust vectoring right there.
You couldn't do that with just a rudder.
No, not at all. So it's probably a sign of things to come. Rebounding roll. All of this is highly technical stuff. May look pretty straightforward and easy compared to some of the 3D stuff you're going to see, but take it from me, the technical stuff takes as much, if not more, stick input than the banging stuff.
Yeah, because not only are you controlling that input, then you have to correct it, right? So you're having to think ahead of the airplane a little bit. Yeah. So after you give that rudder command, now you're actually having to give opposite to get it back to its normal level flight, which you don't even see the aircraft waver. He's already on top of it before it even comes out of that thing. It's flying right out. So
that was an inverted flat spin that he did using the thrust vectoring. And you mentioned the electronics earlier. This particular aircraft will have two sets of stabilization electronics, one on the flight controls and a separate one for the thrust vectoring. So whilst not flying the airplane for you, it will help sort out the snaps, sort out the wing rocking and so forth. You know, if he let go of the sticks, for instance, it's not an autopilot, that plane will just crash. It will just crash smoother.
Yeah.
You know? So
the electronics are definitely not flying the aircraft. All the stick commands and details are just helping him look better.
So that was a positive flip, which normally indicates the descent down into the hovering segment of the flight. And you can see by the nose high attitude of the airplane that we're about to see. So very little, you can see some very little movement compared to the 3D Heli movements that we saw earlier. It's more about timing with this style of flying with control input.
Yeah, so there's one of the questions on YouTube, the whole rudder move. There's a whole rudder the vertical stabilizing move, and I don't believe it does. There's just the rudder, panel or I guess the surface on the vertical stabilizer. There you guys can see that the power of those aircraft, the jet engine on board, and of course that gyro system on board helping them do that beautiful kind of torque roll, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, that was a hover into a torque roll, and then, believe it or not, it sounds daft. There is a torque reaction with the turbines. If you hold it naturally, correct. Yeah, you will get torque reaction. The only full flying surface on the airplane is the elevator that moves to full deflection. But the rudder is conventional, albeit oversized. They're larger than what we'd normally see on other jets.
Right.
So this is the V2 version of the Mephisto. I know when they released it, it was slightly overweight for some markets, ever so slightly. They took it away, re-engineered a lot inside it, and came out with the V2, which made it lighter and under the 25 kilogram weight limit, which you can hear about in Europe.
Yeah, that weight limit is huge. I mean, Europe has a lot of regulations that we don't have, but we have some regulations that they don't have, just like the larger aircraft that we saw earlier today. But the weight is a huge deal, as it is in the U.S., but also the sound. We don't talk about that much here, and you think, wow, it's a big airplane, an RC airplane. We're at a real airport. Surely there's something louder. But yeah, for models, there's quite a bit of decibel regulations in Europe that these aircraft have to do, and sometimes at the expense of performance.
A lot of the times, yeah. It's when I was in the UK, it was nowhere near as strict as Germany, but a lot more strict than here. Airplanes had to be below 82 decibels and 3 meters. And you don't have that much stringency in the noise regulations in the US, which is a nice thing. And also not sometimes. I get a bit lazy now. I just bolt stock mufflers on, whereas in Europe you put these nice canisters and it sounds quieter and smoother.
Right.
But yeah, it's different strokes for different environments, I guess. So as it comes into land.
Let's see what's great in this land. Looks like the wind direction's changed.
That was a good one.
Very nice.
That was
Holding that nose off as long
I
as
like
you
that
can.
one.
Look at the size of the flaps on that aircraft.
Yeah.
Incredible flight. Very good. I mean, that landing was amazing too.
I have to say thank you. Not only is this flight brought to us by CAF, but they've also been one of our sponsors as well. So we appreciate that greatly. Certainly market leaders. So as if that wasn't enough, let's have a look at a replay at some of the highlights of that flight in slow-mo.
Definitely.
There you can see the thrust vector moving.
Live 2020, we are in flight block 2 and we have a pilot next to us who really impressed me yesterday in the free training. Dominik Lindner from South Tyrol.
Hey, Dominik, good to have you here. You brought a very impressive turbine jet glider with you. What kind of glider is that?
Ja, es ist ein Stingray von der Firma SG Composite.
Yeah, it's really impressive. You should really look on the wings, how they bend during flight. And did you ever measure the G-load on it?
Nein, die G-Belastung habe ich noch nie gemessen, aber der hält das ohne Probleme.
So it will for sure stand the load, and yeah, keep an eye on it and then smoke on.
Thank you.
We're watching one of my favorite types of flying. This is high energy, high speed, turbine powered sailplane flight. So this aircraft is a Stingray, non-scale glider aircraft, but yeah, Dominik has grafted a small gas turbine onto the top. By small in comparative terms to what we're seeing, 100 newtons of thrust, and he's flying it like an absolute beast. I mean, this thing is changing direction, making our cameramen work for a living. So we're looking at about 160 miles an hour, hard, sharp 90-degree changes of direction, easily in excess of 15, probably closer to 20 G turns. So yeah, superb flying, great reactions, really, really rehearsed. I mean, this is all choreographed because we watched this display yesterday and it's exactly the same move for move. So yeah, one of my highlights.
Yeah, this airplane is obviously all composite and capable of handling all of those G's, but you know, this normally wouldn't be horrendously expensive. Look at the rifle roll.
Rifle roll.
That's incredible.
I guarantee you this is the cheapest jet of the event. Oh no, the SU might beat it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This probably cost the whole plane what the MB undercarriage cost.
That's probably true. Well, Dominik is 20 years old from Italy, actually 21 years old from Italy, and this is his third air meet appearance. And every year I've been there in the past few years, I've seen him fly this, and I hope you guys can just enjoy this, because when you're there, you're just like, holy smokes, this thing is fast, and the maneuvers that it does, the pop tops, the rifle rolls, it's out of this world. It's amazing the airplanes they see.
No, I've seen enough of this style of flying to have faith in the airplane, to know they're engineered to take much more. And I'm amazed about the turbo, believe it or not. You think that little turbo is a spinning wheel, 100,000 RPM, changing direction. You know what it's like holding a wheel in your hand, like a bicycle wheel or something like that, and changing a few RPM. This thing at hundreds of thousands is really incredible. I love it. For me, this is my style of flying. I really enjoy to see this, especially when it's so locked in like this. I don't feel at all like he's on the edge. He's performing exactly the same flight you saw yesterday. He's that well in tune with his aeroplane. So, yeah, I wish I was there to see this. Popped up to flame out. That's the end, I think.
Okay. Now he comes in for a nice calm glider.
No undercarriage, no flaps, just brutally simple airplane. Arrows on the glide. Not a big fan of the colour scheme, but I'll let him off that.
That's okay. You don't have to love it. It's not your airplane.
Right.
No, the interesting thing about landing at air meet is it's a full-size runway, so there's runway lights. As you can see them here. Might just hit it.
I didn't hit that one.
We got a little bit of a lag there, but I'm pretty sure you guys
always a lag?
We always get the lag here, but I don't think you guys missed any of that. And as I was calling out the runway lights, he slammed right into it.
Looks like we just bought a new landing light.
Yep, there's a landing light award, and I think he just won that. So.
Hopefully that's all right to fly tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Hopefully. I don't see any burst wing.
No, might have just. Oh, that was actually a light from the camera crew.
Oh, that's all right then. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, WBLT. Yeah, I don't know if that was your lighting or not, but it looks like yours.
Send the invoice to Steve. You did call it in.
Yeah, I did.
You jinxed it. Oh, we have these landing lights.
Here's the replay brought to you by Felbinger. Oh, it's just a takeoff. Well, we might have that beat. This is exciting stuff. Hopefully you guys on YouTube enjoyed that.
Remind me never to have you commentate for me when I fly. Oh, that was close. Just hit the ground. One of our cameras is actually air.
Bugner, Dominik Utenayer, Nico Capron.
Balance everywhere.
Rafa. All right. Looks like we're back, guys. We had a little technical difficulty there with our Zoom call. Sometimes that happens. But yeah, we're watching the Reno Air Race team here. And I mentioned earlier, we've got 4 pilots. We've got Mr. Lutzenberger, Tom Bugner, Dominik Utenayer, and Nico Capron. All of these guys are flying some extremely fast, but also reminiscent of true Reno Air Race.
Yeah, they're all scale airplanes by the looks of it, which I think this slot is intended to replicate what happens out in Reno every year when they go and get some old World War II airplanes, stick 3 times the amount of power that they ever had in them, and race them around a set of pins in the desert of Reno. So, yeah, I've been there and watched this air meet. It's always entertaining because the planes are not slow. They're loud. They're a cool loud as well. They've got some very nice engines. And in the case of harnesses, precious metal, I think they're actually a contra-rotating twin electric system, so it's even more exotic. And that was the silver saw taking off.
The Galloping, is that the Galloping Ghost?
No, precious metal.
Precious
It's
metal.
another heavily modified Mustang. I think they kept the Mustang tail wheel and everything else was re-engineered. So, yeah. I think I saw Thomas Cass in there as well. So there's a bunch of pilots flying some pretty heavy metal at high speeds.
They sound incredible.
Yes, they do. That's the precious metal there, silver with a yellow tip and the number on the wingtip. And the wingtip is obviously what they use in the Reno races because when they're going around the pylons at almost 90 degrees, it's easy to read that number.
Yeah, I've been to Reno once. If you ever get a chance to go to the Reno Air Races, I highly recommend it. It's a long couple days, but it's amazing to watch, and the stuff you get to see is just unlike anywhere else in the country, and the facilities that they have out there. Plus, you get some cool military demonstrations because there's a lot of great military bases around the area, so you get some really good stuff out there.
Yeah, it's certainly on my bucket list of things to do. Never made it there, but yeah, I watched the videos, I watched the cable footage of the races, and yeah, it's incredible the speeds they get out of those vintage aircraft. And I say vintage, they're so re-engineered nowadays that yeah, there's not much on them that is vintage.
So a lot of these are all CARF model based, I believe.
There's a couple of CARFs in there, yeah. That's sort of P47, I think. I think the harnesses, precious metal, started off as a Comparf Mustang and then was heavily modified. Rear turtle deck chains, fin chains, wing chains. That's a CARF Galloping Ghost. One of the more famous models was probably the first of the high-powered multi-cylinder Colm models that we saw. In fact, the guy who sort of got that ball rolling, Otto, he's now the owner of that gigantic Concorde. So
yeah,
it's nice to see in his old age he's not pulling back at all.
Yeah, right. He's not slowing down one bit. He just needs the airplane to be bigger so he can see it. Maybe that's the reason.
But yeah, here we are in a set of left-hand turns, which would, again, mimic the racing around the pylons, which is all American NASCAR-based left turn.
Turn left, go fast. These guys are quite a cool team to watch, and varying ages, mostly from Germany, and a lot of the engines on board those Coleman engines as well. That incredible sound. We don't see a whole lot of Coleman engines in the U.S.
They're coming more and more each year. I see on the airshow circuit more people adopting them, using them. They are, for me, where we were at a few years ago, where the radial engines, the round 4 strokes came about, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's the cool noise." Now it's the Colms, the inline 2, 3, and sometimes 4-cylinder. 4 strokes are the cool noise on an air show. They're the ones that when you start up now, everyone stops to listen. It used to be the radial, it used to be jet engines, and then they became boring. And then it became the radial engines, and now it's the inline 4 strokes.
Wow. I'm reading the some nice landings here as they set up for landing. I'm reading one of the pilots, Tom Bildner. He's 53 years old, has been flying for, 30 plus years. And he's on the Strega, the 851 Mustang. And he's been flying foam engines in all of his models because he loves the elaborate nature of all the models. So it looks like we have a little bit of oopsie on the runway.
That was the precious metal. A little bit of rubbing is racing.
Yeah, look at that. We can rebuild.
That was just a gear door, non-essential.
We'll stay quiet for a few more minutes here while we finish up the flight. Gear down issue. Nope, never mind. Just couldn't see that. A little bit of expensive belly landing there.
Sharpie, red Sharpie, white Sharpie, brand new. Tricks of the trade.
That's right.
Always have multicolored Sharpies ready.
And get him off the runway.
The size of that prop.
That is a big propeller. That's a lot of blade to move that air.
Yeah.
So we have the P-47 coming in.
Best landing of all of them. Wide stance. This one should be a no-brainer. Huge wing. I'm not jinxing him. I'm not Steve Petrardo in him. Talking about a landing light.
Yeah, it looks like
off-roading.
A little off-roading. It's in one piece. That's
Natural
okay.
braking. Use the grass.
Coming up next, guys, a little commercial block here. Word from our sponsors. Hope you enjoyed that flight. Landing it. Bandwidth issues over here, but we are live back at Genderkingen at the live air meet here. We are up next with the Red Bull aerobatic team. This is an incredible display and one of only a couple teams, especially RC teams in the world, that are allowed to use the Red Bull namesake professionally, right? You can have your own Red Bull scheme, but these guys are rocking the Red Bull name officially.
Yeah, Red Bull are super strict about what they put the name to. We know that as a company. We've worked with them with color schemes on cars and airplanes.
Yep.
And yeah, these guys are one of only two endorsed. A team of three, this particular one, father and son, and Tim Stadler. For me, the best, without question of a doubt, aerobatic, also air show display team anywhere in the world. From their presentation, their professionalism, their flying skill, the models, even their trailer, dude, is like the best. I showed you yesterday, right?
I couldn't believe that. I mean, the airplanes load in automatically. Well, you have to put them on, great, but the trailer is an automatic trailer where the airplanes actually load in and somehow don't hit each other. But
if anyone's listening that is interested, go on the Red Bull Aerobatic Team's Facebook page and you'll get to see a video of it. Yeah, these guys are to another level. We've used this phrase enough, but if we say the other guys are to another, guys are another 2 levels up. They live and breathe this stuff. I've followed them for a long time and watched them progress. It was originally just the Fuchs father and son, and then Tim came along and added another set of world-class thumbs to the equation. Their models, the presentation, they're perfect. I mean, that thing you're looking at, Ultimate, probably done 1,000 flights. The thing looks newer than I can get an aeroplane straight before its first flight. So yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, it looks so good together. You talk about precision. They're flying extremely close together. I'm able to watch the YouTube stream. I know I'm delayed on the views, our feeds down here, but I mean that's an incredibly tight formation. It's big old airplanes.
Now, flying by yourself, relatively easy. Flying formation with 2 is really difficult. Flying formation with any more than 2 just increases the difficulty of an exponential of 6, in my opinion. Because you're formating on one guy and you think, okay, I'm close, I'm far. Then you've got this other guy who's got to formate on you. So if you go out, he goes out even further. So yeah, to see these guys pull off the precision that they do as they do it. covered wings. These are genuine kits. These are old school. Build them all yourself, cover them, and then paint them. A lot of work. These aren't ARTFs that are disposable by any means. You know, the highest value component in this airplane is the labor.
Yeah, agreed. A little opposing pass action you guys are getting to see there with smoke on. Yeah, every year these guys are at Air Meet. I know, not every single pilot has been to Air Meet with all three of these airplanes, especially not the Dash 300, but Tim Stadler, just putting on one of the best shows in model aviation right now.
Opposing car.
Since we got our feedback alley, so that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm looking at my screen.
More live with the commentation. There's the opposing triple pass.
Yeah, Tim came to Joe Knoll probably 6 years ago, our biggest air show in the US, and yeah, he didn't come unfortunately with the rest of the team. He came as a solo act, but with a big biplane, Pitt's Challenger, if I remember rightly. Yeah, just wiped the show out, stopped everyone dead with his low-level, precise air show style flying. Look at that roll. It's like they're on the same radio.
Yeah,
it's frustrating, you know. That was a perfect roll rate at perfectly timed. It's like one dude just pushed the aileron and all three went.
I can assure you it's not happening.
No.
And they even have like the lead playing. I mean, this stuff is all. This stuff you see in real air shows, that level of perfection.
Yeah.
And these guys are all doing it from ground.
Tim is the guy there facing you. Robert and Sebastian, father and son, are the ones to the left, looking the opposite way. Very little communication if you look.
Yeah.
That's
how many times they practiced this.
I was going to say, that's either they're very lucky,
no, they're not,
or they're very, very well rehearsed.
Very well rehearsed, yeah. Especially
that join up maneuver.
the joining up and the solo acts. I mean, this is all stuff you would see in full-scale aviation. Having that coordination in the model, is unbelievably difficult.
I would bet a decent meal that they've done this not in the hundreds, but in the thousands of times. You know, this exact flight with these airplanes. I watched on their Facebook page the rehearsal for Air Meet last weekend. You know, they actually went out and said, right, we know everything's working, but it doesn't matter. We're still going to go and do a full weekend of pre-Air Meet test flying with all the aircraft and just rigging them, Steve. I know you're talking probably 2-3 hours of 3 guys working non-stop to rig the aircraft from trailer ready to fly by the time you've assembled, charged, fuel, pre-flight and so forth. So they did all of that the weekend before Air Meet to make sure everything.
Wow, absolutely incredible. That's commitment. I mean, that takes time, effort, and just passion.
Professionalism for me as well, I think is a word that is, again, I just hope they got it. They lucked out on the first one, but they just nailed that half roll again perfectly.
Yeah.
Professionalism is a word that I think we overlook because this is a hobby.
Yeah.
These guys are professionals. They don't look at it as a hobby. They're representing Horizon. They're representing Red Bull, both industry leaders.
Wow.
And they act accordingly.
Even do a full kind of pull up and do a quick yaw turn. That was perfect. Here we go again. In case you missed it the first time, there it is again.
I think it's more to prove that it wasn't luck as well.
All down into a nice high altitude.
Probably be torque rolling now, so they'll probably pop up in front of them, smoke on, enter the torque roll. Often gets very smoky at this stage.
There it is. Oh, yeah, that's close. That's close.
Oh, just to put it into context as well, even though I said the labor is the most expensive part of what you're seeing, there's still $15,000 per airplane right there. So times that by 3, that's a lot of money. So yeah, it's probably Tim, I'm guessing now, into the low rollers, the inverted, the rolling Harrier segment. That, to put it into context, is about half a second away from being worthless. One small mistake at
One
that
small
height,
thumb maneuver away.
you haven't got the height to trade for anything other than a bag of broken ultimates.
Oh, they do it well. They do it well, and there's definitely no room for error, but I've seen errors coming out of these guys.
I'm looking forward to later on because these guys haven't just bought these ultimates, they've bought 3 other spectacular.
And they're not even on the runway yet.
They're too big.
Yeah,
Nobody could get past if they put the other 3 aircraft on the runway. Yeah,
and those haven't been seen really before.
First time ever. World premiere
So you
at
guys are
Air
going to
Meet.
see the world premiere at Air Meet with 3 more aircraft later on from the same team, which are a lot bigger.
Yes. I think if you joined all of the Ultimates together, they still wouldn't be as long as one of the aircraft that the Red Bull team are flying later on. So, yeah, stay tuned. I'm not going to say what they are. We're going to keep you hanging on in suspense because it's well. We got to see them out on the runway yesterday, and it was. I mean, one of these aircraft would be showstopper, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 would be industry first, never heard of. Who's crazy enough to do that? Just for giggles, these guys decided, third one.
You got to have 3. That makes it cooler.
Yeah.
And they all fit in the same trailer, which is mind-blowing. Yeah, it's.
I keep asking if they'll take me on as a team member, just polish the tyres, or if I just fill the airplanes up, I'll be happy.
You could bring beer to them maybe after the
They don't
show.
drink beer, it's Red Bull team, Steve, come on.
That's fine. You can bring a Red Bull. They have plenty of Red Bull.
There you go.
I'm sure they have plenty of Red Bull. The last time I was at a Red Bull hangar with Chuck Aaron, there was pallets of Red Bull. So I know these guys are well stocked by their sponsor.
Good.
Oh man, the skies are looking really, really interesting out there. Those thunderstorms passed.
Better than they did an hour ago.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm glad to see some sun out there. I know it's towards the end of the afternoon. Here they come in, I believe, for a landing with smoke on.
Yeah, formation
1,
landing.
2.
Inboard one that one.
Yep, I would say inboard 1 as well.
I'm going to bet that was Tim. Not saying he's my favourite or anything, but Tim's my favourite.
Yeah, that is Tim. See,
Yeah.
it says his name right there on the inside. Yeah.
No disrespect to Robert and Sebastian. I should really be playing Robert.
Tim's on the middle.
Is he?
Yeah, it was Tim in the middle.
I hope it's Robert. That's the dad. He's the one that will take me on as a
There you go.
filler-upper.
There you go. All right, guys, up next we get some replays of that amazing flight. What a size of spin.
Yeah. 240 cc of a 4-cylinder 2-stroke goodness there.
So this highlight replay is brought to you guys by Felbinger, Austrian-based online EU hobby shop, supplying airplane, RC aircraft, everything relating to anything RC, aircraft, vehicles, radio systems, you name it, to the European Union. Awesome company to work with and a proud sponsor of Air Meet Live. Amazing flight. Look at that, Ali. Boom, right into it.
I don't want to look. It's annoying me.
It's annoying you.
Yeah. It's the worst thing you can do to a wannabe air show pilot
Right.
is
show him how to do some air shows.
much better than he can, yeah. Sat here thousands of miles away.
All right, guys, up next, it looks like we have Sven Felbinger back. This time, we've got a couple of aircraft going up. These are really unique.
Frank Westerholt with the F100s.
Yeah, the F100 is a unique airframe. That conical, I don't know what you call it, oblong, oval-shaped nose there. It's very unique. You can definitely spot one of these anywhere. Vacuum cleaner. There you go.
Anteater come vacuum cleaner.
There you go.
I love them. I think they're great shape.
Yeah.
This is interesting in this slot because it's the same airplane, but from 2 rival manufacturers.
Ah.
Just to show that rivalry isn't a thing in Europe. They
Same
can work
scheme,
together.
or do they both
No,
different
different scheme. I
Okay.
think Frank's is silver and yellow.
Okay.
Sven's is the Tomahawk prototype scheme or
Yeah.
prototype plane. So, yeah, both scale color schemes. Iconic 50s, I believe, 1950s fighters. Super Sabres was their name, F100s, very high performance for their time. Highly swept wing and tail design. So, yeah, they were innovative for their vintage and super, super capable. And make a great model. I've had a couple of F100s as models, and despite their vintage shape, they actually fly incredibly axially, smoothly, and fast. If you look at the wing, super thin.
Yeah, very thin.
It's a trademark of jets of that era to reduce drag. They swept the wing and made it as thin as possible. So, yeah.
Just to remind you guys, as they taxi out, this flight block is brought to you by Gens Ace batteries. If you're not familiar with Gens Ace, definitely check them out. Premium LiPo batteries for all, really all. screen. So here we have the takeoff. Beautiful takeoff. Nice slow landing gear retract. Again, the precision, the takeoffs together, this stuff they make it look so easy, but it really is a challenging feat.
Practice, do we?
Yeah, it's all practice.
A lot of effort goes in behind the scenes to make sure everything's working, no gear doors hanging, no turbines flaming out. You may notice we've had a full morning of top-notch displays, and other than the landing light that you talked the guy into, we've had
I did nothing of the sort.
Yeah, it's just testimony to the effort that goes in. Two different brands, as I said earlier on. We have the silver and red one, which is from Tomahawk Design, a German small, almost boutique composite aircraft manufacturer. They make jets, they make huge jets, smaller jets. They also make some prop planes. The other one is from CAF, who we've spoken about before, which are a Thai-based company, international, that have a host of different aircraft and offer them in different formats, from composite kits all the way through to ARTF, almost turnkey. So yeah, it's great to see these two young guys flying together.
Yeah. So if you're just tuning in, this is the North American F-100 Super Sabre, which is an American supersonic jet fighter that served the Air Force from about 1954 to 1971, and then with the Air National Guard until 1979. Really the first of the Century series of U.S. Air Force jet fighters capable of supersonic speeds and level flight, of course, on the full scale. Maybe not so much in the RC version.
A little bit of details about the model, the Comp Half one. They're about similar sizes. Hard to distinguish from here, certainly you'll see when they land. One is a single seat, one is a twin seat, the fighter and the trainer.
Sure.
So they're two different aircraft in that sense. Size-wise, you're looking at 2.5 meter span and 3.6 meter long with the pitot tube.
Sure.
So weight, you're looking at around about 60 pounds wet at takeoff. So yeah, they're not small aircraft. They may look small right now, particularly compared to some of the giants that they're parked up against, but take these to a normal flying field and they are huge airplanes.
Yeah, we're at a full-size runway here, full-scale airport, so they definitely have plenty of room to play. So interesting fact, and I'm sure you know what these cost from a model standpoint, but the original F-100D in 1954 in $1954 was about almost $700,000, about $5-something million in today's time. What would a model like this run you, Ali?
Depends how you pick it up in terms of kit and so forth. But if I wanted to go and buy one of these turnkey today, I wouldn't be looking at spending anything less than 25,000 US. So yeah, there's a lot of airplane there and a lot of hours. Despite the name Comp Half, if you buy the kit, there's still a lot of work in finishing it to this standard. I mean, all the surface detail is in both airplanes, but
even all the rivets and panel lines and
What is cool though, companies like Comp Half, and I know Tomahawk have a build service. So if you know those lottery numbers do come in, and you decide that an F-100 is for you, you can contact Comp Half or Tomahawk and say, look, I'd like a what we call turnkey, which is, as the name would suggest,
fully built,
they deliver it to you, ready to go. So.
And is that, do you just supply them your radio or tell them, hey, I have a Spectrum or hey, I have a whatever?
You can do it either way.
So it really is truly turnkey.
Yeah.
Get it delivered to you, ready to rock, and a brand new car. It's about as much as a new car, so why not?
There you go.
If you have the means to have big boy toys, that's the way to do it.
Both these pilots are flying in other slots as well, which is cool to see. So they're maximising their air meet experience. They're
Definitely.
wise air show pilots. They bring multiple airplanes and then get the most out of the day. And to an event like air meet, it's, I wouldn't say invite only, it's just that we try and pick the best aircraft. So our field marketing manager, Stefan Verm, knows every show pilot in all of Europe, and he will invite the best of the best. So, what makes air meet special.
Yeah, we had to obviously limit our invite list this year due to the health restrictions, so we couldn't have everybody, but we were able to narrow it down to a full day. Obviously, we're here live for 10 hours today, so that It's amazing to have all these guys, and I thank each and every one of our show pilots for making the trip. It's not easy. It's not cheap. And it's a little bit of a risk too to move your model that distance to get to this event. You got to crate them up, you got to ship them. They cost thousands of dollars to ship. Sometimes the guys are trailering them, obviously. But here we go, beautiful smoke on pass down low on the deck. And you're watching $50,000 worth of jets almost touch the runway with that left wingtip. Wow, that was a low pass.
I missed that.
You're looking at specs
numbers.
in the schedule. I'm watching the show, man. You got to enjoy this.
Give me some heads up, please. Yeah, like Stevie said, one of the things that isn't often spoken about is that these guys are basically risking their investment for your and mine entertainment. There's no insurance on this. We're not paying these guys to come and display them. And if
They're
they
doing
crash
this out
them,
of
we
their
cover
the
it.
passion of the hobby, and they want to share the love of their hobby with everybody. So again, thanks to each and every one of our Air Meet pilots. Every year they come loaded for bear, I guess, if you will, and ready to go with some of the best stuff, even stuff we've never seen before, which, some of these models have never really been shown, especially not at this scale, shown on this kind of a stage before, maybe tested at a local airfield, but shown to the world now, just incredible. Look at that nice
gear down. Which one do you think is going to land better?
As far as the different manufacturers? Or?
No, the pilots. My money's on Frank.
Okay, I'll go Sven. That's
okay,
fine.
silver and yellow one.
Silver and yellow
Come on,
one
Frank,
for
don't
me.
let me down.
Looks like...
We've flown with Frank a lot in the past, and this is Sven.
That's definitely Sven,
That's
okay.
the two-seater one.
All right, Sven, don't let me down, buddy.
Station wagon.
Here you go, bleed the power.
Oh, he's long. No,
He's gonna be all right.
He's gone past himself. That's a downgrade already. Frank, come on.
Frank's bouncing. Oh,
Frank, come on. I thought you had it there.
Oh, no. Still great
Yeah, but
landings.
Sven's in a different
All
county.
right.
Come on now. Look.
Oh, still an amazing
You have
flight.
to get a segue to get that.
Good job, guys. Wow. Incredible
Nice work.
flights for sure. That's a really cool, unique airplane. You don't see a lot of those, especially not at that size.
Correct.
I know that's a relatively new model when it comes to Tomahawk. I know they just kind of recently...
And calf. Only a couple of years.
Okay.
The funny thing with this airplane is it didn't work great as a model until this generation came out of construction. When they're small and heavy, an F-100 flies like a manhole cover. Because of its swept wing and thin wings, they're not nice. It was only when we started getting them to this big that were like, oh, this actually flies really sweet. So, yeah.
Now, do you know if the fueling tube on the one, was that on every F-100 or is
No.
that just an option, I guess?
No, some had it built in the wing.
Comes to some of the slow-mo replays or highlight replay brought to you by Lindinger.
I want to see that wingtip.
I think you're going to see it.
I better do.
If they heard me, they're gonna show you
And
that.
the landing, I want to make sure that... Yeah, not all F-100s had that probe. It's interesting, right? It looks like an afterthought that they put on.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, we need to fuel this airplane.
Yeah, see, that one's got it in the nose.
Yeah, okay.
And then the other one on the wing.
Here, right there.
Ooh, Frank! My man. See,
It's almost a wingtip touch. Looks like he got a little wind caught him there off guard, but incredible.
No, that was the...
That was
some
skill.
piloting, so that was a nice
pretty good
landing.
landing.
That
Yeah,
was...
that's Sven. Sven won that one for sure. Well, welcome back, guys. That was an incredible flight block. But up next, we have Nick Rupert with an Edge 5.4 little aerobatic. So switching it up from the jets to the prop planes.
This is more about the pilot than the plane, surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
How old is this gentleman?
He is 12
years old. What were you doing? Were you flying in front of thousands of people when you were 12 years old?
No, I was not. I don't know if I was I know I wasn't flying. I think at 13 I started driving RC cars, so definitely nowhere near. Looks like he's having a little bit of engine trouble to get this airplane started. We'll see, maybe potentially weather related or if there's an aircraft coming in. But we'll keep an eye on the situation here. But Nick, yeah, like you said, 12 years old. Hopefully he gets to fly here shortly. He is the youngest pilot at Air Meet.
I hope so.
1 second, we got words coming in.
We don't care about it.
Looks like they may have rolled out the wrong aircraft for him, so they're gonna get that sorted out. So yeah, he'll be flying an aerobatics routine.
Yep.
Again, like you said, it's all about the pilot. So just give us a few moments here while we get Nick another airplane, I guess. It's almost like a golfer changing out their driver, right? Like, oh, wrong one. Let's get the right club in his hands. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of airplanes at air meet, so it might be easy to mix one up.
That would be my mistake. I'd be accidentally taking somebody's out that I like. Right. I'd be the Red Bull team. Oh, yeah, that's mine.
Oh, that's my biplane. Yeah, sorry.
No?
Oh. No, you can't. I'll take your other airplane.
Yep, I'll do it.
You have 3. What do you need?
And take my Hubu STS. Interesting fact about Nick is he, like a lot of people, followed his father into the hobby. Andreas Ruppera is very well known in the jet fraternity. He is the forefather of some very large aircraft, some large famous jets. The big Hawks, for instance, was Andreas' handiwork in making the plug for that. The big F-86 Sabres that we'll see flying later on. I believe Andreas may actually be in that team flying, but the aeroplane itself was all of Andreas's design work and skills in making the original tooling. So it's lovely to see a father and son team, especially I've watched them together before fly, and you can see it's not forced or anything like that. It's just a lovely setup, so it's cool to see.
It's like some of the crew is enjoying those are not beers, by the way.
Nope.
If you're used to being in the United States and you've not been to Europe, everything's in glass bottles for the most part over there. We love our plastic here. They certainly use recyclable glass quite a bit. But looks like we're gonna be swapping out a plane here. So we're just getting some good shots of the grounds. But take this moment to thank our sponsors once again. Hobbywing, Gens Ace, Lindinger Aerobatics, FMT, Flugmodel, Falcon Props, JetCat, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Colm Engines, the DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures, Photographs, and WBLT, of course, our event producer today. Thanks so much to our sponsors. We couldn't have done this event without you. And I know all of our pilots and fans appreciate everything that you do to help this event happen. And guys, I hope that you're enjoying the feed. I know Ali and I have been looking forward to this day. I know everybody on the grounds in Donworth have been looking forward to this day. I mean, just an incredible event that couldn't have been done without the team that we have and the pilots that we have. Of course, the resources that Horizon has to be able to bring this to you guys. This level of production has never before been done in this industry, and we are proud to be able to bring this to you. So taking a look at some beautiful aircraft on the flight line. Look at that nice Spitfire, Ali. That's a
powered Compal Spitfire. Beautiful.
I bet that sounds amazing.
goes well as well. It's not,
so that's part of the legendary fighters that we'll get to see a little bit later?
So.
Awesome.
I think that's Thomas Cass's one, so yeah.
It's like there's some scurrying on the field, trying to get the next airplane ready to go. You can see those Gens Ace flags. They came out in force today. And again, those guys are here as a sponsor for many of our flight blocks today, but also as a sponsor on the field by sending some folks out and bringing in some energy drinks and some chargers for our pilots to be able to utilize. So just an overall great partner at the event.
Good to see that air shows always have air show type work. This looks like a fill-in slot. It looks like we have a problem, somebody, and this is the nice thing about it. There's always people willing to step up and help out. That looked like a hand gesture of away you go by Philip. Like, get out of here.
Get back to flying.
We're just trying to avoid dead air, so it looks like a Hangar 9
well, we have
60cc car.
Lucas Schmidt going up. Yeah, this is an aircraft I personally own. Ali, you developed this aircraft here at Horizon Hobbies. This is the Hangar 9 60cc Cub Crafters X Cub. So we have Lucas. He's 20 years old, not quite 12. We'll get the 12-year-old
Vintage,
back.
old OAP, this guy.
yeah, he's So these, this airplane is, I believe, I can't hear.
It's electric
turn up
powered.
the sound a little bit. Electric powered.
Yeah, it's definitely electric
with that power to take off there.
Yeah.
So this was the airplane you developed prior to the FX3, right? So that was kind of the, and this is a great size. I mean, this is a good size aircraft. I personally can travel this. It'll fit in an F-150 bed, if you will. Fits in a trailer just fine. Fits in an SUV pretty well with the wings off.
120-inch span, so two-piece wing. They come off pretty easily, toolless assembly. So yeah, as you say, F-150, no problem.
Yeah, fits in most American large vehicles. But really fun, great flying Cub airplane. Mine is outfitted with those nice nifty lighting system.
Yeah, Steve tripled the price of the airplane by putting some lights in from
Only about a
continental
$500
Europe.
lighting system. It didn't triple the price of the airplane.
Yeah, I call it the
Just
flying
doubled it.
Christmas tree.
It is very bright. It'll blind you at night, but it looks awesome.
It does look very, very good. But yeah, Lucas here is showing that it's not just a one-trick pony. You don't just have to fly it like a pup cub and do touch and goes. Whilst it does that exceptionally well, slightly oversized control surfaces mean that it is fully aerobatic. Surprisingly axial and linear. It rolls very cleanly for the design that it is. So yeah, it was, as I said earlier on, I've always got to have a Cub in the fleet, and I like the new generations of Cubs. Cub Crafters being one of the companies that make new aircraft based on the heritage of the old Piper Cub. I mean, there's not much similar between an X-Cub and a Piper Cub anymore, other than the name. But I like the styling. It's much increased performance over the conventional J3. And yeah, price is reflective of that in the full-size world. I know
Definitely expensive.
An X-Cub is about $300,000 now in the US, when you consider you can pick up a J3 for about $50,000. Yeah, it's a big difference.
But you can go faster. It's aerobatic capable. You can.
Correct.
Yeah, slightly faster.
Oh, the performance is ridiculous.
Huge.
Faster, higher, more efficient. Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, the guys at Cub Crafters have been very, very good to us in providing us drawings, giving us feedback, and licensing to produce their aircraft, which I know other companies don't have. So yeah, it's been a good experience. I'm keep sending them emails to design the new one because I haven't done a Cub in at least a year. So come on now, guys.
Bored?
Yeah, I need another Cub.
Your fingers are twitching. You got to get.
They're trying to get me to do the nose gear Cub, this
yeah?
airplane, the X-Cub NG.
Yeah, the NG. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm on the fence about that. It's different.
Definitely easier for some hard stall landings when you have that nose wheel.
It's also ground handling as well.
Sure.
It's much easier. So.
Yeah, Lucas is really throwing this thing around. That electric power system on there. So was he running like a 10S or a 12S system?
This would be 12S.
12S?
I can't remember if this is the geared unit. I'm pretty sure it is. It's got some European motor in. I watched it on
planetary
Facebook.
Gearbox?
Yeah, that's the reason why it's got no spinner. It's swinging a huge prop.
Okay.
So not only has it got bags of power, it's doing it very efficiently. That motor's super low RPM. So,
gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
means it can fly for ages.
Yeah, the full-scale X-Cub is now available, but you can also order it with floats now, which is kind of cool. But a top speed of 153 miles an hour with a cruise speed of 145, so much faster than your typical J3 Cub. And Lucas is bringing it in there with a little bit of power on board. That was a
I like the way he's
donut.
turned a ground loop into a maneuver. That's my man.
Yeah,
that's an
that's
airshow pilot right there.
Yeah,
Turn a mistake into a feature.
No, that was a great flight by Lucas. We'll do some replays now from Lindinger of that flight. Thank you guys for tuning in to Air Meet Live. We're here all day until 3 p.m. By the way, it's only 10 a.m. here in Central Illinois.
Don't tell me that, Steve. I thought it was like, it feels like mid-afternoon. So.
And right after this, we'll be going to commercial break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
Nice. Great flying.
Take to the skies with the largest community-based organization for aeromodeling in the U.S., the Academy of Model Aeronautics. Join our community of nearly 200,000 model pilots of all ages through recreation and competition. And learn from more than 2,500 clubs from around the country when you join the AMA. U.S. residents save $10 when using the code AIRMEET at checkout now through August 21st.
Designed fast, designed tough.
Spectrum has always been the leader in radio control innovation. In keeping with that tradition, Spectrum now brings you the most advanced transmitter in RC, the iX20 Smart Radio. Cutting-edge innovations make the iX20 the world's most advanced 20-channel transmitter ever. The ergonomic design by Mirko Pecorari of Aircraft Studio Design makes the iX20 feel like an extension of yourself with the ultra-smooth Hall effect sensing gimbals and well-thought-out switches. The result is a smart radio with style, comfort, and functionality. With the impressive features of 20 channels, Spectrum Airwear, touchscreen interface, voice recognition, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and much more. The iX20 is redefining radio control. Fly smart.
Hi, my name is Ali Machinchi. I am the senior product developer here at Horizon Hobby. I work specifically for the Hangar 9 brand, but I also help out with various developments with Spectrum and eFlight. How did this all start for me? As a hobby, it was like a lot of people handed down to me from my father. I started at a very young age, never really gave up, didn't do the hiatus during my teenage years, rolled it into a career, started a retail business in the UK called Al's Hobbies, and then in 2014 Horizon approached me and offered me a job here in Central Illinois at Horizon HQ, and that's where I've been ever since. 5 years of product developing, all of the Hangar 9 planes, traveling a bit, doing events and so forth, a lot of testing, a lot of flying. So yeah, pretty cool job. I often get asked what my favorite RC airplane is, and there really isn't a honest answer because it varies so much. It depends what mood I'm in. The hobby is limitless almost in what it can give you, and I try and exploit that. I try and fly every type of airplane I can. So today it could be gliders. We have a jet event coming up next week, so it could be jets. We have air meet coming up, so I'll probably get enthused about flying my air show planes, and then in a couple of weeks' time it'll be fall here in Illinois, and I'll be flying in the garden with my son flying foamies. So yeah, anything that flies is cool.
My name is Jason Merkel. I'm a senior brand manager at Horizon Hobby. I'm in charge of most of the airplane-related brands, so eFlight, Hobby Zone, so on and so forth. I'm a third-generation modeler. My grandfather has been in the hobby for most of his life, and then my mom actually was involved because of that, and then my dad got involved, and then I also got involved. So all three generations have had some experience with hobbies and modeling, flying RC aircraft in particular. I started flying radio-controlled aircraft when I was 10, and so I've been doing it for almost 30 years now. It's been a big part of my life as not only a hobby, but then also as my career. So I started out flying in the late 80s, early 90s when technology wasn't anywhere near what we have today. It was much more difficult to learn to fly successfully. It was a lot harder to put an airplane together. And then back then, electric aircraft didn't really exist. So our hobby has come a very, very long way in a relatively short amount of time. I like to fly everything. Everything that flies, I appreciate. So whether it's a helicopter or an airplane, whether it's a small airplane that's a trainer aircraft for a first-time pilot, all the way to giant-scale turbine aircraft, I love all of it. Some things I've done more than anything else, which in this case these days is electric-powered aircraft, usually mid-sized stuff that I can take 4 or 5 airplanes to the field and have a very nice, enjoyable afternoon flying. Everything from an EDF jet to a scale aircraft to just something simple and sporty and fun. Even all the way to, I always pretty much have a trainer aircraft with me at any given time because you never know who is going to show up at the field or if a friend's going to come by and you want to learn. They want to learn how to fly. It's a perfect opportunity to show them how to fly with a trainer aircraft like that. You used to have to spend years and years and years learning to fly, learning to build, to finally go from a trainer aircraft to, a giant scale turbine aircraft. I think we're cutting that down to where now, if your goal is to get to giant turbine powered aircraft, that you can start with a trainer and you can get there within just a couple years time versus, in the past it used to take decades to get there, if you were lucky.
My name's Pete Holy. I've been working for Horizon Hobby for just about 5 years now, and I've really done a lot of things with the company. I started in product support and then moved into development with multi-rotors, and now I do mostly marketing and videography and a lot of air-to-air work. About 12, 13 years ago, me and my dad just playing in the backyard with some RC cars. And, I was able to graduate into other things, helicopters, airplanes, and multi-rotors, while Dad sat on the sidelines and still played with the RC cars. But, it just became a passion for me, something I really enjoyed. And, I got in touch with Horizon Hobby and saw if they had any positions available. And sure enough, they did. And I moved across country, and I've been here ever since. Absolutely love the job. So I just absolutely fell in love with the FPV experience. That's always been something that I've really enjoyed, being able to get in the model aircraft. So I really enjoyed it, and kind of filled a void. There were more and more needs for different types of dynamic footage that we wanted for marketing, and I was able to show up at the airfield, help them out, get those shots, and then it just kind of rolled into a steady position for me where, whenever we have a new aircraft that's coming out, usually Allie or one of the other guys will grab the airplane, I'll grab the quad, and we'll get in the air, and you get the air-to-air footage that you guys will usually see for the marketing videos.
Hi, my name is Matt Andren. I'm a product developer for Horizon Hobby. I've been there a little over 15 years now. I got started in the hobby when I was about 13. I got a Gentle Lady kit for Christmas and opened it up and was terrified that it was just a box of sticks, but 4 months later got it built and flew it, and I'd have to say I was really hooked on the hobby about my second landing. It was a beautiful open grass field, and I just made the smoothest touchdown ever, and I've been addicted ever since, so it's a lot of fun. Around the office, I'm kind of known as Mr. Foam. It's kind of what I do. I've been a foam developer for most of my time at Horizon, and really enjoyed it. It's an interesting thing to do, to be able to create your own ideas and make your passion into your products. There's a couple that I'd say are probably my favorites. The first would be the Whip It, which is a little discus launch glider. It was a kind of a side project of mine that I'd been working on for a couple of years just to have fun with it, and decided to make it a product, and it turned out really well for us. The second one that I think is really near and dear to my heart is the Timber. That's my own design that I created, and it's just been so popular in the aviation community, the modeling community, and it's just really cool to see people having fun with your products.
My name's James Heli. I've been at Horizon 10 years. I'm currently developing Blade helicopters and the smart technology ecosystem. I started flying with my family. My uncle and grandparents did it, so we kind of did it on the weekends as a holiday thing, and just kind of evolved from there. Helicopters is kind of where I really took interest, the challenge of flying them, and then also just from the repairability. You can crash one, put new parts on it, and it's brand new. Airplane's not really that same way. So I was tending to crash a lot back then, so kind of where that interest came from. I've always been told I tend to fly too close to myself and very fast. Cars jumping helicopters, helicopters jumping cars. What else? Flying a Rare Bear in Colombia, that was up there, down a race car track. Helicopter, quads chasing race cars. There's some of those things, yeah. Helicopters kind of declined when everybody started flying drones. Helicopters were kind of the thing you could hover inside or fly in your backyard, and drones kind of took that space in the market. But I think after a while, everybody kind of realized they were flying themselves and wasn't really much of a challenge, so helicopters kind of coming back now.
Hello everyone, my name is David Payne. I've been with Horizon Hobby I'm getting real close to my 14th anniversary actually. I'm third generation in the model industry, I guess you would say. My grandfather and father both were RC pilots and full-scale pilots. I am currently the technical director at Horizon Hobby for the air category, so I do a lot of work with the whole team, from design work to the electronic side of things, safe select, things of that nature. People ask me, do you have a favorite airplane? Honestly, I don't. I just enjoy the hobby. For work, I fly a lot of the electrics and things of that nature, but when it comes to my own personal hobby after hours, I guess you would say, on the weekends, I fly a lot of scale stuff and turbines and things of that nature. So yeah, I just enjoy every bit of the hobby. I mean, I've even been known to play with boats and cars. It's just whatever. It's just the fun. I think the biggest enjoyment I think most of us get out of it being developers is when we watch the excitement or the success from a customer. If you work really hard on this project, say for instance like The Apprentice, right? The Apprentice has taught so many people to fly, and you know, so many people have had success with an apprentice, and I was fortunate enough that I've kind of been around for every stage of the apprentice, and so I literally been flying since I was very, very young, and I've watched this industry change and grow over the years, and it's amazing how much technology has been added to it, how much like I was saying earlier, the success rate. You know, used to, you only had one transmitter. You had to pass the transmitter to someone else, and they had to try to fly, and there was no electronic stabilization. There was nothing. You had to kind of explain it to them and hope they got it right. And if they were in trouble, you had to rip the transmitter back out of their hands, and that didn't always work. So, you know, the capabilities that we have today to make sure that people succeed is just phenomenal.
My name is Gary Wright. I'm a product developer here at Horizon. I've been a product developer for about 7 years now, and I've been a hobbyist since I was 12, so that's 41 years. I like pretty much anything that flies. Always been an aviation enthusiast. Had a private pilot's license for about 30 years now also. I do product development for Hangar 9 products, the wood products, and for E-Flight for the foam products. And I've been flying primarily electric-powered airplanes for about 20 years now, so about half the time I've been in the hobby. And that's sort of my passion, is to get the efficiency and performance out of electric systems. I was always interested in aviation. I wanted to be a pilot from when I was very, very small. And when I was 12, I got my first RC airplane for my birthday. The rest is history. I've flown, I've competed in pylon racing, a little bit of fun scale, a little bit of pattern, a lot with helicopters, both precision and 3D. And now I'm back to flying airplanes. I like pretty much everything, and it depends on the day. Some days I might want to fly glider, some days it might be a 3D airplane, some days a fast airplane, some days a helicopter. There's no standard.
Hey guys, I'm Steve Petrato, Director of Marketing here at Horizon Hobby. I'm mainly in charge of the fixed wing, radio, and our European divisions, as well as having all of the corporate marketing, so the creative team and those folks report into me. I've been with Horizon for about 9 years now, and I started off with Horizon working on really the blade team. Many people know me from my work on the blade team. I have been in the hobby since I was about 13 years old. I started off with racing RC cars, and then moved into teaching myself to fly while working at a Hobbytown hobby shop in Georgia, and taught myself to fly on real flight, and kind of went from there. Went to school for marketing, came out of that, and started working for Horizon right away. So it's been a fun road. My favorite thing to fly is, right now anyway, is mainly fixed wing stuff. I do enjoy flying helis here and there, but the relaxation I get out of flying fixed wing stuff. My favorite airplane that I own, and everyone makes fun of me for it, is my Stuka. So I have a 60cc Stuka, and then my second favorite would be of course the 60cc Carbon Cub from Hangar 9. But I'm always out here at the field with the guys testing all the new fun stuff as well, so that's a lot of fun.
I'm Russ Williamson, work at Horizon Hobby as a developer. Started back in about 1990, actually. Been a great ride with Horizon. So many things have changed and so many things have stayed the same, especially the culture for Horizon. It's absolutely incredible. It's about doing good for other people, and that's our whole focus on developing product, is making product for the good and the good of the hobby, and for the customers, #1 priority. Like many of us in development, we've been doing it since birth, basically. I mean, my parents got me started in the hobby, actually in building plastic models, evolved to trains, then the cars, and then of course aviation's always been on my mind, and in my heart the most. Like the trains, I was building airplanes to fly over the train tracks. It's just a great hobby. Just love it, and that's what really motivates me to develop product, is that bringing families together, getting kids involved, and that turns them into a lifelong hobbyist usually. If you can get those kids involved, that's just critical, and it makes it all that much more fun for everybody.
not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes.
Well, welcome back to Air Meet Live. You have me, Steve Petrato, Ali Machinchi here, and we are happy to be back with you guys for this full day broadcast. We got our second wind, our 15th coffee, and we're back with you. So thanks for tuning in wherever you are, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube or over in Europe on our European channels. We appreciate you tuning in. So guys, please do me a favor and share this feed to anybody that you think needs to watch it. It will be forever recorded on YouTube, which is really cool, Ali. But please share the feed, send out the good vibes of this hobby. And that's the whole reason we're doing this. We wanted to share more information, just share the hobby with a ton of people. And I think we're hopefully doing a good job of that.
Yeah, and feel free to comment. We are monitoring comments. We are receptive to feedback. This is a work in progress for us. So please let us know what you want to see more of, what you want to hear less of. Whatever, if we're talking too much, we get that. But yeah,
That's what we're supposed to do, right?
Apparently so.
To be a commentator, you need to commentate. Well, that is in German, and I don't know what it says, but I'm hoping it's good news.
It doesn't, yeah. And I read my name in there.
Looks like the moderation is top, which looks good. Thank you. There you go. Good job, guys. Thanks for the awesome demos, the live feedback here from Facebook. We appreciate all the positive comments. Doesn't get much better than watching Air Meet Live with Steve and Ali. Great work, guys. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in.
And we have to say also a big thank you to our pilots. I know we've done it individually, but as a group, with this, the event would be nothing without them. And it would just be an empty airfield. So we really appreciate them taking the time to show us their amazing flying skills of some stunning aircraft.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. We would not be able to do Air Meet Live without you guys. So to Hobbywing, Genze, Felbinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Flugmodel, Falcon Props, JetCat, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Colm Engines, DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures Photography, and WBLT. Thank you, all of you. So guys, we're going to go over to our Thilo Kramer and Martin Hoopst. Guys, how you doing? You enjoying the show?
Hey, yes, we are joining the show. It's pretty cool here now. We had a little problem with the weather, but only 5 minutes. You know, the weather is going out when the air meet is coming, so we are safe for everything for today. And yeah, good to see you. And I hope you enjoyed that too. And
it is fantastic. I only wish I could be there. Thilo, if you could do me a favor, I need to hear a big Thilo air meet. I haven't heard it all day, and I feel like I'm missing that part. Can you give me a big air meet?
For sure, for sure. So let's have fun on our air meet.
Yes. Nobody
he broke my speaker.
My ear just fell off.
It's gone.
That was fantastic. You know, I think we've been talking to the folks on the US stream, and I miss that sound so much when I'm at air meet. So thank you for doing that.
Okay, for sure. It's a favor from me. Thank you so much. So, and yes, now we are on our second interview here live on stage. And our first guest here is nobody else. He's Robert Sixt. Welcome, Robert Sixt, a really amazing helicopter pilot here on the air meet. And it's a big pleasure to have you here, Robert. Thank you. Danke, dass du hier bist. So we make the question in Germany, and I will translate shortly to you, no problem. So.
Hallo Robert, wir begrüßen dich ganz herzlich. Wir sind ultra glücklich, dass wir dich an der Show haben. Ich weiß, es ist nicht dein erstes Airmeet und es wird nicht dein letztes sein. Wir sind immer froh, wenn du hier bist. Du fliegst ausschließlich für die Firma Henseleit Helicopters und Contronic. Was hast du uns heute für ein Modell mitgebracht? Und eins darf man vorwegnehmen, wir sehen dich heute auch noch in der Nachtflugshow. Nachtflugshow ist deine Geschichte, die hast du in Deutschland eigentlich selbst geschrieben.
Ja, danke schön. Also ich bin heute mit dem TDR-2 Heli da dabei. Dieser ist speziell für die 3D-Flug ausgestattet und habe ich vorgeflogen. Und die Nachtflugshow wird dann noch mal ein besonderes Highlight. Lasst euch überraschen.
So let me translate shortly. So it's a huge amount of translation. So the question was, what kind of helicopter did he bring us here now to the air meet? And it's TDR2, a specialized helicopter from Henseleit, and it's building up for doing very, very strange aerobatic things. So I saw that one, and it's pretty amazing. And he brings it now to us, and he has a little gift for us for our night flying show.
Eine Frage haben wir noch, Thilo.
Okay.
Soweit ich weiß, Robert, du hältst den aktuellen Weltrekord im Speed-Heli-Flug.
Ja, das ist
Wie
richtig.
viel Kilometer pro Stunde sind das?
Der offizielle Weltrekord liegt bei 278 km/h.
Okay. Letztes Jahr hier live gesehen. Dieses Jahr hast du den Heli nicht dabei. Tut aber auch der Sache keinen Abbruch. Wir verfolgen deine Geschichte auf Facebook, auf Instagram und Social-Media-Kanälen. Du bist halt hart dabei, ne?
Ja, bin immer...
Bleib dabei, du bist unser Weltmeister.
Dankeschön.
So the second question was, Robert is a famous pilot and the best pilot what's in speed flying helicopters. And the question was how fast the helicopter was. And he's now with a world record of 287 kilometers per hour with a helicopter. And that's pretty amazing.
Robert, vielen Dank, dass du da bist.
Just one second. Just one second. Stephen, Ali, do you have some questions for Robert?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, Robert got to fly towards the end where the storm was coming in. Was the storm a factor for him during his flight?
Hat der Sturm, den wir vorhin hatten, hat er dich beeinflusst beim Fliegen?
Naja, schon ein klein wenig. Ich musste immer gegen den Wind halten, aber es war für mich jetzt kein Problem. Ich habe nur im Hintergrund gehört, dass ziemlich Hektik ist, aber ich habe versucht, meinen Flug durchzuziehen bis zum Ende und ich glaube, das ist mir auch gut gelungen.
Okay, no, he has no problems with the wind. It was a special situation because the wind coming from now to now, so there was even 1 second between this one. And no, he has no action, but he only saw the action behind, and then he was going to land, and no problem. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. Well, good. Robert, great flying, and I hope to get to see you at IRCHA one year.
Okay,
thank you, Robert. Thanks a lot.
Robert. Vielen Dank.
So, and the next special guest here, nobody else than Mr. Lutzenberger. Hannes, good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you guys.
Hi, and that we can man completely in English, so I give up to you, Steven and Ali. If you have some questions, please start.
So, go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, I was like, Hannes, is this your first time at Air Meet? How many times have you been to Air Meet?
No, I think I've been to Air Meet about 4 times in a row. So
Okay.
this is the 5th time I'm here.
So with the Reno class of aircraft, do you guys typically fly with 4, or do you sometimes fly with more aircraft together?
The idea is to fly with 5 to 6 aircraft, like in the original Reno course. But today we had about 4 Reno racers on the course. Yeah, it depends on the guys who show up.
Gotcha. Well, they sounded amazing and great flying for sure. It looks like we had I'm sure they're not easy to land, as we saw earlier, especially with the winds that you guys have been having. Has the weather been a factor for you guys today?
The weather is not a big problem. The main difficult is the asphalt. When we are flying on grass, we don't have any problems. But on asphalt, it's very hard with the tail draggers to do a good approach and to do a good touchdown. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, great flying.
Good.
Okay. So, yeah, we have one question get now in, and anybody likes to know how many years are you flying and what was your first plane?
My first plane was a quick fly from Grobner. It had a 6.5 Weber engine, crazy airplane. A guy gave it to me because I had no money at the time. I was about 10 years old, and yeah, that was the beginning.
Cool. And how long is it ago?
I was about 10 years ago. I was 10 years old at the time.
Yeah.
So it's about 26 years ago.
26 years ago. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, Hannes, it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your show, and enjoy that one here.
It's always a pleasure for me. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Hannes. Have a good time.
Good to see you.
So now we have our special guests here, a completely Red Bull team. We make that one first in Germany, and I will translate that for you.
Ja, Robert, herzliches Willkommen hier beim Air Meet 2020 live. Immer wenn ich dich sehe, erstarre ich vor Ehrfurcht. Ich war irgendwie 15 oder 16 Jahre alt. Da habe ich dich das erste Mal fliegen sehen in Weilheim mit einer Pitz, damals schon mit 4-Zylinder. Und irgendwie hatte ich den Namen nie so mitbekommen, Robert Fuchs. Und dann war ich immer auf immer mehr Flugtagen und immer warst du da und immer war es eine Great Show. Und jetzt muss ich sagen, jetzt seid ihr wirklich an der Spitze mit euren 3 großen Starfightern. Alle haben drauf gewartet, alle haben sich drauf gefreut. Du, dein Sohn und der Timmy Stadler. Ich denke, ihr seid nicht nur eine Einheit, ihr seid eine Symbiose. Wenn man euch fliegen sieht, ganz egal, was es ist. Ob es die Ultimate ist, die Edge oder euer kleiner Starfighter oder auch der große. Und der kleine ist ja schon groß. Es macht einfach nur Spaß, wenn man euch zuschaut. Gestern habt ihr zu dritt am Starfighter gearbeitet. Habt es perfekt hinbekommen. Ich denke, auch das zeichnet euch aus. Nicht nur ein großer Modellbauer, sondern auch ganz, ganz große Modellpiloten. Und wir sind froh, dass wir euch an der Show haben.
So, yeah, I translate the one. So it's a big honor to have the team here. And it's amazing flight, amazing planes. And the first one is, and the best one is, these are amazing guys. So, and Martin knows Robert since he was 16 years old, and he saw the first airplane. It was a Pitts with a 4-cycle engine, and that was pretty cool. And since that time, he ever see what the guys are doing with the Red Bull team and all together. So, yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, Steven and Ali, do you have some questions what I can translate?
Sure, of course. Yeah, as a want-to-be airshow pilot myself, I'm very much in awe of the Red Bull team. They are the pinnacle of the airshow circuit, for sure, in their professionalism and how they do it. I want to ask Robert, how can I get Tim kicked off the team and I fill his place?
I don't need to translate, or should I translate? So, wie können wir deinen Sohn rauskriegen? Nein, entschuldige, Timmy rauskriegen, damit Ali für euch fliegen kann.
Das kostet sehr viel Geld.
Oh, I only translate. That costs a lot of money, Ali. That costs a lot of money.
No problem. We'll organise it. Steve will write the. You send the invoice, and I get Steve to sign the check. That's good.
Ja, es sei ja nebenbei erwähnt, das Team, das wir hier stehen haben, das Flying Aerobatic Team Red Bull, ist ja das einzigste Team in der Modellbauszene als Team, die für Red Bull fliegen dürfen. Das muss man auch mal hervorheben, weil da gibt es halt wirklich nur eins. Und das sind die drei hier, Robert, Sebastian und Timmy Stadler.
So Ali, we need a much bigger check for it, because this is the only flying RC model team who's flying for Red Bull, so it could be much more expensive for us. So
no problem.
Okay.
It's only a matter of money. It's worth it.
Okay. So I would say done.
I meant to say, Thilo, I was assuming that Robert would get rid of Tim first before Sebastian, but I don't mind. I'll take Sebastian's place. It's okay.
So, ja, ihr könnt euch aussuchen, welcher Platz das wird, ne, halt, wen du denn rausschmeißt.
Dann geben wir ihn ab.
So, yes. the guys throw out Robert from the team, so you can come. Yeah. Uns interessiert.
Thank you very much, guys, for being the best team, the best sports as well. It's always fun to see you guys, and despite how professional you are, you still have time to smile and laugh and make this hobby what it is. So thank you very much.
So one question come in, and they like to know for how many years you fly as this team, how it now exists. So wie lange fliegt ihr schon als Team, jetzt zu dritt?
Ja, zu dritt fliegen wir jetzt circa 6 Jahre, glaube ich, sind es. Also mit dem Timmy in der Mitte. Ich und Sebastian, wir machen den Formationsflug zu zweit eigentlich seit circa 15, 16 Jahren schon. Aber Timmy war jetzt für uns eine Bereicherung. Er ist immer sehr lustig, hilfsbereit, wenn irgendwas zu reparieren ist. Also echt eine super tolle Truppe.
Okay, so they are flying as a 3-team for the last 6 years together, and as a father and son team, they fly for 16 years together and making a lot of air shows. And yeah, Timmy it's a big honor to fly with Timmy. He's a nice guy. He's smiling every day, and they three have a very lot of fun. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank. Do you have any questions?
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
We're
cool.
good. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks a lot. So
enjoy the rest of your day.
Vielen Dank. Thank you. So yeah, this was the second interview block here, and now we are starting with the flying blocks. And yeah, have a lot of fun. And thanks to Steven and Ali. Appreciate that. Have a good time, and we see us at the night flying show.
All right.
See you. Bye.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks to
See
Steven
you.
and
Bye.
Ali.
All right, guys. Up next, I'm looking forward to some of these. Michael Dressendorfer. And we have the Coleman Engines Carf models, World War II warbird display, and our very own Timo Stampa flying for Team Horizon Hobby. All coming up next on Air Meet Live. Guys, this flight block is brought to you by Genzace. Of course, they are a premier battery manufacturer, and they have batteries for all types of RC aircraft, cars, boats, you name it, drones. They are here, and they're here in force at Air Meet Live in Donauworth. And we appreciate them for their sponsorship of all these flight blocks today that you're seeing. Up next, we have a pretty cool airplane here. Looks like it's getting out on the runway. And we're going to pull up some information here for you guys. But thanks so much for tuning in. Michael Dressendorfer, 50 years old, hailing from Germany. He's going to be firing up this aircraft and get going here shortly. We are just in the bottom half, actually now the top half, I believe, of our Flight Block 3. So I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed that behind-the-scenes look at meeting our team during the break. And we are back now for quite a while. And many of you in the chat have been asking, when does the night show begin? And as you can tell, live in Germany, it's not quite dark enough. We need about another couple more hours. So I'm told around 12:30 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. Is when Germany will be close to dark, if not all the way dark. And so we'll be rolling into the night show in about 2 hours. So we have a whole other flight block or so to go through. And we're looking forward to that right now as these guys get this aircraft started up. Ali, have you hit your fifth wind yet?
That last coffee is just kicking in, Steve.
Yeah, good.
That 2 a.m. wake-up call is a long distant memory.
That's right. It feels like another day already to me. I feel like I slept. It's like Monday morning right now.
You know we're going to go outside. It's going to be dark. We came in when it was dark. Go out.
It's like, well, that's like winter in the Midwest. You wake up, you go to work, it's dark. You come home at night, it's dark.
I don't wear shorts in winter, so it's good. Win-win.
Yeah, I'm wearing flip-flops. You just can't tell on television.
I'm looking forward to seeing this. This is something different. Big Cessna 310, something that you don't see very often. I imagine this is a scratch build looking at the size of it. So
an electric, no less.
No, it's gas.
No? Oh,
it's twin.
Sounds electric in my ear.
No, it's got twin.
It definitely has motor
four-stroke opposing twins.
Yeah, definitely.
They normally are.
Can
I say twins anymore? Yeah, there you go. But yeah, this should sound really cool, and the size is nice as well. So it'd be interesting to see this display. I think that's one of the things about Air Meet. I know when I was speaking to Stefan when I went there, he's looking for variety. He doesn't want to have just constant big jets or big aerobatics.
Sure.
He breaks up the display really well, and eyeballing up Flight Box 3 as we're both doing right now, it shows that we've got some really cool acts coming up in the next hour or so. So it's well worth. If you're not interested in a Cessna 310, don't worry. It's going to land, and there's going to be something completely different after that, and after that, and after that. So stay with us, stay tuned, and I'm sure we'll give you something to watch that you'll enjoy.
So interesting fact, this aircraft that you're seeing right now, from what I'm told, is 20 years old. This exact airframe. You can't get it anymore.
Looking at the engines, they're very special engines.
The Kavan FK50s?
Yep, that was a German-made engine from years gone by that was actually based upon a full-size Continental. It's the only model engine that I know of that was based on a full-scale engine. It's got a wet sump, dipstick and everything. Yeah.
Dipstick and everything?
Yeah.
You don't see that in model.
No, well, I work with a few of them.
Yeah, right, you would know.
But yeah, no, it's super, super cool.
So with this airplane, you can actually say that's thinking with your dipstick.
I didn't say that, he said that.
So yeah, 2 of those FK50s from Kavan, which is no longer produced, and the aircraft is 20 years old. Pretty impressive.
He's flying it like it's...
yeah, like it's brand new, like you can get another one tomorrow.
Replaceable is what I was going to say. He's not hanging about. This is like the German Bob Hoover here I'm watching. It's cool.
So this is the first time this model has been at Air Meet. So for you guys just tuning in, Air Meet, this is our 12th year doing Air Meet. A little different this year based on all the health restrictions. Not having a crowd of 30,000 people. We're doing this live for you guys so you can get a feel for it anywhere on planet Earth. You can get this feed. So first time this aircraft has been here, but what a beautiful aircraft. 20 years old. You would never know that wasn't built last week.
It's another one of those situations where I could build for 20 months and produce an airplane that doesn't look that good. So yeah, it's a great job.
Quite an incredible aircraft. And yeah, like you said, he is really pushing that thing around the sky. And those engines, as old as sound, they are ripping that aircraft around the sky.
Yeah, he's put a price estimation of what, €7,500. Sounds like a bargain. Make an offer, Steve.
Yeah, I'll take one right now.
We'll get some Horizon colours and.
And I believe Michael, this isn't the only aircraft he's going to be flying for us. He'll be flying a Hughes 500, I believe, later on in the day. So a helicopter pilot as well as an aircraft.
I think I saw him the year I went because he not only flies the Hughes 500 really nicely, he aerobats it. So a big turbine heli doing aeros is
very nice.
Something I'm looking forward to see.
Absolutely, yeah. So stay tuned
Rolling
for that.
circle. Look at this guy.
Do that in a full-scale 310.
Once.
You could Bob Hoover it around if you're Bob Hoover. So Michael comes from Germany, but he's near the Nuremberg area, and he's all the way down here in Donauwörth this weekend. So we appreciate him coming out with this awesome Cessna 310. Quite airplane indeed. We'll let you guys listen to the sounds of those engines for a few minutes, and we'll stop talking here. Enjoy.
Oh, that's cool.
So a fun little fact, I'll jump back in here for a split second. His father actually built and flew this Cessna 310 with these engines. Potentially maybe not this exact one, but a Cessna 310 with these exact engines 35 years old. So these engines are 35 years old and still obviously performing fantastically in 2020. That's impressive.
Goes to show something built right will last, looked after in the correct way, and it can't be said that he's made it a hanger queen, looking at the way he's flying, unless he's pulling all the tricks out of the bag for air meet, which I doubt. He's certainly getting the fun out of this aeroplane.
If you get to interview Michael later, we'll definitely have to ask how many flights are in this airplane. I've got to imagine hundreds, maybe thousands of flights. He may not even remember.
It'd be nice if he does. I'd like to know that number. You can certainly tell when somebody's familiar and comfortable with an airplane. This is it. He's ringing it out, throwing it around. Superbly gear down. So yeah, this will signify that his slot's coming to an end. Call that a gear pass, so generally just to check that all three gear have come down and everything's good to go for a landing. Short final, which is cool. This camera angle always catches me out because it's actually elevated by about 20 or so feet. So
this is looking like a really good landing. That nose high attitude, beautiful main touchdown.
Quality.
Hold that nose gear off as long as you can, just like the full scale. Setting it down, beautiful flight.
Nice.
Not bad for a senior airplane.
I've got to admit, I didn't know what to expect when I saw this airplane up next on the list. Having never seen it before, but yeah, that was definitely worth the price of admission.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So let's go to a nice highlight replay brought to you by Heli.
Victor, I agree with your comment. Beautiful scale aeroplane and very well flown. Thank you for taking the time to make the comment. We appreciate that.
Up next, guys, as we finish out this replay here, we'll have World War II warbirds. So stay tuned. We'll be getting those fired up in the pits right as you speak. Look at that landing. That's right on the center line, holding that nose off. Just a perfect landing.
That was a 9 from me.
Definitely, yeah. I'd say that's about a 9.
It's one of the best ones we've seen today.
Absolutely. Maybe
the oldest plane we've seen today.
Yeah. Absolutely. Incredible.
He's older than me. How scary is that?
That's not scary. Like you said, if it's well maintained, it doesn't need to be scary at all.
This is going to be a cool slot. This is one we need to just shut up for. It's going to be difficult for me too because there are so many nice airplanes being flown by some top sticks, but the sound is going to be what makes this slot, I feel, because I see 1, 2, 3, at least 3 Moki 5-cylinder or maybe even 7-cylinder radial engines. I also see a couple of inliners, like the Galloping Ghost there, which I'm betting has a Coleman. I know the Spitfire has a Coleman. So I think you'd be hard pushed to find a better sounding slot than the one you're about to see. So yeah, I'm definitely going to keep quiet on this one. I'm going to pull Steve's mic so he keeps quiet on this one. And yeah, if you guys enjoy it, let us know.
Yeah, I'll just say the pilot names. So we have Thomas Goss, Thomas Naumann, Markus, and Nico Capron here for you guys. So please enjoy this incredibly sounding flight. We're going to keep quiet so you can enjoy the beautiful sights and sounds here at Air Meet Live.
Come on, mic up.
flight, so hopefully that pops off here. Enjoy the sights and sounds. Somebody wants to hear music, and then have music as we speak.
Cylinders there are in that one slot. The columns of 3s or 4s, that's the problem. It's fair to say, Steve, this is about the pinnacle of the hobby. When you look at it, we've got some airplanes being flown very well with some incredible engines. And, being photographed as they are, videoed as they are, I've never seen footage like this. You know, you could see just that one shot of the T6 just then. I could see the push rod moving on the engine as it came past. And, yeah, that's detail like I've never experienced that model air show before.
And the feed that you and I are watching is not even the quality that our folks get to watch at home. So hopefully you're at home having a beverage on the couch, watching YouTube on your TV or your computer, or if you have to watch on your phone, you're able to enjoy the full experience of Air Meet Live. Some of these are good stuff is made. You don't get this unless you come to a Reno Air Race in real life, an Oshkosh, a major air show event with a significant turnout of airplanes with big little engines. You just don't get that same feel. It's a model.
Correct.
It's incredible.
I was just doing some quick numbers. There was 23 cylinders in that last flight.
There you go.
Not that I'm a nerd or anything, but yeah, 23 four-stroke cylinders making all that music. And yeah, the airplanes themselves were mostly, I think, if not all, brought to you by one of our prime sponsors, which is Calf Models.
Yeah.
It's the new Calf 86. This is the Calf P47 just coming into land now. And yeah, Calf Spitfire as well. Interestingly enough, the red and the white Calf 86 being flown by Nico, one of the Calf members, is even more impressive because of all of the different features it has to mimic the full scale, which is an aeroshell, one of the American display teams. It has a myriad of lights all over it. Even inside the cowling has a light, just like the real one.
Man, look at this coming in. Yeah, just like, I mean, I've seen the real aeroshell guys. They were at Oshkosh last year, I believe. Saw them at the Reno Air Races as well. And just watching this is almost like watching a full scale guy. Incredible. Killed the prop, the right thing to do there, for sure.
T6 is notoriously hard airplane to land, very narrow track undercarriage, and yeah, it does like to bounce. So,
yeah, but he did well there. I mean, shutting off the engine is the right thing to do, right, Ali, just to save that propeller in case it does have a nose over. I would do the same thing. Yeah, that's true. Probably 50 hours in that prop alone. Oh, it's incredible. So we have one more remaining aircraft in the sky, from what I can tell. He's finishing out his routine. They're coming to land here, and the sun is beginning to set. Oh, we have a Spitfire too coming in. Another notoriously difficult airplane to land.
Yeah, Thomas Gass coming in here now. Super narrow track undercarriage. I would not be surprised if this goes up on a wingtip. If it doesn't, he's my hero.
Looking good so far. We get that rudder. Look at the rudder action right now. Fighting that airplane tooth and nail to stay straight. Beautiful job.
My hero.
Wow, absolutely incredible landing there. Very difficult airplane to land.
Wow.
Especially with thousands of people watching you all across the globe.
Good job, Thomas. That was
very nice.
Mighty impressive. Last one coming in now, the notoriously difficult T6. Anything other than flipping over is a win for this. So I'm not going to Petrado it and mention the landing lights.
Yeah. Well, normally they would have the grass, but here at Air Meet, its skill level is maxed out. They have to land on the runway because there just isn't a good grass runway due to all the obstacles from the full-scale airport.
The owner of the company told me the way to land this airplane is on one wheel. You fly it in and you just put one wheel down first, and it plants the other wheel and drives on. So that camera angle catches me out.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go in. Here we go. He's got tough landing again.
That wasn't bad. I'll take that. I've done worse.
Yeah, that's okay. A little ground looping, but he saved it.
Didn't spin around.
Didn't spin around, so I won't call it a ground loop. Little ground slide
job
there. Very well done, boys. Awesome flight here on the World War II display at Air Meet Live. We'll have a nice little replay coming up next. Out this highlight replay, we have our very own Timo Schalpa flying up next. Timo is one of our marketing managers over in the EU on my German marketing team, and he is an avid modeler, 30 years in the hobby alley, and he's going to be out here flying the brand new Hangar 9 Pits. This is the first time the Pits has really been seen live anywhere, any air show, any RC air show across the globe. We were able to get Timo and some more other team pilots in the EU. A few of these early. You can see him firing up there with his glove on, trying to get it started here for you guys. But he is on our marketing team at 39 years old, hailing from Germany, flying his Spectrum IX-20 here with the new Hangar 9 Pits. Let's hope he can get that started. Does he have a special engine in this, Ali, or is it
it's one of the nicest engines we sell. It's the Sato 61 twin 4-stroke. So yeah, it has that beautiful 4-stroke noise, but times by 2. Posing, firing, 4-stroke engine sounds lovely. And we staged the Pits release around Air Meet effectively, so Timo could be the first person to show the airplane live. And, that meant actually getting a final sample to Timo's ship specifically about a month ago. So yeah, he did well to included all the marketing he had to do for Air Meet to get this thing built, ready, set up, and test flown.
You're not kidding. There's a lot of work this man has done to help get this event rolling, and now he's here to put on a flight show. Talk about the passion for RC. I mean, I'm sure he put in hours and hours after work working on Air Meet to get this airplane ready to fly. And you can see there his son, who is another great father-son RC story there.
Mm-hmm.
My son was flying at the beginning of the show early this morning with some E-Flight foam aircraft. He's out there with Dad spotting, so pretty cool to see. This ought to be a little interesting. We do have a little bit of crossover to the piers, but I have full faith. The pits does have a fairly wide stance for a biplane. It's a little narrow, but
short coupled though.
But it's very short coupled.
Has a habit and model form and full-size form of wanting to change direction by itself at any given moment. So we cheated this design a little bit. It's not 100% scale. Increase the rudder area some to give it more yaw stability, and as you can see,
that rudder works real well.
Yeah,
right into a knife edge around the field here. That Sato does sound really nice.
You need one, Stevie.
Everyone
has to have
I've got a pits on order. I just need to get the right motor for it.
Sato's twin, they're incredible. The model that you see here, is Stevie mentioned, is the new release Hangar 9 Pit Special. This was developed by my work colleague Gary Wright. He did most of the hard work on this. I helped a little bit with the flight testing and feedback and video work, but Gary is the one that deserves the credit. He's worked probably around about 18 months on this particular project. From when I remember the first time we discussed it as a potential Hangar 9 product to the completion and release of it. So it's been fun watching it come along and develop and help where I can. So it's lovely to read the feedback that a lot of people are liking the look of it. People like yourself have gone and ordered one. And we thank you for that. We appreciate it. So long may that continue.
It's a classic airplane. Timo's doing a great job. Nice inverted path, right to left. Just a great airplane, great aerobatic airplane. It's a what's the total wingspan here? It's
72 and a half, I think.
Okay,
if I remember right.
So a good sized airplane. Falls right into that obviously 60 cc size, but good airplane for storage. The wings come off really easy.
But no, it's good. Struts off, and then the outer panels, and then the center cabane stays on, so you don't have to dismantle it all the way.
Nice. Well, that's good to know. So
a lot of people
in a bag and pop them on the field.
That's it.
No time at all.
A lot of people are asking about the size relativity in comparison to the older Great Plains kit Hobbico used to sell before we merged, and this is a fair bit bigger. This is a 1/3 scale aeroplane, where the Hobbico one was closer to a quarter, I believe. The cowlings are substantially bigger. You can fit a DLE DA70, a DLE61 twin is what the cowling is for. I'm also getting comments about the trim scheme. It's based on a full-scale pits that was in the UK and flying in the airshow circuit by a very famous UK pilot called Rich Goodwin. He gave permission to use the scheme. The stickers are optional, so you can peel them off if you wanted to put your own N number. If you didn't want to have the airshow stickers that are on there, you don't have to. So you just remove those and it becomes a classic pits colour scheme then.
Awesome. Timo's doing a great job with this. I know he probably doesn't have that many flights on it, to be fair, and doing a great job showing the certified off. Props to our camera guys for keeping this thing in frame this whole time. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Timo. He's a good set of sticks for marketing guy.
There's
hope for you yet.
There's hope for me, that's for sure. Us marketing guys always have a few pounds to us. But no, Timo is an avid hobbyist. He's at the field probably more than most of us.
It's a lovely picture. I love that, seeing the father and son thing. You can see him get out of the way. His boy was just engrossed in the flight. You could see he's like, you're doing good, Dad.
That's great to see.
An 8-point roll there. Timo's doing well, really well. It's always interesting to see a project that you've worked on in any way, shape or form being flown by others and enjoyed by others. It's one of the highlights of my job as a product developer, and I'm sure Gary's watching this at home right now, really super proud, and he should be. It's amazing how much effort all of our product developers put in. If those of you watching our behind the scenes or behind the innovation video earlier on today, we had a chat with nearly all of our aircraft product developers on the team, and it gives you an insight into their passion. So, and this is the end result. This is my work colleague Gary's his 18 months worth of work.
Yeah. So we had a couple questions on the feed, and I know we talked about it, but we'll hit it again. So this is the exactly what engine on this airplane?
actually the Sato 57. Timo had an old 57, which is now the 61, basically. So, twin-cylinder Sato, 4-stroke.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's that beautiful sound you're getting there on the fits. And it looks like it's plenty of power, more than enough power.
Yeah, I was a bit worried at first that it wasn't going to have enough for sporty performance. I knew it'd be scale, but no, watching Timo ring this neck of this thing around, it's little negative snap on the upline there. It's not lacking.
Not at all.
I think I'm going to be following your fast serve order with a fast serve order of my own.
Yeah. And if you guys, fast serve is our internal ordering system for all of our dealers. So yeah, make sure to visit your local hobby shop or horizonhobby.com and get your pre-order in. This just announced recently, so they're not quite available. When will we start seeing these on the shelf?
Sometime next month. They're on the water, so it shouldn't be too long.
Good stuff.
You know, it's cool as a cucumber as well.
He's not even, I'm sure inside his heart's fluttering, but yeah.
No, but he hasn't got my ugly RC face, you know, when your tongue sticking out.
Yeah, that's true. He's lacking the standard
marketing guy.
face.
He knows, doesn't he?
Yep, he knows he'll be on camera. He's getting some good comments from the guys on YouTube. This is a great pilot. Yeah, Timo, sound for everybody. Doing a great job. One of my marketing guys in the EU, putting in a ton of work, not only for this event, but also to build this airplane up and prepare for this flight today. As the sun sets there in Donwolf, Germany, look at that beautiful sunset. It's going to be a really pretty sunset with all these clouds.
It's getting dark, yeah.
Definitely. Well, we're getting close to the night show, about an hour and a half out, I believe, roughly, based on the position of the sun there. We'll be moving into the night show. We still have plenty more flying, so make sure to grab a bite to eat, pull up a chair, and settle in for the evening here, midday here in the States, but for the evening flights here at Air Meet Live. We thank you guys so much for tuning in. And again, thank all of our sponsors, including the flight block sponsor. Most of the day today is Gens Ace, but of course, Hobby Wing, Lindinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Flugmodel, Falcon Props, JetCat, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Holm Engines, DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures Photography, and of course WBLT. Timo, that was a fantastic flight, buddy. Good job. What do you think of that, Ali? Good landing?
Yeah, superb. It was just like the real one. Same. He watched the real one bounce, and he's like, I'm going to emulate that.
He looks pretty happy too. Yeah, good stuff.
No pilot though. I was going to give him a 10, but no pilot. No pilot in the office. That's an 8.
That's an 8.
Don't look at me, I'm a product developer. I'm not in purchasing.
Yeah, we'll talk to the purchasing guys. Here we have a nice replay brought to you by Lindinger.
I think it's cool on his side. Needs smoke though.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't
lacking. You just want to get messy.
Every pit needs smoke. I don't care what it is. Even if it's electric, you got to figure out a way to get smoke on there.
The best way, somebody asked me during product developing, flight testing, to describe this, I said, the beauty with this airplane is it's kept the looks of a Pitts, but it flies much better. It hasn't really bad habits, because they can be squirrely little horrible airplanes, especially if they're too small and heavy, they can be a handful in model format. And yeah, this one has been incredible. It's stretched in the right places. You know, we don't build it for scale competitions. We build it to be flown and enjoyed. And yeah, because of that, it's a lot of fun to fly.
Definitely. Well, up next we have Stefan Finster, one of my Heli boys. We have Sebastiano Silvestri, and of course our Horizon. Seba, yeah, we'll just go with Seba. And of course Team Horizon Hobby on Jet team. So looking forward to all these flights here in the flight block. Thank you guys for tuning in as we get a nice sunset view of the field in Genderkingen in Germany. Thanks again for tuning in. Look at that beautiful sunset. Look at this nice camera. We haven't seen that one much all day today.
Oh, look at that.
That is looking really good. The storms have passed, thankfully. The weather gods are shining upon us for the evening show. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ali, what a day. Absolutely.
Only halfway through it.
I know. Feels like my third day, but we're halfway through the day here at Air Meet Live. Thank you so much, guys. We have managed to cross past the 60,000 viewpoints so far in the day. In the U.S., we have quite a few people on, and in Europe, we have a ton of people on, as this is a very popular event in Europe. So my U.S. guys, all the folks tuning in, please make sure to share the feed. Get this out to all your hobby friends. We know there's a ton of you out there. Please share it and let everyone know to tune in to the world's greatest RC air show ever produced on online television. What is that called? Facebook, so YouTube. You know what it is. I can't say live TV because it's not actually television. But hey, up next we have Stefan Finster flying his Soxos helicopter. Stefan has been on the team for quite a while now. Is a great ambassador for the hobby, especially for the heli side of the business. You saw him earlier talking about the Habu STS with Philip Geyer, also a great airplane pilot, and he'll be firing up his Soxos here real shortly. And you're going to see some incredible 3D aerobatics today. He also, it appears to have blades that have light-up tips. If you can see that, Ali, we might get to see him, and probably won't during the daytime. But those tips give him an additional light while he's flying. But that just might be his night blades that he's flying for his normal show. So
I'm guessing he'll be part of the night display, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So these guys are all prepared for the night show for sure. But here we go with Stefan Finster. Firing up here on the heli.
I'm guessing Smackdown, 3D,
heli
heli flying.
This will be a mixture of all.
Yeah.
But we're definitely going to see some hardcore smack. Start off with a wibble wobble pirouette here. You can hear that head speed that's cranking in the helicopter.
What will that be roughly?
This is going to be in the neighborhood of 2,200 RPM. And again, on a 6-foot rotor disc, it sounds like a crazy lawnmower. And just hear the power. These helicopters have upwards in power of about 12 horsepower coming out of an electric motor on a 12S 5000 battery pack system. Tons and tons of power, only able to fly for 3 to 4 minutes in a single flight. But as you can see, physics is really a thing of the past.
Yeah.
Powers right through any kind of gravity that the world has thrown at it.
I love watching his thumbs. That's the amazing thing for me, is how much movement goes on in a 3D helicopter flight from the sticks.
Oh, absolutely.
You guys must wear gimbals out.
You know, it's true. I looked at it when I was at Urcha. I actually repaired a few gimbals for guys that were filming radios. But no, it's you really have to know what you're doing. And you know, really, when we're talking about aerobatic flights with airplanes where you have just a moment to make a mistake, there's less time in the helicopter. Not only that, just not hitting yourself for one, right? But just not hitting anything else, like those flag posts back there. But look at the power on this helicopter. He's covering, 100 yards in a less than a second sometimes. It's incredible.
Camera guy is earning his wages today.
That's right. Yeah, these camera guys are probably not used to flying or seeing a 700 size 3D helicopter rip around at this speed, but they're doing a good job.
That camera guy's got the good job. Yeah. That would be me.
Don't worry, guys.
I got this.
I got the pilot in view. Here we have a nice funnel with the tail up here. A maneuver that's not terribly difficult, but one that you can modify it into multiple ways. Pirouetting, flipping, all that kind of stuff. Really, you can't call helicopter flying from a commentation standpoint because it's just everywhere, all over the place.
Not only that, by the time you've commentated on the maneuver, it's already 3 old. He's into another one, into another. So, yeah.
You look so nice and calm there. Yeah, TCAT RC Creations on YouTube says massive respect to those flying through the helis. Yeah, for sure. Massive respect. The orientation skill required to fly at this level is pretty impressive. So now what I believe Stefan is doing, because he's probably reached his 3-minute time limit, is he's going to climb with an auto rotation. He's coming in fully negative, all power off, flipping the helicopter back to its landing gear and sliding it into home base for his landing. So all that was power off and using the energy left in the blades to land it. So amazing flight there with his Soxos Strike 7.
only thing that's missing from Air Meet we need is a round of applause button. Because he deserves it.
Yeah.
Right then he'd be used to normally turning around and there'd be 30,000 people whistling, clapping, screaming.
That's true.
So,
yeah, hopefully all the pilots there are giving him a good round of applause.
So. He deserves it. That was some amazing stick inputs. You're writing in for next year. We have it here, the round of applause.
We will have it. Well, Ali, next year we're going to be there. We're going to be in Donworth.
I don't know. This is working quite well, you know.
You like this?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love that we're able to do it. But man, would I love to be there right now.
True.
But yeah, all right. So guys, up next.
This is the jet equivalent of your Befan times by about 5.
Okay.
So we're going to see some 3D. Yeah, you're going to see it all. You're going to see it all now. You're going to see some amazing precision and some down on the deck 3D with a jet. Sebastiano Silvestri is well known in the fixed wing circles, particularly for F3A precision style aerobatics. Sebastiano was one of the leaders or forefathers of the freestyle aerobatic movement, and he's carried that on into jet aerobatics. There are certain classes for F3S, I think it is, jet style of aerobatics, and his experience in the F3A world has certainly helped in what he's doing now with these extreme jets, 3D and precision freestyle. This particular model is his latest offering, which is, I believe it's called Ares. This is the largest one, and he's just released a smaller one. But this model is kitted for him by an Eastern European company called Krill. He sells it through his own brand, which is Sebart. A whole bunch of different aircraft. Anyone that's done fixed wing RC for a few years will know of the Sebart brand. Little bit of a tech delay by the looks of it. I see a battery going in and a battery going out.
That would be battery for the flight control, or is that
starting? This is how fanatical they are about weight. They'll use a battery to power the starter for the electric motor on the front of the turbine. Once that's lit and running, get that few hundred grams gone, because that few hundred grams will make the difference between him being a flip or a pinwheel or a hover or a torque roll and not. So, yeah, it's certainly the forefront of large-scale, lightweight, high-performance jets. All composite design, a bit like the aircraft and many of the jets that we've seen today. So fiberglass, liberal use of carbon fiber and Kevlar throughout where it's needed. Imagine electric gear on something like this. Turbine size will probably be in the 300 Newton range, so 60, 65 pounds of thrust. I'm not sure what brand. Well, I don't see the JetCat sticker actually, so it'll be a JetCat P300 in this. Yeah, I can't imagine he's the sort of guy that has spare stickers laying around.
Probably not, especially if they weigh so much.
There you go. Yeah, he takes those off now.
Yeah, those are just magnet on, right?
But yeah, it's certainly worthwhile watching this. No smoke on the wingtips, which is unusual for Seba. Normally his displays are very well choreographed to music and smoke, so he's going for out and out lightness. Super interested. I've never seen him fly this particular jet. Thrust vector tailpipe, you can see at the back there, so that little nozzle on the back is connected on just 2 servos minimum and a gyro. So when he flicks a switch, the tailpipe will move and allow him to do the 3D tumbles and so forth.
Getting a good look at that right there. Yeah.
Smoke on and rolling for the takeoff. I imagine, I'm preempting, I've not seen this display, but he'll start with some smooth, low-energy aerobatics and then burn some fuel before he starts doing the 3D stuff.
Definitely.
Interesting looking jet. Certainly is a purpose-built aircraft. It's not going to win any beauty. Long and wide. Yeah. The width is for the side area on the side, so for his knife edge maneuvers, it won't require as much speed. And more importantly, it won't require the angle of attack of the nose being high to maintain level. Same with the wing strakes, generating lift on the side right there.
Especially at that speed, you don't need much to generate quite a bit of lift.
Just proving he can knife edge from both sides. So yeah, as I predicted, low energy, smooth stuff to start with. Full blown air show face on, so we know he's taking it seriously.
can hear that composite airframe whistle, and I was a little bit until you guys at home can enjoy that full sound with that motor powered back as he flies through the sky here. Flipping switches like crazy.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of different flight modes. There'll be 2 gyros on the plane, and one controlling the main flight controls, the aileron, elevation, and rudder, and then the other one for the thrust
Gonna get
vector.
a rolling loop.
One
here.
roll roller, difficult maneuver, especially this. Oh, we'll snap
Oh,
one
we'll
top,
snap
just to
on top.
make it even more impressive. This is the hard part, getting
Down
the
line,
yeah. Lots of rudder work going in there.
Beautiful.
That's his aerobatic, precision aerobatic background coming through, where everything has to be presented in an even circle at constant speed. So, yeah, he would have done countless hours of precision flying. Here we go into the 3D stuff. And lots of thrust vectoring going on there, using 60 pounds of airflow to spin the airplane.
You definitely have to make sure your fuel system is perfectly stable on something like that, I assume. No bubbles in the fuel line, nothing like that. Quite a bit of shaking on the airplane.
Yeah, we tend to run a header tank or hopper tank, so a trap from the main tank before it gets to the turbine fuel pump to try and isolate any bubbles, because you imagine you've got 1.5 gallons of fluid right now spinning around. Quite easy to introduce air into that system. So the header tank acts as that trap before the turbine, because jets do not like air bubbles. They have a tendency to stop very abruptly, which is never a good thing, but particularly when you're down low doing flips and hovers and stuff, it doesn't
Yeah, that's
end.
the wrong time to have something.
Does not end well. Ask me how I know. Wow, blender. First time I've seen a blender with a jet. That's a cool maneuver that we only normally see done with high performance 3D aerobatic prop planes. So props to that aircraft. That's just gone through probably a 20 G change in direction for a plane that probably weighs about 50 pounds. That's a chunk of structure.
That's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
So we have thrust vector in there. It's so agile.
Look at the control surface
Incredible,
movements
yeah.
there. He's got, to me, this is a blend of a jet aircraft fused with a 3D aerobatic airplane. It's like a 3D aerobatic wing with huge surfaces, but jet propulsion. So it's an interesting style of flying to watch for me. I can't watch it all the time, but watching it done right like this is, a real pleasure, knowing what's going on in the sun right now.
No problem.
That's down on the deck. That's mighty impressive considering he has no prop blast at all going over those controls. Right in front of him, 3 or 4 feet off the runway, smoke blasting. Very nice.
Zero room for error in an airplane that certainly doesn't look that is durable on when it hits the ground.
Oh, it's dead. It's dead.
There's no coming back.
No.
This here, that's incredible. Yeah, that thrust vectoring system really allows you to do some unique aerobatic stuff that is just not possible in any other way.
Oh, nice. That was like a 360-degree rudder grind. Very impressive. And exit, same direction.
So the pilot here, this is the creator of Sebar aircraft, correct? So you don't know, but yeah, Seba Flying is the creator, owner, and founder of Sebar aircraft.
Designer, product developer,
yeah.
marketing manager,
Yeah, he's everything.
purchasing agent, product support. Yeah, he does it all. It's a man of many talents.
Absolutely, yeah. Here he is today, Air Meet Live, flipping those switches, getting the gear down, configured to land as he comes in here on the right side of the runway. Looks like we're going to get a flyby potentially. Nope, we might be coming for landing. Yep. Setting down on all 3. Cancel down. Applying those brakes.
On.
That is a big aircraft.
It is a chunk of airplane. Yeah, I saw one for the first time in Florida Jets. I think the fuselage was like that wide.
Wow, yeah, it's tall.
And crazy light. Picked up. It's one of those ones where you can go to pick it up and you think it's filled with helium. Mighty impressive.
Very awesome flight. Nice, Seba.
Highlight reel?
All right, we're going to have the highlight reel up here in a moment so you guys can take a look back at some of those awesome maneuvers that we witnessed in that flight. Welcome back, Air Meet fans. Up next, we have a little bit of an interview, and then we'll be moving into the Horizon Jet team with 3 F-86s. These are huge.
Giant F-86s, yeah.
So looking forward to that. I hope you guys enjoyed that last flight. That was a great display by Seba. I'm just going to say Seba. Everyone knows who he is. Great pilot, great creator, designer of all the Sebar aircraft. So hopefully you enjoy. Look at that sunset. It's getting better by the moment. I wish I was there. And hopefully you guys are enjoying that beautiful feed there. All right, so as we get ready for an interview here, hopefully we'll get our feed up with our German commentation team.
We're here with the Horizon Jet team, Nico Haag, Andreas Ruppert, and Michael Haag. Normally flying with 4 F-86 Sabre. Tell us something about your display.
Ja, wir haben 2 Teams, wo der Michael Reitz jetzt dieses Jahr leider ausgefallen ist. Und wir haben jetzt beschlossen, zu dritt zu fliegen und haben vorher einige Wochen davor etwas geübt. Und ich denke, das wird jetzt ganz gut werden.
Yeah, so Michael Reitz wasn't able to make it to the event, unfortunately. But those guys had some training days. Yeah. And now we're looking for your display. So, smoke on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, let's get ready. We just got to hear a little bit from those guys, the Horizon Jet team. This year, they are flying 3 F-86 Sabres. These are not just your average F-86 Sabre, Ali. Tell us a little bit about these aircraft.
They are giant scale, like giant, 1/3 scale F-86 Sabres, available from a company called Tomahawk Design. These are super detailed, all composite aircraft, like I think nearly all of the jets that we've commentated on today have been. What's interesting about these is they've been a staple of Air Meet for the last 4 or 5 years. I think one year we had 7, if I remember rightly, on the Horizon team. Now, at the time, they were kits. You had to do a lot of building and painting. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of hours of work. Just this year, they've actually been made plug and play. So they're offered as drops a turbine and receiver in and go fly. So these are the original kit ones, and the reason why I say it is that one, flown by Andy Ruppert, is the original one because Andy was the forefather of this airplane. He designed it, he built the molds and the tooling, and then worked with Tomahawk in conjunction with Tomahawk to bring it to the marketplace. So yeah, it's super cool to see somebody who is, the brains and the hard work behind a project enjoying the fruits of his labor. So
definitely.
Yeah. These are done in the Sky Blazers color scheme, which is old American aerobatic team, long before the likes of the Thunderbirds and Blue Angels. There was the Sky Blazers. Can't remember how many in that team. I think it was 5, but I could be wrong. It's a very striking, very patriotic color scheme. Stands out well in the air, silver base, red, white, and blue with the stars. It certainly does stand out well. The models themselves weigh around about 52 pounds wet, I think, so it falls below the German 25 kilogram weight limit. Slightly more if you put more detail on them, like the drop tanks, which these ones haven't got, to keep below that weight limit. So fly amazingly well. Had a fair bit of time on these myself, and it's one of my favourite jets to fly because of its size, because of its lightweight. It really is an absolute pussycat to fly. easy to present, great for what they're about to do now, which is formation work, because they're not super fast, but easy to maneuver and very maneuverable. So getting them together shouldn't be a problem. I know these guys have been flying together as a team for quite some time. So super excited to see how this works out.
So we've had a couple, or at least one of these, or maybe two of these at RC Fest before, I believe, here in the States. So I definitely know the sights and sounds of this aircraft in a single aircraft, but to see all three like this is pretty incredible. And I just looked it up, Ellie. The Skyblazers flew with 4 aircraft typically, so we're only missing that one to almost mimic the full scale. But of course, the Skyblazers are officially disbanded as a full-scale team. So here we go, guys. Smoke on and taking off here at Air Meet Live. And not just any takeoff. A formation takeoff.
3 abreast on a not what I'd call a wide runway.
Not
that's
necessarily,
impressive.
Yeah.
I reckon there was probably 3 or 4 feet between the wingtips if you put them side by side. So.
Again, no room for error there. Lots of rudder control and keeping those away from touching the wings on takeoff, as that could be disastrous.
Yeah, we had a very limited event last weekend at our local field here in Illinois, the Illini Jets, where we had to cap the numbers to 50 to conform with state rules on COVID restrictions. And even at that event with only 50 people there was 4, I think, of these Tomahawk Sabres. It's been that popular a plane here in the US, which is unusual to get 4 of any of the same plane within 50, but 4 of such a big, unique, complicated, expensive jet like this. It goes to show how popular they've been. And there's a reason for that. Despite being big and complicated, they're very reliable and easy to operate jets. So, yeah, they've been probably why you've seen so many at
Sure. We got a nice pass, smoke on. Is the F-86 pretty good in crosswind, or does that big tall tail really have an effect on it?
Yeah, big tall tail, particularly on the ground, narrow track undercarriage. It can be a bit of a bear. That's why you see them flying with the drop tanks or auxiliary undercarriage, as I call them. It's not uncommon to see them scooting down the runway, rubbing a tank. So, yeah, I think looking at the conditions there, the wind has died down, so I don't see any problems here. But if it was blowing 90 degrees like it was yesterday, you get to see the pilots that know how to use a rudder and those that don't.
Well, hopefully these guys get up and down nice and smoothly. They don't have their, what we call auxiliary landing gear. They don't have those on today. A little bit lighter load for these guys, but a great display so far here. Let sun setting down. And I assume that the darker it gets, obviously with this type of lighting, silver aircraft is almost harder to see.
To be honest, a plane of this size and with pilots of this skill level shouldn't have a problem. They're flying the skill away anyway, so I don't think the scheme will be a big issue. Confusion is more the issue, believe it or not. When you have 3 abreast like that, and sometimes you have drift where one will cross over the other. I've seen it on more than one occasion. You have a drift and then 2 fly off and one goes, somewhere else, and then you have that awful argument of who's just crashed. Not me, I'm still. Oh, no, I'm not.
Yikes.
So, yeah.
There's always one wrong answer.
On more than one occasion, I've seen that happen. It's the worst feeling ever because you've got to explain to somebody the plane's over there. So, yeah, these light conditions shouldn't play any part in what these guys are doing. Half roll probably coming up. There you go.
Nice. Well predicted, Ali.
Yeah.
It's like you've done that before.
No, just read about it.
You just read about it?
Yeah, again, there'll be a cooler there. I saw they have an independent cooler. Sometimes one of the pilots will call, but looking at the pilot shot earlier on, they had another gentleman in a Horizon team T-shirt who was standing out there. So, yeah, he was betting he would be calling the maneuvers. Oh, Steve, missed that. That was close. That's close. Wow. Ooh, come on now.
That is close. You can't get much closer than that. I'm not sure they meant to get that close, but wow, that was
Which
impressive.
time? There was 3 of them,
I
Steve.
can't wait to see the replay on that one. That's for sure. I hope the replay team is listening. We got to see that again.
There's the break. One in the middle and 2 peel off either end. So a bit like a cloverleaf break, that'll be. The interesting one is how they rejoin. It's always the fascinator for me. That tells me how good the team is. When they rejoin seamlessly, you know you've got guys that practiced a lot together. We saw it earlier
The
on.
closing speeds and the angles, it really matters. Again, with the jet, I mentioned it before, you don't have the ability to just pull power immediately. It kind of glides out of that, and you have to manage the energy, I guess is the best way to put it, of that aircraft. A jet motor or jet engine just doesn't just stop at the prop spin. So you're still spooling.
I know when I'm flying formation for videos at work, an electric propeller plane is the best because you have instant power on and then drag when you come off.
Sure.
You know, slows down, speeds up, slows down. Jets, the worst.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, I'm behind. You nail the throttle to catch up, and then you overshoot. So, it's not uncommon.
Yeah. And here it looks like they're doing a couple more rotations in the field, and then they'll start configuring for landing. What's the typical flight time on something? Just 6-7 minutes?
No, this carries quite a bit of fuel, actually. A gallon and a half will do about 8 minutes.
Okay.
So,
bad.
believe it or not, because of their size, you assume they've got these massive engines in. They haven't. These have got 200 newtons of thrust engines in. So compare that to what we just saw Seba fly, which is 330 newtons, and their plane is bigger.
Bigger, yeah.
It's just a different style of flying. So, yeah, they're quite fuel efficient. Smoke is the problem. That's the one that it burns through a lot. It probably gets through 2 litres, half a gallon of fuel in a 90-second or minute continuous smoke burn, depending on how high you have the flow rate at.
Just communicating with our production team. We have a full-scale aircraft scheduled to land here in about 15 minutes, but we have plenty of flights before that. So we'll keep flying until we can get our full-scale aircraft into this, as it is a true runway, a real full-scale airport. Sometimes we have to pause the RC fun to bring in the big boys, but you know what? We'll still film it. We'll still have fun watching it.
It's all going to be entertaining.
It's all aviation. We love all that kind of stuff. So as these guys get configured for landing, the sun is setting in Donworth, and please make sure, guys, to keep tuning in. The fun here is not going to end until...
We have a bunch of airplanes still to
We're
fly,
in the
Steve.
third
I'm
flight
thinking in
block
my
now.
head
There's-
what I haven't seen fly yet. So
Well, I know which one I'm looking for. That Concorde is still in the hangar somewhere.
Somebody better get the
hope I get to
spotlights out.
That Concorde better get up pretty soon. I know the Concorde will be at 8 p.m., which I believe will be here momentarily, hour and 25 minutes from now. So we'll see that aircraft. It'll be right at dusk for sure. Pretty good landing. Keeping that one on the center line as it gets a little squirrely. The landing gear, while it's a tricycle gear, it's pretty narrow on an
Very,
F-86.
yeah.
So can they get pretty squirrely? Looks like they can, especially when you get the brakes wrong, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Auxiliary undercarriage.
Gotta have those extra drop tanks.
Yeah, we had a team member of ours, Greg Wright. He didn't take kindly when I said maybe he should put wheels to his
He
drop
uses his a
tanks.
lot, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, up next is the replay here. We'll hopefully get to see that really close call we saw earlier in this flight. But overall, an incredible flight by these guys. Oh, that was close. All right, guys, we are back. Air Meet Live for that beautiful F-86 flight. Sun is still setting down in Donworth, looking pretty good. Plenty of flights still remain here in this inaugural Air Meet Live, but the 12th Air Meet ever done in Donworth. Up next, Luca Schmidt, 20-year-old German pilot, just new to the team.
We have a technical problem. My co-commentator has a sports-related injury. Cramp has just set in.
My leg just locked up.
Sorry about my lack of compassion, but
I could not. That was a Charlie horse.
I knew we were in trouble when Steve stopped talking.
I think I need to drink less Red Bull and more water, Ali. That's what just happened there.
Note to everybody, I'm not the person to have around if you're suffering medically. Anyway, sorry about that. We digress. Luca Schmidt, right? Flying a high-performance aerobatic slick of some sort, I think I saw there.
Yep.
And yeah, we're going to see some high-energy, high-octane aerobatics, I'm sure. My first time seeing Luca fly, so I'm not sure what to expect, but I know if he's booked into air meet, it's good. It's better than good. It's going to be exceptionally good. So, yeah, excuse me if I go quiet for a while. It's not like I've got cramp yet. I just want to enjoy the slot.
If you hear me yelp, that's what happened. We're okay. Apparently, this is quite the athletic sport sitting in the studio for this long. But
I thought you were falling off the chair.
I thought I was about to. Whew. All right, I'm all right, people. Thanks
Sorry,
for.
Lucas. You may have seen Lucas, or remember Lucas flying earlier on. He was our stand-in pilot. And young Nick had an issue with his slot, and Lucas stepped up and flew the X-Cub. And slightly more high energy this time now with the slick, as you can see, as he comes from right to left, doing some really high speed, intense rollers. So he's rolling to knife edge stops and nailing those. And then some pop style flick maneuvers, which, yeah, I've even struggled to keep up with the names. And my son probably knows more about the names of these maneuvers than I do. And all I can tell you is that Lucas's sticks are working overtime right now. And, you can see by the concentration on his face that he's working hard to put that plane where he wants it.
Yeah, even the throttle control, I mean, something like this, where it's more of a rifle roll / carrier roll, you really have to pump that throttle to get the airplane to roll around quite a bit. Managing all your elevator and rudder commands perfectly timed. Obviously, everything he's doing is perfectly timed. And if he's not, he's maxing it pretty darn well.
No, he's timing it well. The throttle is your control, because without airflow going over the ailerons, the inboard ailerons, and the elevator and the rudder, you've got nothing. So him blipping that throttle is shooting air across those controls and giving him the roll rate or the pitch rate or the yaw rate that he's requiring. So, yeah, cool as a cucumber.
Not much of a standard pilot face.
No air show face there.
Yeah.
We don't like that. We need to work on that next year.
So this aircraft, you see the smoke coming out of the belly, that's a canister system, right, Alan?
Tune pipe. Yeah, big, long pipe. I don't know what length a canister becomes a tune pipe, but yeah, when it's
certainly something we don't typically see in the U.S. Usually it's right out of the engine, you know, when we're doing a 3D flight, it's right almost a 2-inch exhaust, and that's about it.
Correct. Yeah. Again, not having the noise restrictions that they have in mainland Europe, and the stock muffler, as we call it, is lighter, cheaper, less maintenance. You don't have tight mounts and manifolds to deal with. So yeah, it's more common in the aerobatic competition circuit where they need all of the power, which is thus the name tune pipe. It's to get the exhaust so it's actually benefiting you rather than restricting you.
Okay. Airplane sounds really great. I have a little bit of the audio in my ears.
He's got his throttle servo working good. I want to know what that dude's throttle servo is, because it's one of our Heli servos by the sound of how quickly it's working.
Awesome flight so far. I'm going to pull up our Facebook feed on my computer here to see what you guys are saying on Facebook. If you guys have any questions or comments, throw them our way. I'm trying to monitor everything while commentate at the same time. Just enjoying this incredible 3D flight here.
I don't see many comments coming in asking about your well-being, Steve.
No, I don't think anybody really cared. They're not really worried about my leg. It's all good now. Had to just change seating positions. Haven't had that happen in years, so that was fun. Just a Red Bull and 4 coffees before lunch is not an ideal.
So you've had 1 Red Bull?
Nice.
Impressed? Did you say lunch?
What about lunch? Oh yeah, we haven't had it yet?
There's got to be a scientific experiment going on, because our brains don't know what time of day it is. We're looking at this, which tells us it's evening. I'm getting ready to have a beer and a nap. Yeah, really, it's only 11 o'clock.
We haven't seen the light of day yet. We've been in the studio this whole time. We got big lights in our face. Yeah, this is definitely a sleeping study gone wrong.
Dedication, hey, to the cause.
Right. Dedication.
I was joking, Alan, but here comes the lunch menu.
This is an Edge 540. I don't have a whole lot of information on the aircraft. But up next, guys, will be finishing Lucas's flight out. We do have that full-scale aircraft coming in to land, so we're going to have to pause RC flying just momentarily, and we'll get back to the Air Meet Live RC flying here shortly as Lucas comes in for a landing here with smoke on, beautifully done with his Edge 540. Just some incredible tail wheel has seen better days. It just came off. That's okay. You know what? You don't need that. Well done on the camera guy.
Props to the cameraman.
Yeah, cameraman.
He's a modeler.
That.
He's got to be a modeler.
I saw that happen. That was impressive. All right, guys. Well, up next we'll have a commercial after these highlights brought to you by Olympic.
Michael.
Spectrum has always focused on making cutting-edge radio control technology easy to use. Now, Spectrum unveils the latest addition to our smart technology ecosystem, the firmer surface and the Avian Air electronic speed controllers. Using Spectrum Smart ESCs, drivers and pilots will be better connected without having to install extra components that all work independently of each other. There is no need for extra wires, modules, or links. A smart electronic speed controller provides a one-wire solution for displaying a multitude of valuable telemetry data. Pair your smart ESC with a Spectrum Smart battery and it can deliver all of your battery's telemetry information right to your fingertips. Number of cycles on the battery, the health of the pack, a battery charge percentage, milliamp hours used, and much, much more. Having real-time access to this data helps ensure that your RC experience will be successful. All of this amazing smart technology is packed into a fast, responsive, reliable, and high-performance speed controller. Built into the durable case is an adjustable high-powered BEC circuit. It's cooled by a high-efficiency aluminium heatsink. For avid RC drivers who push their models to the very limits, firmer ESCs are completely waterproof and can be hard mounted with the built-in tabs. The Avian Smart ESCs for aircraft are perfect for demanding servo configurations. Their high current BEC with parallel voltage connections can provide a continuous 7 amps of current to your receiver system. The 32-bit M4 processor improves signal input resolution and motor output accuracy. It's easy to adjust, program, and update using the Spectrum Smart Link app. This ensures that your smart ESC stays as intelligent as every other part of the growing Spectrum Smart ecosystem. Spectrum Smart Technology. All systems go.
All right, Air Meet fans, welcome back to Air Meet Live. Looks like we had our full-scale aircraft come in here. This is a PT-17, Allie, am I right?
It's a Stearman. Yeah,
Stearman, yeah.
PT-17 Stearman. I think it's been here all day. I think it's departing.
Right, looks like we're all fired up on that radial engine. Looks like he's going to be getting out of here. Seems like he's had enough of today's festivities. He's going to go enjoy the nice sunset in that beautiful open-air cockpit. If you've never had a ride in the Stearman, I certainly recommend it. They're actually relatively inexpensive to go for rides at certain air shows. Great airplane for that open-air experience. You just don't get that much in an airplane. Having the helmet and goggles on, just like they used to do back in the day. This type of aircraft is a lot of fun to ride in.
Yeah, I think they're going to get the scenic ride home, definitely. With the sunset that we were looking at, just bombing along in a Stearman would be a cool place to be right now.
Definitely. Especially in southern Germany.
Very envious.
So we'll let them clear the runway. You can see our camera stands out there at the end of the field, get a little bit more of a wide shot of the Genderkingen Airport. We have another aircraft, I'm told, being flown in right now while this PT-17 taxis out. So we're going to do a little trade here. So we'll get to see a full-scale land and a full-scale takeoff. Why not? It's air meet. We're always mixing the two up, and that's the kind of thing we get here with a full-scale airport. You get to see all kind of great models, and of course here, oh, what is this airplane? I know the answer to this.
Bolkoi.
What's that?
Bolkoi.
Bolkoi?
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming in for a
I
landing.
don't remember the number, 10 something, 10.
Another aircraft you don't see much of in the United States.
BO 105. Bolkoi 105.
Bolkoi 105.
I'm probably pronouncing it. I'm sorry to anybody from Germany for my murdering of that pronunciation.
See, we can rate his landing too, Ali. Oh, that's pretty good.
No, I'm not talking about. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I was
That's
saying
a
the
helicopter.
BO 105 is a helicopter, so
My
that can't
bad.
be right. Well, if somebody knows what kind of airplane it is, put it in the chat. Unfortunately, Ali and I are not experts in European aircraft.
Yeah, I was right. BO 208.
BO 208. Okay.
I got the manufacturer right, the number of miles wrong, and the pronunciation probably slaughtered.
I thought it was Volkow, but maybe it's Volkow. And we let this PT-17 take off. I want to thank, again, all of our sponsors for today's festivities. Couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. Hobbywing, Genzace, Felbinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Fluke Model, Falcon Props, JetCat, AMA, Home Engines, DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures Photography, WBLT, and of course Horizon Hobby for letting us do this. Thank you to everyone here on the executive team for letting us put on Air Meet Live. This is an event that we wouldn't and couldn't let go for another year without having, even though we're not allowed to have our 30,000 fans. Looks like that last airplane got a 9 score from the fans in the audience, so well done. But yes, thank you to everybody for tuning in. And again, please share this. I know it's middle of the day here in the US, and hopefully you're getting settled in to watch, to get ready for the incredible night show here at Air Meet. It is something you do not want to miss, and I know our camera guys will definitely capture every bit of it, probably better than when you can actually see it live. So we'll let this PT-17 clear the runway as he taxis down the runway to get a full run at it. And this, again, is a full scale. That's why there's actual people in it. Otherwise, it'd be a really well done scale model, right, Ali?
I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by comments coming in from Daniel, who owns the big MB339, that says, if I can make it there in time, I can fly the 339. So
okay.
I'm going, bye.
Yeah, see, Ali. Looks like we got a couple more aircraft coming in, but that's okay. Hopefully you guys will enjoy the aircraft show you get to see here. Looks like we have 3 more aircraft coming in, I'm told. So that's okay. A little change of guard here at the Genderkingen Airport. Getting a nice little full-scale air show while we're waiting on finishing up our daytime activities here at Air Meet Live. While this is going off, I'll talk a little bit about our sponsors some more. Karf Model Aircraft, they combine great designs and quality materials with professional prefabrication. RC magazines for reviews and technology. FMT, the leading magazine for RC aviation in Europe. Falcon Props, Falcon specializes in the manufacturing of high-quality model aircraft propellers and accessories. Lindinger, an Austrian-based online hobby shop serving your hobby needs inside the EU. Aerobatics, your hobby shop specialized in RC airplanes, helicopters, drones, and cars for Europe. Genzace, specializing in the manufacturing of high-quality and high-performance LiPo batteries. Hobbywing, innovative brushless systems for the RC industry. Hobbywing, innovation powered by passion. and the AMA, the world's largest aviation association for models, representing a membership of nearly 200,000 from every walk of life, income level, and age group. The German Model Aviation Association is Europe's largest association for model aircraft enthusiasts. Beautiful takeoff, by the way, on that PT-17, giving a nice wing wave as he does a nice left aileron roll out of the runway and off to wherever he is headed. Nice show. I bet that sounded really good on camera, by the way. Also by JetCat, the world's finest RC and commercial grade turbines. Calm engines, high quality 4-stroke and multi-cylinder engines. And of course, our friends over at RC Scale Airplanes, one of the largest RC YouTube channels out there. And they're also co-streaming this event on their channel. So go over and check them out and make sure to subscribe over there. We want to thank WBLT again for all their hard work in helping to produce this event. And from this beautiful camera angle you're able to see here live, they have done all the technical work behind the scenes to make this event look as amazing as it is. So if you have any event needs in Europe, make sure to check out the guys over at WBLT. As that P-17 skates off into the sunset, we believe we have a couple more airplanes, 3 more airplanes coming in. So about 3 more minutes. And we will get another aircraft here. We'll go to, looks like we're gonna, okay, looks like we're gonna be going to commercial now. So let's go, let's jump into a word from our sponsors. Welcome back. Look at this shot here.
Wow.
Yeah, little surprise flight for you guys. It's interesting.
That's our smoke planes, right?
Those are all the smoke planes. A nice flyby for you in formation. Saying goodbye as they head home for the evening here at Air Meet, or at least I believe they're heading home, unless they're doing something else special for us, but it sounds like they're getting out of the way here for us here at Air Meet.
I think that's break to land. I think they'll be landing in groups by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe they're just coming back for the night show, it looks like. Well, either way, this is awesome stuff to watch. You just don't get to see this much, and I'm watching it live on my screen and live on YouTube. A little bit of a delay there, of course, but just incredible footage that these cameras are able to bring you guys live here at Air Meet. So I hope you're enjoying every second of this. Thanks so much for tuning in this evening, or this afternoon here in the States. Get these ultimate aerobatic airplanes down on the runway as they circle into land, I believe. Don't have a whole lot of information on their plan, their flight plan, but we'll call it like we see it. It looks like we're gonna get some things here for you guys, some beautiful aerobatic airplanes, full scale. Look at that shot, incredible. right, guys, I want to see in the comments, what are our landing scores here? That was pretty good, I have to say. Comes another one. Ooh, yeah, a little chirp.
He went somewhere unused there. That was on the end.
He's about to take off again, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna have a hard time slowing that thing down.
Aerobatic airplane with flaps. That's a rarity.
Mm-hmm. This is a short runway.
Yeah, look at this. Look how little runway.
Yeah, they're using the full runway, that's for sure.
This one is like tail wheels nearly in the grass.
Yeah. Getting those airplanes slowed down out of the way for the next aircraft is a feat in itself. Now, I know that runway looks pretty short on camera, and it is a pretty short runway typically. We have Pitts coming in to land. Not bad for a free air show, right, guys? Oh, Lee Monroe is really great in these landings. On YouTube, anyway.
It's landing.
Pitts landing is looking rather typical.
You can't see anything out of that.
No, you're just looking at the side of the runway, hoping you're in the center of it right there. Once we get these aircraft in, guys, we'll have Markus Rummer. He will be up next on the flight block, also known as Dr. Lowe, as you mentioned earlier, Ali.
Yep.
So we'll see some great flying here shortly.
And that is in relation to his flying, not his medical practice. The guy has some incredible thumbs. He's been to America a few times. I've seen him in Europe a few times. Yeah, he's a full-blown airshow pilot. I think this next flight display from him will be one to watch as well, because it will be the first public display where he's got his hands on the Compath SU-30. So a full decked-out scale twin turbine jet, which you normally just see flying the scale envelope. I'm pretty sure Markus would have worked his magic on it and made it a little bit more versatile in what it will do. And sorry, SU-27, not SU-30. Yeah, I'm predicting we're going to see our first 3D aerobatic display with a scale jet.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Looks like our full-scale aerobatic planes are coming in for the evening, getting off the runway so that we can get back to doing some RC flying. But hopefully you guys enjoyed just some of the festivities here at a full-scale airport. But these boys are up there having a good time, giving us a little flyby. And we got to grade some landings, so that was exciting too.
Full scale ones don't count for me. They're sat in it, it's easy. It's all about the model ones for me today.
So I did just hear that since we did get a little couple delays today, we're gonna have to cancel some flight slots. But don't worry, we'll be going until the darkness. So hopefully we'll get to see some of the ones we talked up about. I'm trying to get word from my guys of which ones are canceled. But we unfortunately can't fit everything into the day just due to the weather and some of these full-scale arrivals. But still, we've had an incredible day here at Air Meet Live in Genderkingen and Donauwörth, Germany. There's that SU-27 by Markus Rummer. He's a 33-year-old German pilot, and he is flying under the CARF and JetCat flag, if you will. And this aircraft, so you say a new aircraft?
New to him.
New to him.
Far from new. This
Okay.
was the company demonstrator. So it was built in Thailand, shipped to the US, flown at various events in America, I think last year or the year before. Stayed in the US for a while where one of the reps flew it, and then the company owner decided it would be best in Markus's hands, and I fully agree. Shipped to Germany, especially for this event, so Markus could get some stick time on it, make the thrust vectoring work really well, and yeah, put on what I'm anticipating to be a memorable display. So So this is as you can see, large scale. I'm going to guess around about 5th or 6th scale model of the famous Russian frontline fighter. This particular airplane will probably be powered by 2 100 to 130 size turbines. You can just see the thrust vectoring nozzles there, so that allows Markus to do some non-scale stuff. Although the real Su-27 does have thrust vectoring, it doesn't have it to the extremes that this one has, and it won't have the power to weight ratio that Markus has got. So
of course,
I would imagine some better than scale to the aerobatics. I'll be unhappy with anything less, and unhappy with anything less than a 9 on landing. So not that I'm putting pressure on Markus, but he better perform.
Nice. Well, guys, I made the executive decision. We're going to shorten up any, obviously non-sponsor stuff, but any interviews and stuff like that, we're going to shorten those and potentially cut some of those interviews out so that we can watch more flying here at Air Meet Live before the sun goes down. So I hope you're not upset with my decision. I figured you'd rather see flying than people talking. So we've worked with the production team behind the scenes to make sure we get more flights in before that sun does drop. But here we are with Markus Rummer. And we're going to enjoy this amazing flight here.
That was inches. That wasn't feet.
Inches. Dr. Lowe, you said it. It's his nickname. Yeah, this is very similar. So do you know the difference between the 30 and the 27? Is it a power system? Yeah, well, obviously there's three numbers in between there. But is it a major difference in aircraft? I mean, I'm trying to compare this to like our E-flite SC-30.
No, I'd be guessing if I said for sure. I'd be winging it if I said that it's definitive that I know. There's twin seat, there's single seat, there's canards on one, and no, I don't. There's so many variants as well between the two, so. No.
But a similar aircraft, I mean, they're very agile, capable of moving pretty high off.
Flying it like a sport jet. This is crazy. This is a 50, 60-pound airplane, twin, super scale, all the whistles, all the bells, and he is torturing it. And it's lovely to see because it's fully in control. There's not one part of this where I feel like he's on the edge or going to lose control. So it's always a pleasure watching Markus fly, and particularly when he has a really nice airplane.
Yeah, I mean, this is an airplane we'd see, at a red flag event in the United States, at a scale event, looking for scale points, and not doing this type of flying, of course, but to have all that extra, we'll call it extra weight on board to be able to do this stuff, pretty incredible feat, really. All that power on board and that agility. And that airframe does allow you to do a lot more than the standard Dr. Lowe Air Meet.
Yeah, like I say, all of this with a sport jet would be impressive, but to do it with a super scale model, incredible. So he's now in the high alpha phase, so we're going to go into the 3D aspect of his flying. Nose is super high. That wing is no longer really working as a lifting device. He's relying on the thrust in those turbines. Great camera angle there. So he's balancing it on the thrust from those TV thrust vector pipes. And very little control input, as you can see, because there's not much point. There's not enough airflow over those stabs to do much.
Tail and the rudder's doing a little bit there to keep it, but that's about it.
Yeah, and that I guarantee you, because it's mixed in with the TV pipes, most of the work is being done by the thrust from the turbine. So, yeah, how cool does that look? I'd love to see that at a real air show.
Yeah, I don't think the full scale can do quite that, Ali.
No, Yuri in the sun there.
You'd love to see it, so it doesn't mean you're going to see it, but it would be pretty
And
cool.
a flip, I'm guessing. There we go. Yeah, positive flip. Beautiful. And what's really nice is when you look at this from a pilot's point of view, what I said about being in control, he's doing those flips and he's exiting same height as he entered, no wing wobble. It's not like fighting him on the way out, which means that he's in control. When you see some of the extreme aerobatics done, particularly with jets, you can see that the pilot is in control, but not fully. Never that with Markus. Certainly in this display, that Sukhoi is going exactly where he wants it, when he wants it, and not fighting him. To me, it's a sign of an airshow pilot that knows his trade and is very, very good at it.
Just making some notes here to the production staff.
quick note about the aeroplane that Marcus is flying. Gear down now, unfortunately. I'm guessing we're cutting slots short so we can get more flying for you to see. But the aeroplane itself is from one of our sponsors, Compath, leaders in the composite jet prop glider technology. They supply aircraft from kit form all the way to plug and play. I know this particular aeroplane is one of their factory-built examples that a customer can order in this color scheme with various different levels of prefabrication. I've had some of their work in the past and own a couple of Compath models right now, and they really are some of the best in the marketplace, and their new system of offering pre-painted and pre-weathered and pre-installed components has opened up their product portfolio a lot. So if you're interested, have a look at their website, Compath or crf.com. Along with our other sponsors, all of them have websites which will have information on the Air Meet site, right?
Definitely, yep. You can check out a lot of the airplane information if you go to the horizonhobby.com and look down at the Get in Touch with Us. There's an Air Meet section there. Check that out.
An 8.
That's a pretty good landing.
I didn't want to talk about that
Carrier
too much.
landing.
Yeah, it was showing you the ruggedness of the undercarriage,
Yeah.
the durability of the airframe, and
true. Up next, we have
Father and son.
Russian jet. Some Italian 2 MV339s.
Of course.
Why not?
They're not allowed to fly any other airplanes. They're from Italy.
That's right.
They get disowned. And in those colours as well. Only in those colours.
Only in those colours.
I've known this father and son team for a long time, and yeah, it's been great watching them develop. Pre the son, I can't remember his name without looking on site right now, but yeah, pre him flying big jets, I remember going to model events and seeing the dad fly all the cool stuff and the young lad kicking around, and to watch them together now is brilliant.
So their tagline for their flight here is Italian temperament meets precise formation flight.
Being married to an Italian woman, I would say Italian temperament means something else. Normally pots and pans being thrown at me, but yeah, formation flight works.
Awesome. Well, these guys have been active on the team here since 2014, seems like. Obviously, they're father and son, so they've known each other quite a bit longer than that.
All of their lives.
The father has participated in 3 Formation World Cup, obtaining excellent results there too, culminating with a 4th place in Germany 2015 and a 4th place in China in 2016. These are 2 MB339s. And they have quite a few other aircraft, obviously, in their fleet. But today you're going to see this. And it looks like they do have smoke under the wings, Ali. So we're going to see some smoke grenades pop. They have their, what would you call it, header tanks on top of the airplane?
They're taxi tanks.
Taxi tanks. Okay.
Yeah,
so we're not burning fuel on the aircraft.
Correct.
While we're getting fired up. All right, so we're pulling those off now. And it's like getting the aircraft sealed up and ready for flight.
I'm going to use my amazing powers of prediction and guess the colours of the smoke on those tanks, on those wings.
Yeah, definitely going to be green and red, eh?
You reckon?
Potentially. So Sandro is 60 years old, obviously from Italy. Couldn't tell that already by all of our comments. And his son Federico is 24 years old, obviously also hailing from Italy. Both these guys are flying Spectrum systems on board these aircraft, from what I'm told.
A lot of smoke on each airplane.
That is a lot of smoke under each plane. Plenty of weight, but they can carry it.
And cost. Seriously, they're about $25 per cartridge for 90 seconds. So
Wow.
there's $100 on each airplane for 90 seconds of air show.
That's incredible.
Yep. one thing that I should mention from a pilot's point of view, Steve, that has suddenly occurred to me is that I don't know if I'm the only pilot that does this, but my first flight of the day is never my best. It takes and get into it. You've got to remember, these guys are only getting one flight in a day, most of them. So this is their first flight of the day. So
yeah, they've been
roll in and put on a top class, you know, aerobatic jet display in formation as your first flight. Hats off to them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, to sit around all day watching everybody else have fun.
Yep.
Might have a nose gear failure on this MB339. Hasn't quite been put away yet.
He may cycle the doors, maybe the doors behind have just shut, or he may just carry on and fly. If it's electric gear, then it's not too much of a big deal. Yeah, certainly the pressures to perform are something that some people don't think about, not only in the pilots, but also the airplanes as well. You know, normally if this was just a club day, you'd go, oh, my nose gear's stuck. I'll put the gear down, land it, have a little wrench on it and make it work. But these guys have got the
show must go on.
Yeah, exactly. One shot to make it work. So
yeah. Yeah, these obviously two very large airplanes. Doing an aerobatic routine together is one difficulty, but keeping two large airplanes in perfect mechanical shape.
I guess one color right.
Yeah, you got the color right.
What's the next one? What's the next one going to
There's
be?
the red. I see it popping on the wing right now. It's popping on. And hard to see colors in the dark, obviously, as the sun is setting. I see green, I see red. And of course, I see white smoke from jet engines. Looks like we're missing the red on the high MB339.
In true formation style, Steve, we're selling them a bit short. They've both got nose gears extended out.
Okay, so maybe
Either way.
They both forgot to plug in their nose gear.
Credit, there you go, that's what I like it. Credit where credit's due. If you're going to have a problem, let's both have that problem.
That's right. You got to keep the symmetry correct.
So easy commentating in our little box from 5,000 miles away.
That's right. We don't have to worry. We don't have to do any of the wrenching late at night. We just get to sit here and talk about these aircraft and let you enjoy the flight just like you guys at home. Here we go with a nice split away from each other going into their solo performances. Eventually they'll get caught right back up with each other to continue their flight. And I believe they have a secondary smoke system on board, so they'll have more smoke for the remainder of the flight. We got all smoke systems fired off and working correctly. We've changed colors now, Ali. We're blue and very, very cool. We'll be able to shift colors mid-flight like that. So after this flight, guys, we will jump into a Behind the Innovations video series that we need to play so our camera guys can get set up for the night show. So that'll go on and give us a little bit of a break here. And so stick around, stay tuned. We still have plenty more action left. I'm not going to stop talking here for these guys. These MB339s are certainly nothing to just turn the TV off on. This is an incredible flight. Two massive airplanes. And you'll see them if you've just tuned in when they land on the ground. These are not small aircraft for sure. So I appreciate each and every one of you tuning in all day today. We've had tons of viewers. I'd say that's been very successful there, both in Europe and the US, both on Facebook and YouTube. Continue to share and use that hashtag AirMeetLive. A huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Our flight block sponsor for most of the day today has been Gens Ace. And throughout the day, we've had various other sponsors for other pieces of the show. We couldn't do it without you guys. You'll see some of their flags and banners all throughout the event. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors for this inaugural Air Meet Live, and of course our 12th year doing Air Meet in Donauwörth, Germany. And we hope that next year, Ali and I will get to be in Germany commentating for the US there in Donauwörth, but because of the health restrictions and travel restrictions, we were just unable to be there. And of course, 30,000 other friends and family and fans are unable to be at Air Meet this year as well. So that is why we came up with this brilliant idea of producing this world-class event called Air Meet Live. So we appreciate all the positive comments. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying it. Obviously, it takes a lot, it takes an army to put on something like this. And we'll continue to go all the way through the afternoon here in the States and, of course, into the night there in Germany as the sun sets on Donauwörth in Genderkingen at the airport there. Here comes both MB339s in for a landing, a little bit hot. I think we're going to use most of the runway here. We got one down and the other down. Not bad at all. A little bit separated on the formation, but overall an amazing landing. Applying the brakes, and I told you we're going to use a lot of that runway, but it's a much bigger runway when you see a camera.
You've got it. Why not use it?
Yeah, exactly. No reason to be slamming down on a short race. So, guys, we'll be also re-streaming here on Facebook. We'll have to restart the stream because there's an 8-hour limit. So just a heads up there. So we will restart it right away. So if you get booted, come right back. We will reset the Facebook stream. Those guys on YouTube, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. YouTube doesn't have any limitations. But after this flight, we're also going to jump to a behind the innovation video so you can enjoy that. But first, a few highlights from our friends at Lindinger with those nose wheels down. I'm just going to guess that they planned that.
Yeah, totally. You can't, the probability of having both nose gears have an issue at the same time.
Yeah, and the on YouTube says, better that nose gears failed on retract on takeoff rather than extend on landing.
Yep,
It's 100% true with that statement. So very well done to the Rosina boys of the Team Rosenjet. Awesome flight performance here at Air Meet Live 2020.
It's Matt Andron's brain. Matt has always been interested in STOL-capable aircraft.
Matt Andron, Mr. Foam, as we know around the office. I remember having that sign made up for his cubicle, and that sums him up. It should be Mr. Aviation, really. The guy is just like a walking encyclopedia of everything that flies.
Well, I've always been into high lift devices, flaps, slats, vortex generators, all kinds of stuff like that. It's just been something I've kind of get on a tangent of and just kind of like learning about and trying to see what you can do. Plane fly slower or different, using these aerodynamic things.
He likes that overall plan form that lends itself well to that. And I think what he did is took a combination of full-scale models that are good at STOL flying, and then he took some of what he's learned being a modeler pretty much his whole life, and he put the two together into a design that was optimized to not only be STOL capable, but also fly well all around, and then also be a really good flying RC model.
I would say probably the original generation of the Timber was an Apprentice I actually modified many years ago.
So we had tons of experience and tons of fun with the Apprentice. And then guys in our office said, let's experiment. Let's put the big tires on the front. And so a couple guys here, Matt and David, decided, years ago, let's just try to do this and see what we get.
I made it a tail dragger, put giant wheels on it, cut some really huge flaps into it, actually had the ailerons droop with the flaps, and it was definitely a different airplane than an Apprentice.
We all in product development, when you develop a product, sometimes when you're in the middle of developing the product, you're like, okay, this thing's gonna be big, bigger than what we even thought, as far as how it would fly, and without even giving too much information, handing the transmitter to another guy, just waiting to see the response, and everybody was like, okay, this is cooler than I even thought it was going to be.
When he first said he was going to make a STOL airplane, I was like, cool, it's going to be a Highlander, it's going to be a kit box, or it's going to... And he's like, no, I'm going to make my own. I was like, why would you do that? There's so many good ones out there.
and he came up with the timber, and it's like the best bits of all of them. You know, I looked at it, I was like, oh, cool, it's got the pretty cowling of, say, like a Kit Fox and the Euro Fox. It's got the long length of some of the more sleek European glass ships, but it's got the functionality of the Highlanders and the brutally ugly Stoll airplanes.
And it kind of looks like a real model at the same time, which I appreciate, because a lot of people, when they see it, uneducated people, they assume it is a real airplane.
Well, the benefit about that is, at least on the model side of it, is you can kind of do anything you want. You're not limited trying to make it look like a Super Cub or a Husky or you know, a Highlander Stoll airplane or anything like that. You can actually change the airplane to make it a good model. We added a longer wing, you know, made sure we had good aileron authority, big flaps. You can make the tail volumes the size you want, and not be limited by trying to make it look like something that's already out there. So it gave us a lot of free will to just make it what we wanted, make it perform the way we wanted without, again, having to try and match something and make it look like something.
It looks like a real airplane. It's not a scale airplane. It was cheated to be a better RC airplane, but it still looks like a real airplane. I would say it's probably a 4-seater. I doubt it would be that narrow of a fuselage if it was. It's probably a tandem 2-seater.
2, it's got to be 2. Anything else is dead weight. This is a Stoll airplane, this is not a cruiser. You don't take passengers. It should be 1. I'd love to see a single seat. 1-seater would be my ideal, my dream timber. If I built a timber in real life, it would be a single seat.
Well, originally, you know, the working name was just like a Stoll airplane. You know, before we came up with a name for it, if anybody's aware of the competition, the Stoll competition in Valdez, Alaska, we were actually going to name the airplane the Valdez because it made sense with the type of airplane it is. However, after kind of having that idea run around the office and everything, not everybody was on board with that name. So we tried to do kind of a brainstorming session.
But the point was, this thing is all about the outdoors and where you can fly when you think about the tundra of Alaska, or, you know, a bush plane type thing.
You know, most of these Stoll planes are flying up in Alaska, going in and out of tiny airstrips in the middle of the woods, so timber kind of made sense, and it really fits the airplane. It really just kind of hit a home run. I mean, everybody who got one loved the way it flew. They could fly it in smaller areas with the big tires. They could fly it on their field if they didn't have a perfect environment to fly off of, you know, not a paved runway or anything like that. Plus, it just allowed you to try and fly in out of places you wouldn't before and off rougher surfaces. So based on the popularity of that, we thought, well, what would be better than a smaller version, and did the Ultra Micro. And that one really even opens it up that much more. I mean, like in the product video, you know, we're landing it underneath trees and stuff like that.
We needed bigger ailerons, so we had better aileron authority. We put bigger flaps on it, so it would have better authority. And then I think we cheated the wing area a little bit more to make it, even though an Ultra Micro, make it a little bit floatier still in its category. And in the end, I think we probably created the best Ultra Micro ever. We actually were joking one day that there's no way the timber scaled down to an Ultra Micro would fly as well as the big one does. But we were all very pleasantly surprised when we did that.
Everybody who had a large one had to get the small one too. I mean, it's just, when you enjoy something so much, you're like, oh, that's cute, but I know how it's gonna fly based on the cool one that I have, the larger one, so I've got to get that. Secondarily, for the guy that said, you know what, I want to fly something in my cul-de-sac, or a smaller park where I don't have to go to the flying field or wherever, where I can come home from work, have batteries charged, and hey, the flag's down, it's not quite dark yet, I just got to go 2 blocks. I'm going to fly this thing. You know, I can fly it in a lot of different areas, and I can't fly the big one. But knowing the features of the larger one, we knew this one was going to be big.
So that one was really neat because it took basically the capabilities of the big timber in a much smaller package that you could fly in your backyard. So if you didn't have access to a flying field, you could fly the Ultra Micro pretty much anywhere. One of the things that a number of guys around the office wanted was basically more aerobatic capability out of the timber.
We all felt like it needed more aerobatic performance. It needed more power. Well, I take that back. It didn't need any of that. We wanted it to have more aerobatic performance. We wanted it to have more power.
And that was the genesis of the Timber X. We shortened the wing considerably, added a lot more core, and made the control surfaces just gigantic on it. You lose a little bit of the Stoll capability, but because it's more of a 3D, you can almost Harrier it in and stuff. So you're not really losing Stoll ability, you're just flying more on the power than you would with the high lift devices of the original Timber. And you know, being that it has the giant control surfaces, it can do things that the original one could never do.
So the overall wing Timber X is almost the same as the original Timber. It's just shorter and deeper. And then the benefit of that is we were able to put very, very large, deep surfaces on it. And so it has incredible roll performance. The flaps are very effective. You can do things with that you can't do with a regular timber or a timber 1.5 meter. The Timber X was very special to me because we took a STOL airplane and turned it into a 3D airplane. STOL performance of the original plus 3D capability. And so it just seemed like an all-around win-win. And that is probably when I fell in love completely with the timber.
It's possibly a great example of lazy PDing. I was sitting there in the office one day thinking about future projects, and I looked across at Matt, and he was working on it would have been the turbo timber at the time. And I was like, we're doing another timber? And he's like, yeah, have you seen the sales numbers? And I was like, oh, interesting. So yeah, I took the path of least resistance and pitched the idea of making a giant timber. And it was originally going to be called the Timber XL. That's the X on the fin. And we changed that later on. But yeah, it was just to make a wood ARF version of the already very popular timber. God, I keep using this word. It sounds like I'm on repeat, but versatility. It's my favorite thing about the plane. I can go and decide one day I'm going to fly it around like a cub and just do one wheel touch and goes. In the same flight, I can suddenly decide, you know what, I want to do a point-to-point slow roll, but try and keep it as actual as I would one of my aerobatic planes or my jets. It does it. Maybe I want to do some rolling Harriers. This isn't a 3D plane, but it does it. Maybe I want to do some really high alpha knife edge stuff, or some prop hanging, or some waterfalls, or some flips. And then suddenly go back to just putting it around with takeoff flapping and flying it like my dad. That's what I love about the 110.
I've always been a fan of turboprops as well. I just kind of like the shape of the nose and stuff like that, you know, King Air nacelles and stuff, just something with that big intake on the bottom, that sleek look. And so I wanted to change the original timber to kind of give it that turboprop mentality, you know, if it was a full-size airplane, somebody lobbed off the nose and put a, you know, PT6 turboprop on it kind of thing.
And the one thing we found when we put more power into it was that the original timber 1.5 meter wing twisted. So when we were coming up with the turbo timber, we thought, no big deal, we'll just take the original timber, put a longer nose on it that looks like a turboprop, we'll put a bigger motor in there, higher KV motor, make it work on 4S, it'll be great. As soon as we did that, it actually rolled worse than the original because the wing was twisting too much. So we had to come up with a way to reuse the existing wing design, change the internal structure a little bit because we couldn't make an all-new designed airplane. And then on top of that, the engineers and our PD guys came up with an incredible solution to keep the wing stiff without adding a ton of weight, without having to change the design and retool it, which would have increased the cost and made it take longer to get to market. They came up with kind of a skin. So the entire top and bottom of the turbo timber wing is covered with effectively a large decal. And that decal, I was blown away when I saw how stiff it was without it versus with it, and that made all the difference in the world. And so that was probably the #1 design challenge that I can remember for the current timber series, was getting that done.
We did go to 3 and 4S capability, so we got a lot more performance, and so we had to stiffen up the wing a little bit because it was flying much faster than it had originally ever been designed to. And I think that the turbo timber actually has probably more performance than the original because it has that wider flight envelope.
It's aerobatic in a way that the original never could have been. And that makes it more entertaining for a 3D aerobatic pilot or recovering 3D aerobatic pilot like I am.
So then we have, we're coming up with the next iteration basically, which is the ultra micro turbo timber. Kind of the same thing we did to the larger timber, but a little bit different. It's still only 2S, but we tweaked the motor to give a little bit more power, gave it the cool turboprop nose, changed up the trim scheme a little bit. So still a great flying ultra micro, just a little bit different look, but anybody who has the original ultra micro will love this one as well.
My favorite now is the new UMX turbo timber. I think it's fantastic. It's everything that the original timber was, but now more power. And so you simply can't beat that. I don't care if the guy's an experienced pilot, if he doesn't like ultra micros, he doesn't think a timber's for him. Every single person that's ever flown that or seen that fly, the original UMX timber and now the turbo timber, they're blown away. They're like, I had no idea it could do that. It can hover, it can knife edge, it can do inverted, snaps, and at the same time you can take off and land in places that you would never do with any other ultra micro. And that's really kind of the benefit, I think, of the entire timber line. That's why the whole thing makes sense. In every category it's in, every class that they're in, all the way from the ultra micro up to the giant scale, in each of those sizes and categories, they are the best STOL performance aircraft of their kind.
Going on from that one, our next timber release is actually the Night Timber X. Night flying is fairly popular. You know, we had the Night Visionaire, we had the Night Brave. Those airplanes have done really well for us. And it just gives another option for the airplane, you know, something else you can do with it. And that one being having a hollow wing and a hollow fuselage, you can really illuminate it quite well and, you know, make it show up at night. So The great thing about working at Horizon is when we develop an airplane, everybody gets out there and has their hand in it. From David Payne and Sean Sullivan, all those guys, we were out there flying it, testing it, getting feedback from everybody so we can make improvements that made it a great product. You know, sometimes you can't see some of the things, you're so close to the project, you're out there flying it like, this is great, and you let somebody else fly and go, well, why don't you change this, or why don't we do this, or hey, this would be really cool if we could make this happen on this airplane, and it just gives you more options to make it, a great product at the end, you know, when you have all that feedback from, I mean, we all come from such different backgrounds and have different experiences in this hobby, and can take every little bit of that from each person and put it into one airplane, which really makes it something special.
Timber is probably special to me just because it became bigger than what we thought would be from the PD standpoint. Anytime you've got a product that you know you believe in strongly, you know, maybe the rest of the company doesn't quite know this, and that's okay. They don't quite understand exactly what we're trying to get to. But when it becomes even a bigger hit than what you thought it could be, and all the work that a whole team has put in, that really makes you appreciative and thankful, and it makes you feel good about it, knowing that there's so many of these at every event we go to that everybody kind of has that same smile on their face when they fly it as we did. And anytime you can have that result with the product you developed, you feel like you've hit the mark.
It meets almost everybody's needs in some way now. And on top of that, it is a plane that almost everyone can fly and enjoy.
I think the reason why it's been so successful, it's not lucky, you know, it's that we just stumbled upon a new segment and went down this avenue. Stoll's been around for a while, and other companies have done Stoll aeroplanes. The Timber, I think, as I said in the initial brief, Matt took the best bits of all of the different aeroplanes and made them into the best Stoll aeroplane. So yeah, that certainly shines through in the big one. I knew it flying the small one, and I can see why people love it. I can see why it has a cult following, and I see it around for a long time. It won't just end here.
I guess one thing I'd like to say is we're not done with the Timber. Yeah. We can't say what we're working on, but you know, when something works well and people know the name and they already know what to expect because of the name, and then when you take that and you say, what else could we do with it? That's how we ended up with the Timber X. And a lot of people are clamoring for more of that. You can take the Timber and do what with it? You can make it a biplane, you could make it a twin, you could make it a tricycle gear, you could do all kinds of things with it. And so again, we're not done with it yet. And I know some people may say, all right guys, you're gonna beat this horse dead like you do everything. But you know, at the same time, it works well, people know it well. It's like any good brand, when you have a nameplate that people know and they appreciate, they respect, they love, there's no reason to not take that nameplate and do more with it. So yeah, we're not done with the Timber yet. I think it's inspired a lot of people to try different things, and you know, that's how we ended up with the UMX version, that's how we ended up with the Timber X, and then that's how we ended up with the Hangar 9 version. It surprised a lot of people how wide its capabilities can be, and how we can tweak the design just a little bit and almost completely change what it originally was into what they are today. So yeah, not done with it yet.
So I've been really happy with the way the Timber turned out. You know, because I've been into Stoll stuff pretty much my whole life, you know, being able to, again, take your passion and put it towards a model that you really are excited about is something special. And then again, the industry response to this airplane, how popular it is, how many people love it. You go to flying fields and you see people enjoying it. It's really something special when you can bring something out there that everybody can enjoy.
Welcome back to Air Meet Live. Hope you enjoyed that little brief behind the innovations about the Timber line of family. And Timber Alley has been one of our most popular aircraft for many, many years. I know you yourself have flown all of them, but have also been involved with the development process on the Timber 110, as we saw there in the video. Just a great flying series of aircraft, a family, if you will.
Yeah, we hit the sweet spot with the airplane. Matt Andrin, who you saw, was probably the lead on that behind the innovation presentation there. Just got it right. Sometimes things just align and you don't make the most spectacular product, but it just works so well for everyone that it becomes universally popular, and that's the case with the Timber range. Matt is a wonderful airplane designer, and he nailed it with that one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as you can see, guys, the sun is beginning to set. Looks like we about maybe have 45 minutes or so left if I do the whole finger trick. It doesn't really work on camera. 45 minutes or so of daylight left in Donworth as we are settling in for the night festivities. We do have some more coming to you soon. So we're going to be doing a few things to adjust for timing. We're going to have our full-size pits display by Uwe Schreier during our interview session. So you'll see a split screen of our interview, and you get to watch also a full-scale pits fly. So I think that is good. Before it gets too dark, he can't do aerobatics, obviously, after it gets too much darker. So we're going to give you that, even though it's getting dark, so you're going to be able to see our interview and see him fly as well. So we have some more flying, of course, all the way into the evening hour. So stick around, tell a friend, share the stream, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, and stay with us for the rest of the afternoon here in the States and the rest of the evening in Europe. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Let's jump right over to our German commentators, Thilo and Martin. How you guys doing?
Hey, Stephen. Hi, Ali. How are you doing? We're doing well. We have best weather here, and we have a lot of fun. Great pilots. It's an amazing situation here.
Good. Yeah, it looks amazing. We only wish we could be there. I know you guys have been having fun, and you've had quite the many viewers on your stream in Germany, the German stream. So congrats on that. Looks like there's a ton of people over there watching the stream. Obviously, you guys are famous over there.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we get good comments here, and some we are showing to the public, and it's pretty cool. Very nice. Very cool.
Good.
So, let's start with our interview. So, and the first one that we have here is nobody else. It's Sebastiano Silvestri. Come to us, Sebastiano. Nice to meet you. Come to us. It's a pleasure to have you here. So, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Come on our right side. Yeah, Ali and Stephen, do you have some questions?
Sure. You want to go for it? I can go. So, Sebastiano, we saw that flight. Obviously, we were telling everyone you're the founder, the guy when it comes to Sabart aircraft. Such an amazing flight. What is the hardest part about flying with the ducted fan, or not ducted fan? Help me out here, Alex. The thrust vectoring. What's the hardest part about flying with thrust vectoring?
So, first things you need is a lot of experience. I carried this experience in 3D flying from the TOC periods 20 years ago in 3D flying with prop planes. And this control I brought to jets and be one of the first using vector thrust. And is made by small details, made it successful. And a lot of practice and a lot of power. And today give me in my plane a JetCat turbine P400 with 40 kilo thrust. And yes, and the perfect help is the power box Royal SRS with gyro, 3-axis gyros, and all these equipments help to have a good feeling with the plane, and you can control like prop planes. And after, yes, you need practice and a good plane too, because it's a brand new plane. I introduced it in the last year in the Jet Power, and today in the first show of the years. And thank you very much again for the invitation. I'm very glad to have performed for all you.
Thank you. Well, great flight. I'll pass it over to you, Thilo.
Yeah, so we have one question that we got from the public here now. They want to know, how many hours do you invest to train that you can fly like this?
So my secret is the long experience. I started flight when I was 10 years old, and now I'm 46. So it's a long time flying, and especially in high-level competitions I made. So this brings the possibility now to don't fly so much, like maybe the youngest need, because they need the experience. But experience is also, I'm sure everybody is practicing can do it, because with the right stuff, you can do the same what you have seen. So I'm happy to have performed for all you, and that happy to do it again maybe next year.
Not maybe, for sure.
Thank you.
Ja, einmal ganz kurz, geben wir es in Deutsch einmal rüber. Wir haben natürlich gefragt, wie lange er denn übt, bis er denn auch so fliegen kann, wie er das jetzt gerade gezeigt hat. Und er sagt, es kommt darauf an, er fliegt jetzt schon seit mehr als 20 Jahren und ist jetzt 46, also hat sehr früh angefangen zum Fliegen. Und es geht nicht darum, wie oft, oder es geht nicht darum, dass man wie oft man übt, sondern dass auch ein bisschen Talent mit dabei sein muss, natürlich, ganz klar. Und er ist glücklich, dass er hier bei uns ist und uns zeigen kann, was er kann und wie er fliegen kann. Und das macht ihn sehr, sehr stolz und hofft, er ist nächstes Jahr natürlich auch wieder mit dabei. So, wir haben einen kurzen, ich habe gerade übers Ohr bekommen, also nicht wundern, es wird gleich ein bisschen lauter. Die Pits startet gleich nochmal weg, das ist gar kein Problem für uns, das kriegen wir auch so. Stephen and Ali, for your information, it could be a little bit louder because the pits is starting now, so only that you are informed. And yeah, I give it over to you, Ali and Stephen. Do you have one question more for Sebastiano?
Sure, Seba, ciao. How are you doing? Long time no speak. Air me! Seba, let me ask you a question. I know from experience that you have flown many, many hours in competition aerobatics around the world and also many air shows. If you had to choose one now, which do you prefer, the competition side or the air show demonstration side?
The competition make you bigger in talent and for yourself. You do for yourself. But what is something really bring in your life as memories is the air show. And one of the best I did is one that you was with me in Korea, if you remember. And that's one very exciting, almost 10 years ago. And we used to travel the same. And air show for me is I can display with music and display the part of the art I'm doing with modeling, air modeling. Competition is not always the same, and I prefer air show for sure.
Good. So next year, if Air Meet falls on the same time as a big competition, we see you at Air Meet, right?
Yeah, probably.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sebastiano, it is a big honor to have you here.
Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very glad again.
Thank you.
And well
Thanks
done.
a lot.
Fantastic job. And I really understand it's fantastic doing what you are doing now. I think in the future maybe make it again and could be only a plus.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Sebastiano.
Ciao, Seb.
So now we have our next team pilot here on stage. This is Mr. Philip Geyer. So, Philip, nice to have you here. Thanks a lot. How are you doing?
Hello.
So, how are you doing? Feeling well?
Very
Everything's
great.
good?
Great show.
Okay.
You hear it.
So, one of the questions that we get here on our thing is, what was the first plane that you get from Horizon Hobby?
First plane was Ultimate 2.
The Ultimate 2. Okay. Do you have it already at home?
Yeah.
It
Already in
flies?
stock.
Okay, cool. So, Stephen and Ali, do you have some questions for our team pilot, Philip?
Hey, Staff, you want to go?
Okay, yeah. Philip, hi, how are you doing?
Hi. Great.
The king of the Facebook tag. It's so good to see you. How much work is involved for preparing for Air Meet before and after the event? So when did you start getting ready for Air Meet and when will you be finally finished and packed away?
Normally 1 week, 1 weekend before, and I think at Thursday when you are here you can try your planes, and then on Saturday show begins.
Cool.
I think 1 week is a good.
Yeah. So many folks don't know, but you are in your full-time job is kind of in the medical industry. You have a pretty cool job, but you're not really necessarily in the medical field, but you work for the medical industry. Does that kind of experience help out with your modeling, do you think?
Yes, you can. You have the same little things to adjust. It's a little bit.
Yeah.
It's the same, I think.
It carries over a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you're thinking about flying RC when you're designing medical equipment. So hopefully, I know your brain is always in the RC world, as I see you posting on Facebook constantly. Thanks so much for being at Air Meet, man. Hopefully you get to enjoy the rest of the evening and have a beer for me tonight after the show.
Thank you. Bye.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, das waren kurze Fragen an Philipp Geyer wie viel er an Zeit benötigt, jedes Mal, wenn er bei uns auf dem Air Meet ist, um das vorzubereiten. Und es liegt ungefähr 2-3 Tage vorher, fängt er an, dann nochmal zu trainieren, alles zu checken, dann ist er hier bei uns. Und die zweite Frage war beruflich, er ist natürlich in der Medizintechnik tätig. Und wir wollten einfach mal fragen, wie sich das so mit dem Modellbau zusammen verhält. Passt alles gut zueinander, also alles in Ordnung. Vielen Dank, Philipp Geier. And now we have our special helicopter guest, our team pilot, here on stage, Mr. Finster. Good to see you.
Hi. Hi.
Good to see you. Hi.
Hi.
So, Ali and Steven, do you like to have the first question for our team pilot?
Sure. Stefan Finster, good to see you, buddy. Glad to see you at Air Meet. Sorry I'm not there to hang out with you, man. You know, I know you've been flying helis for a while. I know heli is your main expertise. What other type of aircraft do you fly in your spare time?
Well, I do actually fly planes and drones as well, but mostly helicopters, to be honest. It's just my thing to fly helis.
Yeah, okay, awesome. And you are good friends with Manuel, right? You guys get to fly a fair amount or not so much these days?
Yeah, he also lives in Austria, a bit farther from my place. It's like 1 hour from my place, but we meet up and we go to events and fly together. And I actually met him at an event and now he's part of the team. So really proud to see him progress over the years.
Yeah. Well, awesome flight today. Thanks for showing the world what SMAC 3D is. We really appreciate you coming out to Air Meet as always, and I hope we get to see you next year.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
So, eine Frage, one question we get not 1 or 2 or 3 times, we get tons of these questions. The ladies and gentlemen want to know how many years you have to practice when you fly like this, until you fly like this.
Yeah, well, you can practice for many years. You'll never get perfect. I did start with real flight. That helped me a lot. And I still fly real flight. I did a video series on it. You can check that out on my YouTube channel. Highly recommend that.
Okay, cool. Also wir haben natürlich gefragt, wow, ich musste einmal zu Pitts gucken. Wir haben natürlich gefragt, wie lange er trainieren musste oder trainiert hat, bis er halt die Helis in Perfektion so fliegen kann, wie er das hier tut. Und er sagt, man kann üben und üben und üben und üben und üben. Man ist nie perfekt, aber es hat ihn halt der Flugsimulator, hat ihm da sehr, sehr doll geholfen. Das liebt er heute noch, das fliegt er gerne. Und er fliegt seit über 15 Jahren Modellflug. Also von daher ist es schon sehr, sehr beeindruckend. Ja, Stefan Finster, nice to have you here. Great show and we see you at the night flying event. So, yeah, happy to have you here.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Stefan Finster. See you. Bye-bye. So that was our our invitation guests here on stage, Steven and Ali. We go back to moderation, our thing. So have a great evening, and we see you soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks so much
guys.
for all that you do. Have a good rest of the evening. Enjoy the night show.
Yeah, for sure. You too. Thank you. See you.
Bye. Thanks.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Well, we're back here, Air Meet Live. Up next after the pits, we're going to have our Swiss formation team, our 2 extra large L39s. It's like that typical pits landing there. Beautiful job. I'm sure Uber has been through many hard landings in that pits, but they're difficult to land. That's just the nature of that beast, model form or full size. But he makes that thing look really good. So thank you so much. I'm glad we got to have that flight while we were doing the interview, save a little time in the show, and get to see that flight. We even got some really cool footage from the aircraft so you guys can see what it looks like up in the air in Donauwood. Just incredible. We'll let him taxi off the runway here. The sun's still setting, as you can see, pretty dark as we look into the sunset there. And yeah, the comments on YouTube about that pits slip, that's pretty much how you have to land in the pits. There is no way to see over the top of that aircraft, so you have to land in a slip functionality, basically a slip formation, to be able to see your runway line and then come right in. Also, I'm sure he's trying to put a little style in there too for you guys, but overall, great flight, Mr. Uwe Schreier. Every year he starts and usually finishes Air Meet in that exact aircraft, doing that incredible slip fast takeoff. It's with the smoke on, just absolutely incredible way to start the event. Good job to him. I'm glad he's able to hang out with us every year at Air Meet. Incredible pilot. So guys, those of you that I said that the night show was at 12:30 Central, I apologize. I can't tell the sun to go down any faster, but we do have probably another hour or so here before the night show. But we will keep streaming here, obviously, and we're going to have as many more flights as we can get in before the sun sets, and then we'll jump right into the night show as soon as it gets dark. But unfortunately, I can't just flip the lights off as you guys would like me to. So.
More importantly, the aeroplanes we have to fit in before the night show, I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say some of them are the best that we've had throughout the day. We are literally saving the best till last.
Yeah, we have not seen these guys yet. This is our Swiss formation team. These L39s are huge, Ali.
Half scale, yeah. And crazy. Look at the size of the fin. Those are 6 foot tall guys, and that fin is up to their eyeballs. So, yeah, we've got incredible airplanes. Really well flown. I know Sammy, I've watched him fly from afar, and yeah, talking top-notch pilot, flies down on the deck, puts everything into a display, and just look at that airplane. I mean, beautiful. That's $50,000 right there, Stevie, and there's 2 of them. So, yeah.
Yeah, bringing it to you, hardcore mode here, Air Meet Live in Donauwörth, Germany. About to see 100 grand worth of equipment take off. That's just incredible. You just don't get to see it. Again, not going to see this stuff in the United States. Too big to fly legally in the United States. So this is the only place, really, in Europe that you're going to see this all in one day. And these guys, this formation flight you're about to see is incredible. The size of these airplanes, unreal, absolutely unreal. As they taxi off together, just like 2 full-scale L39s.
Yeah, these are 150 pounds all up takeoff weight. So I say half scale based on the Breitling display team, L39s that go around the world now. It's a full-blown international display team, the real L. And the Swiss team do travels all around Europe. I've seen them display a number of times with the smaller Hunters. I've never seen the L39s live together, but I'm expecting great things. You can tell by the fact that they're wingtip to wingtip. They're not even bothering to use all of the runway. So, yeah, that shows the confidence that these guys have got. And not a staggered start either. Look, they're sending it together.
That's right. Punch it up. These guys are going to be together. The first one getting off the ground a little earlier there. You got a little squirrely coming off the start. Together, they're going to put their gear up and start their show. Did you notice their landing gear doors came up after they finished taxiing? That's not usually standard, but I noticed that their landing gear doors came up. Yeah. They had their landing gear out until they begin their takeoff, and then they closed their door.
Cool. I didn't notice that.
Very nice scale touch there.
I think some of the camera angles we've got today make it look darker than it is. I think that's the camera adjusting for the light. So those of you watching at home, please don't worry. It isn't as dark as it looks. Yeah. These guys are absolute professionals. They wouldn't risk flying when they couldn't see 100% of the way. So another pair, look, half roll synchro to the positive pull round the half reversal is stunning. Stunning. Takes a lot of practice to get that, because you can tell the other guys to roll now, but that's one thing. To get the roll rates consistent, everybody has a certain stick movement they put in. These guys have got it worked out that they're rolling at exactly the same time and rate. So fair play to them. That's a really, really good effort to make it like that.
Definitely. So one of the questions we got in the YouTube chat earlier is, could you explain why they're just not legal, or why we can't have a model of this size in the United States?
We have a weight limit, a maximum total weight limit for jets of 110 pounds. So anything above 55 pounds in the US has to be registered. So we have inspection processes during the building and the test flying process, basically to make sure that they're safe and they're fit to fly and the owners and operators are comfortable flying them. It's a process put in by many different countries around the world to help the owners of giant scale models operate them safely. The difference is in Europe, they don't have the cap of 110 pounds. For some reason, unbeknown to me, in the US, a jet airplane stops at 110. You could build a prop airplane, but the jets is a no-no above 110. I'm hoping one day it changes, because as these guys are showing, properly built, properly monitored, this is as safe to fly.
That's perfect.
What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Oh, it's beautiful. Love it. Properly operated, these jets could be 100% safe. So, yeah, it's a shame that we can't Steve's with me now. They can't be signed off to fly. One day, I hope it changes. I know speaking to the guys at the AMA that they've looked at it and gone to increase the weight limit. And it would be a great thing because I'm desperate to bring one of these over.
I bet
to
you
Europe.
are.
Yeah, the problem is now, this was the first one. This was the first of the giant XXX or quadruple XL airplanes, this L39.
Okay.
But since this has come out, we've had the MB339s, the F104s, the Hawks, and they're super cool.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Certainly a model that not many people can afford to own, but the type of model that really turns heads anywhere it goes, but is a commitment not only from a financial standpoint, but just to be able to travel with this. I mean, there's so many pieces of the puzzle, to put that level of risk in the air. And here you see two in the air flying formation, and those navigational lights are just shining.
Pick up on the lights.
Yes, I like my lights.
For those that don't know, Stevie is a light fiend when it comes to model airplanes. If the lights aren't on point, Stevie's picking up on it.
Thanks for all the
we hope so too. We really hope we come to Germany next year. I haven't been for a few years, and doing this live has made me miss it even more. So yeah, we'll be there to join you next year. Definitely. Right?
Definitely. Yep. I plan to. Air Meet Live is a new endeavor for us. Air Meet, as it stands as an event, is certainly not new. This is our 12th year doing Air Meet, as these guys do a beautiful loop for us with a little roll at the top coming out. Not quite a full loop, probably half loop.
Yeah, I don't know what the name of that maneuver is, but it's beautifully timed because it brings you back on the downline as a turnaround maneuver. So these are quite technical maneuvers. When the Formation Cup first started, the Swiss team, these two guys, really took it by storm because they decided to do all the really complicated technical maneuvers, which all of the other pilots were sort of leaving alone. It's almost as if they didn't care about getting downgraded. They were like, we're going to make the show regardless, and it still shows today. It's nice to see that they're doing the unusual technical stuff.
I mean, if you couldn't tell, that's not a real aircraft right now. Look at that. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And the lights, Ali.
Look at the sunlight on it.
The sunlight gleaming off of it. This is incredible.
Yeah, this is about the best time. I know when we do photography for work, our photo guys love this light because when it shines on it, it's like a golden light as well. And
golden hour, yeah.
Super. But yeah, I'm with you. It's hard to tell these things apart from the full size. I think, not being funny, I almost prefer this over the full size because you get more in a shorter space of time. If these were full size aircraft, they do a bit in the middle and then take a long time to come around and do another bit, which is the interesting thing to watch. With the models, they can keep a much tighter box and also more entertainment in a shorter space of time. So no disrespect to you full size pilots, but as a commentator, it's a lot easier commentating on constant action.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you're at Oshkosh, you got to kind of wait for the flybys, but you get to hear a lot of the history behind the aircraft between flybys. With this, we get to see flyby after flyby after flyby. It's awesome.
So these aircraft are available from a company called Tomahawk Design. We've heard their name mentioned a number of times. They're actually a very small, almost boutique jet manufacturer. I think it's a two-man team from Tomahawk, Andreas Ock and Thomas, the founder of Tomahawk. But their name has come up again and again and again because they make some of the best, high-end jet products in the marketplace. Not selling, obviously, in the thousands, but more in the hundreds, but making absolute works of art like this. Say, half-scale F-39, 150 pounds flying on the deck, solid, reliable, dependable, and strong. It's certainly a niche marketplace that these guys have pretty much captured.
Absolutely, yeah. As these guys get finished with their routine, I hear that the Concord is next.
So those of you who don't know, probably for the last 2 hours, I've been sweating that the sunlight has been diminishing, and I've been putting pressure on Stevie. I'm like, Steve, we need to see a couple of acts fly. This is one of them, the big L-39s I wanted to see. But certainly for me, the highlight is, I think I'm going to go out on a limb now, the largest RC model airplane ever built.
I would agree with that. I mean, it's
absolutely gargantuan.
Yeah.
You may have seen it in some of the shots of the flight display area earlier in the day if you've been with us all day. But this up next will be the flight of the Concorde. But it will be an incredible aircraft. It is massive. But these two L-39s are configured for landing. Let's see how they come in for a formation landing. So far looking amazing in that light.
That's close.
That is extremely close.
One is in the wash of the other one. Look at that. Goosebumps. Just saying, that was quality.
Absolutely beautiful. Look at this
come
landing.
on.
It doesn't get any better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
The applause button.
Yeah, where's the applause? I hope you're clapping at home.
Yeah, somebody clapped on our behalf. That was
guys.
quality. That's a 10. That's my first 10 of the day. 10
Absolutely
twice.
Incredible. Unbelievable. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick look at some of the replay highlights, and then we're going to jump into a commercial. So we're going to jump off the mics here and let the replay go so you can enjoy that. And we'll be back next with the Concorde. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As you can see, we got our camera on the deck here. The most incredible aircraft I think we're going to see today. Ali and I have been waiting for this all day. We've talked about it. This aircraft is 95% carbon fiber sandwich, and only in the areas of the antennas is there a little bit difference there. And this aircraft right here has gathered nearly 30 million social media clicks in the first year of its life, 20 million of those on YouTube, 10 million of those on Facebook. I will say that hopefully paid for some of the aircraft with ad spending or ad dollars, but just look at the absolute massive size of this aircraft when you see it with a full crowd around it. Incredible. And we're about to see this live, guys. So this is really, in my opinion, the pinnacle of today's event. I wanted to see this aircraft. As soon as I was told it was going to be here, this is something that I just cannot believe it's actually at Air Meet. So this is running on multiple JetCat P300 turbines.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking serious money in motors alone. Not only all the custom design time. You can't just go to the store. You can't just go out to a vendor and say, hey, build me a Concorde. This is all custom designed, custom built, right, Ali?
Yeah, I watched the story on Otto building this thing, and it would have been easier for him to build a full-scale airplane from scratch. I mean, it's meticulous. I've seen some giant-scale airplanes in my time across Europe, and sometimes you come across ones that are put together to fly and fly only. This thing is a work of art. It's mechanically perfect. It's aerodynamically precise. The wing shape is modeled off the full-scale Concorde, which is a super complex. I mean, you look at it from the top and go, oh, it's a Delta. But look at it from the front if you get a chance, or the side, and see the dip and the curl. Otto has replicated the full scale exactly.
Yeah, even the nose. I mean,
yeah,
it's just incredible.
This only flew for the first time last year, so I'm guessing it's probably only done 1 or 2 events in the world. And yeah, it's certainly set records in terms of model airplanes, not only because of its size, but because of how stunningly it's built. And from the video I've seen, not only does it fly incredibly, Otto flies it like a demon. No, seriously. So the test flight video, he rolled it. He went and rolled it. I mean,
oh my God.
Yeah, the guy is a legend anyway. But for those that
I know a little bit about RC flight. A few years ago, the beginning of this craze for really fast piston-powered models, scale warbirds, came from the Galloping Ghost. That was Otto. So he dropped that project and moved on to this, and the next time we saw him was with the biggest RC plane in the world.
Wow. I wonder if we're going to get a little L-39 action while we're flying the Concorde.
He's not shy. He'll happily fly with others that he trusts.
We may get a formation flight. Lord knows how much money is going to be in the air here in a moment.
Otto hasn't put a price on this airplane, and I'm glad he hasn't, because
it's priceless.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, just look at the size of this thing.
Nose down, just like a real Concorde would be for visibility. So because of the high angle of attack that Concorde has during landing, it has that low, that droopable nose. See the wing shape too, how complicated it is, not just flat, right?
The only place you're going to see this stuff live. Please be sharing this video. Get all your friends involved. This is incredible stuff, guys. World premiere, world-class production.
The purple light, the sun coming off it, we couldn't have picked a better time if we tried. Gear's still down, which surprises me. I thought you would have had the wheels up by now. Something just came off there. It looked like a hatch.
Yeah.
Gear door, maybe. Could have oversped the gear. L-39 is being flown by our two team guys, Marc, Petrak, and... Come on, you're the man with names.
Oh, I'm going to look it up. Would it be Mathhias Hocke?
There you go.
There you go.
Just testing. You passed.
Just testing, I passed. I got to get the pronunciation out. I thought we were just going to get a Concorde flight, but I didn't think we were going to get a Concorde taxied by two L-39s. That's incredible. Luscious Luke, thanks for the positive feed, positive comments there, man. Near Super Bowl quality, I'll take that. Thank you so much for the positive comments. Look at this thing coming around.
Interesting silver tape on the leading edge of the port wing there. I don't remember that. That looks like a on-field modification. See, the guy's a legend. I've got all the respect for him in the world just for making this project, but then flying it like it's a $50 foamy. Hero status right there.
This is the way to do air meet, guys. Unbelievable.
If I had the time invested in just making the nose gear door, I'd be in the stratosphere just doing laps. I'm hoping the audio comes out for you guys at home. It's a beast of an aeroplane with multiple P300 engines. That's enough power to fly a full-scale aeroplane, easy. So
Absolutely. Looks like we're configured back for landing. Landing gear down. Dude, it's a really short final. You'd never do that in a real Concorde.
He's not going to land from there, is he? He is, you know.
Potentially. You never know. He's coming in hot, that's for sure. Maybe it's just a low touch.
No, it's going to be a go-round, isn't it?
We'll find out. Looks like he's
the brakes work.
Certainly using all that runway. Looks like he's going to abort that landing.
I think that was a flyby.
Oh, flyby. Okay,
I'm going to give him that.
Yeah, I'll give him this flyby. That was a little sketchy there. We're going to run on the runway for sure. You can see all the pilots out there looking at this.
That's when you know it's legendary aircraft status. Everyone stops.
Even the guys with the big other airplanes are out there.
He's cleaned up again. He's going for it.
He was just giving us a little dirty
Come on, Osso, give me a roll. Just one roll.
Maybe he'll combine it with the All-39s here.
Oh, I thought he was going for it there. No, don't roll from there. Don't listen to me.
It's amazing this airplane holds together, let alone...
Steve, the thing's built like a spaceship. Seriously?
Yeah, I bet.
If you see the article on the amount of carbon fiber that went into this thing, you could build an Airbus.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying the audio. I can't wait to watch this stream back and listen to this because we're unable to get the audio you guys are getting. We're just hearing a little bit piped into our ear. But man, this is...
Here goes.
Here goes.
Go for it. No. Yeah. The L-39 doesn't know what he's doing.
Looks like he just pulled vertical and then turned.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Concords do it all day, every day. More Rogue Squad on YouTube says he's more fearless than my 7-year-old with his duet.
There you go.
That's a perfect comment.
That's beautiful. So next year, air meet, one of these, Horizon Colours.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I'm sure we can convince.
Is that a go?
We can convince my bosses to plunk down, I don't know, a couple $100,000 for an airplane.
No, wouldn't be that much. Single $100,000.
Single $100,000. Okay, close enough.
See, even his cooler. Do you see his cooler behind him? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you? Yes, there's the roll! Bam!
Oh, wow. Absolutely incredible. Concorde with the roll. Unbelievable. Air Meet Live 2002.
So cool.
Wow. Absolutely. Hands down, the coolest flight today.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody else.
Nah, that's...
I think they'll understand.
He's still sport flying it.
How much fuel has he have on board?
Not enough, for my liking.
Oh, man. Yeah, if I was feeling at all tired earlier, I'm wide awake
Yeah,
now.
I'm buzzing now.
This is unbelievable.
Absolutely.
We figured back for a landing. Looks like we've got gear out, nose down. Oh, man, this is incredible.
When I grow up, I want to be like Otto.
Oh, please do not put your arms up. Sorry. So we will let the Concorde come in. I'm going to stop talking. Bye-bye.
The only thing that would make that better is if there are red arrows for. Just saying.
Yep, true.
I'm getting told off by the production team for getting a bit overexcited on that roll. Sorry if you lost any of the sound. That was my overexcitement.
We got a little too excited there, sorry.
Yeah.
Guys. So some of the questions about the full-scale Concorde as we get another incredible flyby here. Landing. Oh, landing. I'm terrible at absolutely incredible, folks. Hey guys, just for those of you asking, the full-scale Concorde had a maximum speed of Mach 2.04. It's about 1,350-ish miles an hour. So obviously not in service these days, but an incredible piece of aviation history and an absolutely incredible piece of model aviation history now. In the book here at Air Meet Live, a successful flight with not just a single Concorde, but with 2 L-39s in tow. Unbelievable. Didn't expect to see this. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to all the pilots. Look, he's doing
The runway is not wide enough. Even though he had 90 degrees of steering, he's still too big to turn around on.
Absolutely incredible. Wow. And guess what, guys? We're not done yet. The show goes on. Thank you for that flight. Thanks for tuning in. We are going to continue this incredible day as we get this Concorde all buttoned up, safely put away for the evening. This priceless piece of RC history. Really not history, current piece of priceless RC technology. Incredible stuff.
Well done to all the team on the ground that made that happen. We know there was a lot of juggling that had to be done to make the timing work. As you can see, the sun's going down, and we still had to move a bunch of flights around to make that Concorde thing a reality. So thank you to all of those guys at Air Meet that gave up their slots or moved things around or made it happen. It was well worth it.
It's one big team there, and I know they understand, what is important to our viewers and you guys out there. But it does look like we're going to get legendary fighters up next, Ali, which is another huge display. So let's get some replays here. This slow motion is brought to you by JetCat, which is pretty good because there's a lot of JetCats on this
1,200 newtons of jet power in the back of the airplane. We do. That pass alone. Got the right sit, the right angle. Yeah. Look at that. I wanted to say when you were wheeling off backs about the full-size Concorde. Full-size Concorde was cool, but this is a lot cooler.
All right, folks. Well,
this couldn't have worked out any better,
This is-
really,
yeah, this is
considering
gonna
what
be
we
good.
know about what's coming now.
absolutely. Best time of day for this. As you can see, tons of airplanes lining up here.
Unless you're a pilot.
yeah. Yeah.
But I didn't realize there was that many of them, Steve.
They don't mess around, these guys.
2, 3, 4, 5, a lot.
Yeah, there's too many to count. The Legendary Fighters, guys, a group of warbird enthusiasts that put on an incredible show here. You know, we're just going to keep rolling with the hits. We had the Concorde with the 2 L39s, and now we go into the Legendary Fighters. And they're, like you said earlier today, and those that are just joining us, the kerosene bill alone for this performance, I don't even want to look at again because it was quite a bit of money. But we're going to see some insane pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
We're going to see some great flying, potentially some stuff not flying so good. These are all old warbirds, to be honest. They're hard to land. They're hard to take off.
They don't like
And there's
flying from
so
a concrete
many of them.
runway.
They don't like flying off the runway, absolutely
They
not.
don't like flying off a narrow runway with a bunch of other obstacles. So if they manage to make it on the ground and stop dead without any rubbing of paint, I will be amazed.
Well, we will definitely... Man, I can't stop looking at that Concorde. I can't wait for this Legendary Fighters flight too. Just the pyro on board here, incredible. And if you see those F-104s sitting down there too, Elliot, we're going to get to hopefully see those.
You better do.
And then we go into the night show. So as we're just getting every ounce of sunlight, we're getting these guys up in the air. The pilots know there are other pilots waiting here at Airmeet Live. They need to get up in the air, get this flight in, give you guys the spectacle, and then pass it off to the next crew. The Legendary Fighters, a group of guys. I love this scale Jeep. That is with a really unscale flag, but appreciate the flag on there. That's a massive flag to scale. A little RC Jeep. When I was there last, they had their one of the young boys driving the Jeep. Doesn't look like he's there this time, but we're gonna get all these aircraft out on the taxiway, on the runway.
Short takeoff, they're just hooking right and punching it, getting
Yep.
in the air. They know they're on a limited time frame here in terms of daylight. There's, I think, at least 2 or 3 other slots waiting to take off once they're done. This is a little bit more complex, this slot, because of the amount of aircraft, because of the type that they are. Operating them from a narrow concrete runway is a little bit more difficult, but mostly because of, to the left of our banners is the second part of their act, as it were, which is the mimicked strafing area, the bomb zone that the Legendary Fighters use for their pyro display, which tonight or today in this daylight, I've never seen a pyro display this big with model airplanes.
No.
And I certainly haven't seen a pyro display this late in the day. So I'm expecting some stunning imagery from this explosion.
All I gotta say is, camera guys, I hope you're ready for this.
Yeah. All I gotta say is, firefighters, I hope you're ready for this, because we have a full-blown firefighting team from the airport who normally wouldn't be here in attendance for an event like this because we booked the whole airfield. But in this case, as soon as they saw the amount of kerosene that was being burned, they said, we'll come to work that day. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
So we got 9 aircraft, 8 so far in the air. Looks like the Hellcat, they have a little bit of landing gear, which means the tail wheel, so we have a couple taxis.
Be brave, punch it.
This is the only optional part of the flight.
He's got it. No.
Just
punch it. Oh!
Yes. Don't put your arms up.
Sorry, I can't help it.
Ali is too excited here.
Come on now, that was like...
I just want to see the landing of the Hellcat now. That's going to be incredible.
The landing can't be more exciting than the takeoff, Stevie.
You never know.
His tail wheel's still on the ground, his main wheels are in the air and over the grass.
Oh, this is going to be good. Well, here we go, guys. The Legendary Fighters. 9 pilots put together.
And aircraft. That's not fireworks. Boom, there's the first bang.
Couple of them, yeah, that's some kerosene right there. Don't worry, there's more.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have the audio here that you have watching this live. We'll have a little bit, but I imagine the sound of all those engines. How many are we talking? 9, 10?
Well, let's count them out. That's
too late.
You got something
Yeah.
off.
No, wasn't me.
That's okay. The fire department will be here. It wasn't you, Alan. Not today.
I didn't do that one. Smoke on. Look like some of them have been shot down already. They've all got smoke. Through the smoke.
The last time I saw a pirate, oh man, our banners are going
I hope
down.
they're just thinking. I hope that's not one of our sponsor banners at the end.
We can burn the Horizon one. I don't want to sponsor guys to get burned here.
Oh,
That's a lot of air.
They've changed the direction as well, just to spice things up.
I think I count 11, Ellie.
Okay,
That's more than 9. They told me 9. This is more than 9 aircraft.
Some people have snuck in, haven't they? I would, if I would.
Just run out there with your popcorn.
I'd go and buy a plane. I'd be, how much you want for that plane? I've got to be part of this. That's too much fun.
Oh, man. Pyrotechnics. Perfect time of night, by the way. You couldn't have timed this any better.
Look at the debris coming down.
I'm sure the fire department is ready to run across that runway right now.
I'm more worried about going through the prop or going through the structure of one of these airplanes. Ready? Now, I want to be the guy pressing the pyro button.
Oh, that would be a fun job. I would do that.
Problem with me is I'd do all of them at once, like one pass.
Look at that mushroom cloud.
They're going to fly through it. It's going to turn ring. It's going to ring. There it is. No, it didn't.
Almost did. Air meet is now a war zone.
I just noticed it says this camera is operated by RC scale airplanes. That's cool. That's Horst, one of the German modelers who has a YouTube channel.
Yep.
So for those of you that want to see some videos, sorry, wants to see some videos that cover RC, all different types of RC flying, yeah, have a look on YouTube for RC scale airplanes. Horst Seller's channel is non-stop packed chock-a-block. Particularly, I know my favourite of my sons, because there's lots of aircraft incident videos.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, I don't want to call them crash videos, because a lot of them are just landing incidents, but well worth watching.
You know, it's great. I get to see this place. I got the 1, 2, 3 pulled up, so I get to see the pilot flying. You got one
Oh, horse down. That's good. That looked good.
Get off the runway.
He's the clever guy. Yeah, he's early,
he's like,
clear,
I'm
safe.
Put my airplane away. I'm going home, boys. Good luck.
Getting my phone out and watching the rest of them.
Well, hopefully he gives everyone else a hand for calling down. You can see when it shoots to the pilot, you can see the concentration on all of their faces.
That's the fact they're not just doing laps, they're doing bigger rates, so they're changing the circuit up, which is nice. Difficult for them because they have to coordinate 11, 10 aircraft. That was a good glow. I'm hoping that was just pyro, not a plane.
Yes.
But yeah, coordinating 10 planes at the best of times of this size is a thing, but then changing the pattern up.
And they're staying relatively close.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Well,
got to get out of there.
Oh, there he is.
Yep. I was going to say he better run. He's running. I mean,
Sensible.
Yeah.
Especially when you had an engine problem. I was out of fuel or
Ooh, getting low with the muscle.
This camera angle is incredible. There you go.
So I told you guys the kerosene bill on this flight alone.
We need a wall of fire, Steve.
Yeah, well, we can do wall of fire next year. I like these little bombs.
No,
but we do need the.
I like the wall of fire. Another stipulation of me going next year.
All right, we'll do it for you, Allie. Don't worry. Just for the wall of fire. Because I know you'll ruin the rest of this by hitting every single bomb when the airplanes aren't even nearby.
Because I'll call out, I'll say to him, look, all pyro's done now, just do one strafing run, really low. And that's when I go, ah!
We just got word from our production team that the entire production hall is vibrating when the bombs are going off.
That's what we want to hear.
That's what we want to hear. That means Air Meet in Donnerworth is rocking and rolling right now. Remember that neighborhood I mentioned earlier in the day? They're probably hearing this too, wondering what the heck is going on. I thought these guys were not having. We didn't tell them.
Oh,
that was perfect.
That was a great
Beautiful
time to have a
shot.
little freeze. It's dark, Steve.
It's getting dark. Well, we are looking at camera feed, so it may be a little brighter in real life, but wow.
Yeah, somebody got to go through it. Come on.
Punch it. Yeah, it's getting dark. We're gonna need to see these guys coming for landing. I'm sure they're getting a little nervous as the sun slowly ticks away here in Donnerworth. Nice.
Perfect.
Perfect smoking.
There you go. Somebody's going for it.
Yep. Burning off all that extra smoke, burning some weight down to get in easier. Now we've got to get 9 or 10 aircraft on the ground safely. So don't worry, this wasn't enough. We get to see all these guys trying to land on the concrete. Here we go, Mustang coming in, fully configured for landing. Let's rate this here. That's good. Got the tail down. Mustangs aren't too bad. Whoa, there's that ground loop.
Didn't distract me. No, I'll take that. I would have been happy. Oh, you called that, didn't you?
I must have a curse
back.
today.
No, it's back on.
Oh. All right.
I had the taxi. How?
How did that
That plane was fully on its belly a second ago.
Maybe he got half a prop, but it's still running.
It all counts, dude. If you can taxi back in.
Incredible. Yeah, the prop was off.
And the gear popped out.
Okay, it's the electric. It's got to be electric. Unless he has an automatic.
Ground loop's always the issue with the Mustangs. Wide stance, but when the tail comes down, it starts to just pirouette. Like that.
Not bad. Watch
Whee! Good save, that man.
Yeah, that was a good save. Very smart move.
That's why we always have callers.
Yeah.
The caller stepped in front there and intervened just at the right time.
Yep. And it's just when the pilot throttle kill immediately, but that prop still has energy.
No landing light. No landing light.
Nice save. Oof. Hey, at least
Did you see that? Full right rudder, and it's still going left.
That's the Spitfire for you. He's probably just going to stay right there. Stay out of the way. 2 more airplanes to bring in here. Mustang.
Spitfire.
Oh, Spitfire. Hold your breath now.
Oi.
Bouncy bounce.
Oi.
All right.
He's current
That's
now.
Good. I'll take his current, tail wheel current. Not bad.
Yeah. This is where we were at yesterday during practice. Do you remember? And then.
Yeah, I do notice the P-38's not flying today, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think you can.
Probably didn't make that. Here we go. Bounce one. This is going to be.
Is it the same Spitfire? Yes, it's got it. It's got it. Oh, good save, that man. That was very well done. That could have easily been mating Spitfires, which wouldn't have ended well. Park it. Yak 11. This one's going to be easy. Look at the width of the undercast. This is a super friendly air.
Boom. Perfect.
Nailed it.
Well done. I think that was the last of it. There you have it, folks. The legendary fighters. That that's a lot of action in one day here at Air Meet. It's like our camera crew is struggling to get all of these aircraft in view. We got a Focke-Wulf rolling up. I didn't know we had a second Focke-Wulf, but I guess there was a second Focke-Wulf coming down.
Big round of applause to the legendary fighters, not only for the airplanes, not only for the flying, but also the pyro. They set that up themselves. That's a pretty big achievement to lay that out safely and get it all working. So thank you very much. Now, are we really going to see...
Yep, Team Red Bull coming up again. I just got hurt, so we're going to see some slow-mo shots from this legendary fighter crew, and then we're going to roll right into the Red Bull team flying these, what do you say, 3rd scale world premiere of the F-104.
1/3 scale F-104s.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is Air Meet Live. If you missed most of the day, keep in mind, this is all recorded live on YouTube for eternity, so make sure to check it out. But yeah, guys, we're rolling right in to this Team Red Bull. This is their second performance. They had their ultimate airplanes earlier today, and this is the first time they've flown all 3 of these F-104 third scale aircraft here at Air Meet Live. This is the world premiere. We are really excited about it. I know they're a little nervous.
I'm a little nervous. I don't know about them.
These aircraft, they're not just everywhere. These take a lot of time to build. And beautiful Bavarian trim scheme here on these aircraft. And the sun is setting too, which makes it even that more scary. But luckily, they're white aircraft. White and blue is a little easier to see.
And more importantly, luckily they are piloted by the best pilots in an aerobatic display team in the world. So hands down, incredible. Tim Stadler and the Fuchs, father and son of Sebastian and Robert. And absolute heroes of mine for a number of reasons. Primarily is their professionalism, their skill set, their bravery to take these airplanes out. These are, again, $50,000 airplanes a piece. The first time we've seen them at any air show anywhere in the world. I've watched them being built over the past year. They come from a company called Airworld Model Bau, German company. Again, a small, very specific niche manufacturer of high-end jets. This is their biggest jet and probably the longest commercially available jet. You can go and buy this as a kit if you are brave enough and affluent enough. But I wouldn't say that you're going to be able to fly it as well as these guys.
Probably not. All these are equipped with Spectrum servos and satellites, running the two JetCat P400s. That's a monster jet engine.
Yes. By itself, it's a beast. They've got 2 fitted into one tailpipe, effectively. I like the idea. It gives you some redundancy. Instead of one giant turbine, you have 2. So, lights on, and they need those lights because it is well and truly dust.
Absolutely. There you go, folks. World premiere. Nobody has seen this fly yet.
You see the turbine?
Yeah.
It's that dark that you can see the combustion chamber alight on the turbine. That's when you know it's dark.
2 of them, too.
No fake afterburner lights on these bad boys. That was all pure fire.
So we have Robert and Sebastian Fuchs and Tim Stadler again. You saw them earlier today with the Red Bull biplanes, but now we are changing it up here.
Probably looking at about, I think, nearly 160, 170 pounds of aircraft each, doing at about 170 miles an hour, I reckon, at full speed on some of these low passes. Not to fly by any means.
I think that's a little misleading of that camera angle. So we're doing rolls.
The full scale was known as the missile with a man in it, or the Germans affectionately called it the Widowmaker. There was a saying that the best way to own a real F-104 was to buy a Ford in Germany. You get the rest, right? It's a handful to fly, this aeroplane. So to watch these guys tearing up the skies with these unique, not even one-offs, but unique, precious airplanes flown in tight formation like this is a real honour for us at Air Meet. And the fact they chose us as the first public display, they've been ready now for about 6 months, and they've had other opportunities, but I know that we booked the Red Bull team early and they promised us the world premiere, so thank you to everyone that made that happen.
Definitely.
It sounds like a full-scale air show. It really does.
That flyby was incredible. It was just rolling right down the runway nice and low.
Like it's an E-Flight F-16.
Yeah. Not like it's 50 grand rolling 10 feet off the runway.
Yeah, this I'm sure these guys plan to fly with a little bit more daylight, but you know what? The show must go on. It's air meet. These guys are the best in the world, so they are not worried. They can still see these giant airplanes, but the nervous level, I'm sure, goes up just a hair when the sun is setting like this, because you just might lose a little bit of picture. Something might, it's harder to judge depth perception. It's like we may have an issue on this F-104.
No, I think it's just slowing down.
Doing
for
a slow-mo.
flares.
Well, we're good, hopefully.
Yeah, it was an intended maneuver.
That was definitely intended. Look a little scary there for a second. And glad in the opposing passes are absolutely beautiful.
Again, closing speed of well into the 300 miles an hour there, so very little room for error. A slight miscommunication where one is on the other side of the runway than it should be, and we have $100,000 worth of confetti, and it's never a good thing. Cool they are, calm and collected.
I mean, my heart would be beating out of my chest right now.
Super proud to see them using our radio equipment, our servos, wearing our T-shirt. These are dedicated Team Horizon guys. Even before they were Team Red Bull, they were
definitely
flying our equipment for Team Horizon. So yeah, it's a real honor for us to be part of a display like this.
Definitely. Smoke on as we come down the runway here with a single on either side, Allie, not just two on one side.
Yeah.
We're talking, he's got to thread the needle.
Yeah.
I mean, the skill, the guts, the risk, it's all there. You can't get much more than this.
Correct. Yeah, my admiration, my respect for these guys, or these guys was already high, but yeah, this is one of the highlights I've been wanting to see all day. I didn't expect to be seeing it as part of the night show.
Yes.
So
it's the dusk show.
Yeah, it's making it hard for the night show guys. They've got to follow this, Concorde, and then this, and legendary fighters, and then the L-39s. I wouldn't like to be the first act in the night show. I'd want a little bit of a break for us to calm down.
I need a break. I lost my breath half the time commentating this. This is incredible. So these guys, they've been at, I believe, every single air meet without exception. 12 years running, these guys have been here. The Red Bull Air team here. Absolutely incredible commitment to the hobby, air meet.
How low the smoke is. Do you see how low?
The smoke is running the runway. That's good.
Slow-mo guy. I need whoever's listening to slow-mo guy. That I want to see that pass, please.
Yes, please.
Oh, gear down.
All right. This
Time
is
to start
another
scoring.
Part. Yep. Let me get out my notepad here.
We need numbers. That's a 10 already. I'm giving it.
Yeah, I'm good with the 10. Just getting this down on the ground. Looks like we turned off the landing light.
You know why?
What's that?
The unit lights are so bright. No, seriously, I'm not joking. You can't see it. It messes with the depth perception. So when you turn finals, I guarantee you those bright lights, you're like, I can't see what's happening.
Good call. Yeah, especially at night. I'm sure it's. I mean, I know how bright my car
Not a
is.
problem you'd have with a cheap light set.
Not a. Yeah, well, you know, that's a problem I'd rather
First world
have.
problems.
Yeah, first world problems. I mean, just the lights on the front of that aircraft are probably $400, $500.
You'd know.
At least those three little lights. We were told that the slow-mo guys were listening to you, so
Thank
you're
you.
gonna get a good slow-mo patch. Here we go, guys.
Oh, short fine, whoever that was.
Beautiful. Slamming it down.
Check that undercarriage.
All right.
Brakes on. Brakes.
Big time.
Here
comes second F-104.
This looks better. Nice.
Beautiful. All right, that's a 9.5. Right on the center. Get those brakes cranking.
Oh, that's high angle of attack. Sync brake.
It was hard. Something
There's
came
bits.
off there.
There are bits.
There are bits. Let's hope he can stop. Looks like we may have lost a little bit of tire there. It looks like a little bit of tire.
It does, doesn't it?
Yep. We'll squat it in.
Mechanic.
But hey, they're all down in one piece.
Yeah.
Congratulations. The world premiere of the third scale F-104 Starfighter. Absolutely incredible job. Congrats to Red Bull for this spectacle. Absolutely incredible.
Worth the prime of admission just for that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I know everyone paid a lot to watch these free live streams. But you definitely earned the
We didn't
price.
charge for this? Really?
What's that? Free? It's free. It's 100% free. Brought to you by Horizon Hobby. Thanks to all of our sponsors again who made this possible.
Gen Ace being a flight block sponsor, all 4 flight blocks. We appreciate them. All of our other sponsors, Hobby Wing, Gen Ace, Lindinger, Aerobatics, FMT, Fluke Model, Falcon Props, JetCat, the Academy of Model Aeronautics, Colm Engines, DMFV, RC Scale Airplanes, Brilliant Pictures Photography, and WBLT. This has been Air Meet Live. We are still going to continue on, guys. We have more. I think Markus Rummer is up next.
Again?
Yeah, he's up again. I see a sailplane, so I'm excited
Marcus
about
is
that.
getting greedy. Come on now.
But these beautiful F-104s taxi in. Definitely another huge thanks to all of our Air Meet staff and pilots. This show has been incredible to commentate. I hope all of you have enjoyed watching all day. And again, if you missed some of this earlier today, be sure to check it out on YouTube. It will be there for you to watch in the future. So enjoy. And if you're a German speaker, there's also a German stream. So we're getting another another Fox and a Grebe flight.
Awesome.
So, or sorry, a Grob 120. Am I saying that right?
Grob 120,
Yeah.
TP.
Yeah, looks like our another aerobatic tow on. If you missed this earlier today, you're going to get to see this again. And again, we're not even in a night show.
Right.
So the Grob 120 and a Swift, we're going to see this. And the way Ali commentated this earlier was, it's hard enough to do aero tow clean and safe, but these guys do a full aerobatic routine, fully connected. So if you missed it earlier, you're going to get to see it again here, and I'm excited about that.
It's mind-blowing, the coordination required to do this. Even what they're doing now, which is aero tow, sustaining height and not climbing, is harder than it sounds, because the glider is constantly wanting to overtake the tug aeroplane because it's being pulled along. So you'll see the spoilers on the top of the glider wing popping out periodically, in fact, most of the time in these stages of flight, and that's to stop it from overtaking. They're killing the lift on the top of the wing, so thus increasing the drag and stopping that big Swift overtake. But then he does that. That's just wrong. That, having done...
That's not wrong, that's awesome.
Agreed. But yeah, you show any full-size glider pilot that, and they're going to have kittens. They're literally going to go, yeah, he's dead, he's gone, it's finished. And then they go and set it on fire.
A little bit of fireworks.
Come on now.
Oh, great addition here to the dusk show before the night show. Unbelievable.
It's a great example of teamwork. Both pilots are in communication with one another, maintaining speed. So the glider pilot will be telling the tug pilot, slow down, speed up. Most of the time it will be speed up. Mm-hmm. In the turns, they'll be extremely well coordinated, because it's so easy for the glider to turn inside the tug and cut the corner. And then it all gets messy when you level off, because you imagine the tug's here and the glider's alongside it. It's the last thing you want to be doing is waving to the tug pilot. Because after that, there comes the tension where things get really bad. We didn't see this earlier on with the pyros on the wings. It's a definite welcome touch. It looks super cool.
It looks like they were almost about to do the full roll together. Maybe not quite yet. Soon you'll see the full roll of both aircraft, with the Swift remaining or landing back up inverted, and then the Grob coming back.
I think they dive into this, build up speed, so the tow plane, the Grob, has enough speed to commit to the roll. Here we go. The Swift did 1 and 2 rolls.
2, yeah.
Yeah. That was cool. Oh, yeah, this is where we thought they were landing earlier on. Like, gears come down, it's going to land, right?
Not quite.
Wouldn't be stupid enough to touch and go on the toe, surely. Again, you tell any full-size glider pilot, yeah, I'm going to do a touch and go.
And
no.
The Swift is still inverted.
Don't be silly. No.
So the Grob's going to do a touch and go, and the Swift is going to remain inverted.
Damn. That was incredible. The margin of error for that to go wrong is ridiculous.
The Swift can pull it into the ground. I mean, the Grob can pull the Swift into the ground. There's so much that could go wrong.
Superb. Hats off to those guys. That's a very well choreographed display that they've obviously practiced a lot, I hope. Because earlier on today, they just did a touch and go, both together, right?
Yeah, they did. Because, the Swift was upright with gear down. And they said, you know what, we're going to change it up for the dusk show.
Yeah, we fooled Ali and Steve. They thought we were landing. Watch this.
Yeah, exactly. They're over there listening to our commentation and saying, nope, you got to mess with these guys.
Now they're conventional. Now they're forming what would be a normal aero-tow display, which is where the Grob is hauling that Swift up as quickly as possible. So whilst it's not able to pull it vertically, it's sustaining a constant climb rate to get that 40-pound half-scale Swift up to a height where it can do a full aero display. That's looking like, because the Grob's gone out of shot, the Swift has changed direction.
Pop some fireworks, why not? Little Roman candles. I mean, come on, guys.
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is cool.
Nothing other than air meet could bring you this kind of entertainment. This is the kind of stuff we do year after year after year, and I'm so happy and proud to be able to bring this to the globe through Air Meet Live. It's just, it's an incredible sight to see this stuff.
Building up speed for the beginning of the aerobatic part of the Swift display, so over the top in a loop, not letting those smoke canisters or those Roman candles or multiple fireworks deter him. He's continuing a full-blown aerobatic display. He's going to pitch under now. Oof. Probably a negative snap somewhere in.
All
so lots of speed. He's got to bleed that speed and do something with it. And here comes
a nice loop. Why not? A little, not quite.
Oh, lots of speed coming up here. High speed pass.
Actually, looks like he had the Grob had to release him, and he didn't release off the line.
It does look that way, doesn't
you
it?
Can
Yeah,
see the
line is still on.
I saw him trying to roll his wings and shake. There's that inverted kind of snap maneuver there. So maybe
and the line isn't a big problem.
Right.
It's quite common.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
why we have a release on both ends, just
Right.
in case something goes wrong.
And sometimes the tension is so great on the sailplane, right?
I've got the impression, though, even if these guys couldn't,
yeah, they could land it.
They'd land,
Yeah.
taxi back to
Taxi back on the toe.
Yeah.
I can see that. And the fact that he still has energy to fly with towing line, with fireworks and smoke, all to bring us back on the runway.
Very, very cool.
Pop those spoilers here to slow himself down. Look at, they're gonna land together, guys, just for you here. Air Meet Live 2020. Putting it right down the center of the runway. Beautifully done.
Is that it for daytime display,
Nope.
Steve?
I hear there's one more flight for daytime.
For daytime?
Yes. We thought we were going to get out of here at like before dinner. No,
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about these guys.
Nah,
They seem to misunderstand what divides day show and night
this
show.
This is Air Meet. You get once a year to show your craft, and these guys are going to do it. And so Luca is going to jump right in.
This dude in the comp half shirt, he needs a medal. Make sure somebody from production gives him a medal. He's helped everyone. Cool. Yeah, that young lad in the comp half shirt, he's been everywhere today. I've seen him help no matter what team, what aeroplane. He's been the go-to guy. So.
Up next, everybody.
Luca's got one light on each wingtip. That was Oh, the advantage of having 17-year-old eyes. Eh?
No kidding. This will be our last flight in the 4th flight block. No, we're not in the night show just yet. I believe Luca also has a night flight with full pyrotechnics on his aircraft.
You saw his plane. You showed me a picture of it.
It's like loaded for war.
Yeah, it looks like an Apache gunship going to war with all the stuff hanging off of it.
So after Luca flies, we'll have a nice slow-mo recap of all the last 4 flights. And then we'll get moving into our night hour, or more, potentially, at this point. All the different surprises that these guys are throwing at us. Luca's going to do a nice best flight. Because you know what? You're 17. You've got the eyes for it.
You've got amazing thumbs.
You got, yeah, amazing thumbs. Might as well enjoy it. Plenty of bugs out there I can see hitting the cameras.
Yep.
I have a question on the food from the last flight. Do you know, I'll let you finish that bite of your sandwich. I'm going to look it up here. But
You're like my favorite server.
do you know who manufactured that drop at one point?
It's in. It's in Sven's pilot form.
Let me go back there. Look at this beautiful knife edge path. Smoke on Luca Baumann.
Yeah, you commentate off on.
Nice roll up vertical, 7 hours. Just slick by lady. Now, if you guys tune into our Real Flight live sessions every other week in the U.S., you'll commonly see Luca flying with us, although a lot of times he's not on the microphone, but he's just flying on our screen. Look at this rifle roll. Look how fast this is. Luca, I think you and Jace need to have a rifle roll off. I really want to see that. We need to get Jace to air meet next year and see if you guys can do rifle rolls together.
I think it's going to be close. I thought Jace was the don of the rifle roll, but Luca's was...
That's impressive. The speed at which he did that. Maybe it looks better because it's at night.
I think the smoke helps as well, but that was impressive. To go back to your question a few moments ago, Model Flug Helden, so MODELLFLUG, Model Flug, and then HELDEN, and .de is their website. They make the grog kit, and they'll even supply one ready to fly. I know this because my friend in California, Joe Castellet, recently took delivery of one of these grogs completely ready. So shoot him an email and get grog.
Get grog. I like it. I put the name of the aircraft company in the YouTube chat for you, so you can Google that for yourself. The old neck cracks going on here from enjoy every last ounce of sunlight with this aircraft into some incredible aerobatics.
Starting to get an apologies coming in from pilots from Air Meet about messing up the landings.
Oh yeah.
I think they may have been listening. I didn't think anyone was listening to our landing scores.
Yeah, well, Frank, you'll get it next time.
Yeah.
All right. We've been doing some awesome inverted Heli on there. Power that this airplane has is something else. I've seen large-scale 3D aerobatics quite a bit, but just to see it at night with smoke on at airmen is just another level of awesome. And like I said, Luca has a whole other airplane set up with a full pyrotechnics kit on it.
Looks like he's climbing up to, he was inspired by the Swift display, so I'm going to, no, maybe not. I was going to guess that he was going to cut the engine.
He just wants to see if he can break his airplane in half. Look at that nice waterfall. Is it a waterfall?
Knife edge spin.
Knife edge
or
spin.
Hanno screw is what it was originally known as, but yeah, knife edge spin is what it morphed into.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I believe this aircraft is from a company called Delro. Delro also supply the Ultimates that the Red Bull team were flying. A small German manufacturer making kits. These aren't ARCS by any means. There's a lot of work gone into the airplane to make it complete and look as beautiful as that. So, see sirens in the background?
Yeah, pay no mind.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing could be wrong.
As long as they're not coming for us this time.
No, the police have already arrived earlier today. That's okay.
Right there, stopping on each knife point. So, yeah, he's using the rudder to keep the airplane on the side. And, yeah, lots of control going in throughout the whole flight. Another one of those pilots that you know is in control throughout the whole flight. There's not one time where you think, oh, he's crashing. It's just constant. There's one maneuver, and yeah, it's always nice to see. For me, that's the differentiator between top-notch airshow pilots and the others.
Yeah.
So
the precision of all the individual maneuvers. Really.
Yeah, and not crashing. I've never seen Luca crash. Of all the years I've done Air Meet and other shows where I've flown alongside him, it means a big deal. I see some stunning pilots out there that have a high fatality rate. Luca is not one of those. So yeah, it's the big differentiator. That is dark, Steve.
That's really
dark.
Yeah, this is it is rather dark. I mean,
was that Luca?
That's nighttime Luca. Well, guys, coming up next is a recap of all the last flights you saw. So the F-104s, the Concorde, the Legendary Fighters. There's going to be a huge wrap of all of that. So coming up, we'll let you guys enjoy the feed, and we'll get into our recaps here momentarily. Thanks for tuning in to Air Me Live. Welcome back to Air Meet Live, folks. We just finished all 4 of our flight blocks. That 4th flight block was a doozy, alley. We saved the best for the last during the day. I mean, we got to see the Legendary Fighters, the Concorde with 2 L-39s in tow. We got to see acts that we saw earlier in the day, again, like the Swift and the Grob, but unbelievable. Yeah. Guys in Germany, Thilo and Martin, how was that? Are you so excited? I mean, was that amazing or what?
This was more than amazing. From the Legendary Fighters, when the boom was coming, our completely door was jumping like this. So we even don't know what is going on outside. So that was fantastic. It was incredible. It was more than incredible. So crazy. Really nice. Yeah. And also the Concorde was, wow, yeah, more than unbelievable. So
I mean, I thought we were just going to have the Concorde, but we get to see the L39s with it, which
Yeah.
I think that was a surprise to me. Did you know that was going to happen?
No. We saw it only on our screen, so that was the first time that I see that. But I have the chance to get around the Concorde in real here today, and oh my gosh, it's amazing. It's a plane.
To watch it fly like that was incredible.
Yeah.
I thought he was just going to make some laps with it and put the wheels down and it's finished. But to fly it hard and then make the roll, I broke the microphone here. I was so excited. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Make sure you give tonight in the kerosene bar Otto a big kiss from Steve.
Yeah, I will do. It's no
With
problem.
masks on.
I send you a picture of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, and we have now our next interviews here live on stage, and we are starting with Luca Baumann. 3 minutes ago, he was on the flying field. Now we have him here on stage. Hi. Luca, welcome. So good to have you here. You enjoy that one? Everything's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Stephen and Ali, do you have some questions for Luca Baumann?
Luca, hi, it's Ali here.
Hi.
It's good to see you again, and it's good to hear your voice on something other than real flight, because I hear you all the time talking to my son when you guys are playing real flight, and you say, hi, Ali. And I'm like, yeah, it's, your flying is amazing. It's really good to see you progress. And yeah, you are up there now with the best in the world. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Luca, how is it that you are seeing that airplane? That last flight had to have been pretty dark. I know you have little lights on there, but you just must have like robot vision. How do you do it?
Don't know, but I can't see him. But it was really scary, but it works.
Awesome. That's the answer I was looking to hear. At least you were nervous, because I was nervous for you. Very cool.
I wish we could have a camera to show you. One of our directors sent us a picture from 2015, and it's of Luca holding an E-Flight Mustang, and he looks like he is about 4 years old. So it's very cool for us to see this young man, or this young man has come from this little boy into somebody so good as you. So yeah, thank you for being with us at Air Meet.
No problem, thanks.
So I will translate that shortly. So, also wir wurden, oder Luca wurde gefragt, seit wann er Modellflug macht, und das natürlich schon seit ganz Kinderbeinen an. Und sein erstes Modell hat er hier auf dem Air Meet 2015 bekommen. Und zwar, da warst du, wie alt warst du dort?
6.
6 Jahre alt. 6 Jahre alt, das erste Modell, und wir können ja nur sehen, was daraus geworden ist. Jetpilot on top, toller Pilot, wirklich Weltklasse. One question we get here from the internet is, what was your first flying model and how old were you when you get that?
My first flying model was the T-28 from Falcon, and yeah, I have it at home. Sometimes I fly it, but I started with 5 on the simulator.
Okay.
And yeah, the first time I flew in real life was with 6 with my T-28.
Also das erste Flugzeug, was er hatte, ist aus unserem Hause, der Firma Parkzone, die T-28, und da war er 5 Jahre alt und Hut ab, wirklich toll gemacht. So he was 5 years old when he started to get flying. Stephen and Ali, you have some more questions for us.
I would like one more, Tito. Luca, what is your favorite airplane to fly?
My favorite airplanes are the Model Power Slick, which I flew right now, and the Tomahawk Futura.
So, die Frage war, welches seine Lieblingsmodelle sind, und das ist ganz klar natürlich die Futura, die er heute uns schon präsentiert hat, und die Slick 360 gerade eben aus dem Flugslot. Yeah, Luca Baumann, thanks a lot that you've been here with us.
No problem, thank you.
Let us see your great show.
Yeah,
so
thanks.
Enjoy the evening and see you more on the night flying show, right?
Yeah.
See you, Luca.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks.
So we have now our next guests, and this is nobody else than Marc, Petrak and Mathhias Hocke. Welcome you here on the Air Meet. Hi guys.
Hi, Marc.
How are you doing?
Hi, Mathhias.
Great.
Hi.
Hi. So, Stephen and Ali, do you have some questions for our team pilots, Mathhias Hocke and Marc Petrak?
Yeah, always. Apart from knowing what hair products Marc is using today, I would like to know, you guys, how much do you practice together to be this good?
Not really many practice. only on the coast each weekend. Yeah, we live I think 300 kilometers far away from our hometown, so we have only the shows to use it.
This is
for
disgusting
practice.
to hear. I don't like to hear it like this. I want to hear that you are practicing 5 days a week. No, it's really good to see you guys. It's
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I have to translate the first one, and the question was how many times, wie oft sie zusammen üben. Und dadurch bedingt, dass die beiden ungefähr 200 Kilometer auseinander wohnen, ist es natürlich ein bisschen zeitlich eingeschränkt. Und daher machen sie es halt nur einmal die Woche, beziehungsweise am Wochenende, wenn sie sich auf dem Flugplatz treffen. So, yeah, we have one question more, and this goes to you guys. Which kind of plane you like to fly more, a turboprop plane or a jet?
No. I love the L-39 from Tomahawk. That's our favorite plane, and we won the championships with it, and I love it. I think Marc also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
But the turboprop also, it's a really nice, different plane. You can make a different flying style with these planes, and yeah, we enjoy it also.
Okay, also die Frage war, was die beiden lieber fliegen, ob es eine Turboprop-Maschine ist oder ein Jet. Und beide haben ganz klar gesagt, der Jet, die L39 Albatros, ist das Lieblingsflugzeug der beiden. Es ist beides atemberaubend zu fliegen, aber hier ganz klar der Jet. So, Steven and Ali, you have one question more for the guys?
You know, I think I'm speechless. I mean, there's so much that has happened, and seeing you guys fly those L39s in the dusk, in the beautiful, perfect lighting that we had. No, I don't. Thank you guys so much for being here every year. Thank you for all your flights. You guys were amazing. Have a great evening and enjoy the night show.
Thank you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Smoke on.
All our friends in the US. See you.
So,
Bye.
thanks. See you. So, and our next team pilot we have now here on stage, it's nobody else than Mr. Sabachos. Hey, good to see you come to us. Nice to have you here.
Hi. Hi.
Great to see you. Hi. Auf Deutsch. Okay. This one we make on German. So, ja, schön, dass du da bist. Ganz, ganz toll. Und you have some questions so that I can translate for you.
Yeah, I guess what do you think has been your highlight of today? What has it been, your flying, or what else have you seen that has just been blown your mind today?
Was war dein Highlight für heute? Was war das, was dich wirklich umgehauen hat?
Das Highlight von heute waren das Swiss Formation Team, die zwei großen L39. Das hat mir sehr gut gefallen und natürlich die großen Starfighter noch.
So the favorite one was the Swiss formation team. That was very amazing, and the three big starfighters that we see in the last block of flying. So that was the amazing one. So, eine Frage kam bei uns rein. Natürlich, die Frage kommt immer wieder und immer wieder und immer wieder. Du kannst es dir schon denken. Wie alt warst du, als du angefangen hast, und wie kam es dazu, dass du jetzt wirklich so genial fliegen kannst?
Ja, ich habe mit 8 angefangen zu fliegen. Ging durch die Woche 1 bis 2 Mal immer wieder mit dem Vater auf den Platz. Und mit der Zeit ein bisschen kleinere Flugtage. Dort habe ich Kollegen getroffen und mit denen bin ich dann öfters mal weitergezogen. Und dann kamen die größten Flugtage und so kam es eigentlich dazu.
So wächst das Ganze. Und wie lange ist das her? Was hast du da jetzt? Wie lange fliegst du?
14 Jahre.
14 Jahre.
Yeah.
So the question that comes up was how he is flying, how old he was when he started to fly, and to be there at this point that he's flying really perfect. So, and he's flying since 16 years, and the beginning was the start was to be in one competition and then 2 competitions a week, and now it's really that he's every weekend on a flying day, and yeah, practice and flying, and yeah, let us see his show. So, Stephen and Ali, you have one question more, or?
I have one, yeah. I'd like to know, flying an aircraft this big and this expensive and this close together, does he ever get nervous?
Soll ich das übersetzen?
Nee, ich hab's verstanden. Ja, wie soll ich sagen, man blendet es halt mit der Zeit ein bisschen aus. Die gröberen Sachen, wie es in der, sage ich mal, Jet-Szene, wo es ein bisschen teuer wird, gehe ich nicht ganz an das Risiko ran. Ich probiere immer ein bisschen Rückhalt zu haben und ja, so blendet man es ein bisschen aus. Aber es kann zwischendurch schon mal tief werden.
Okay, so he tries to blend that one out. So not thinking about the expensive of the plane or the cost of the plane, but at some planes he see, oh, really? And then he has not to think about it to try, and he has ever a little bit of safety in the background. So he tries to not think about the cost of the planes.
He does a great job. He looks like he is very cool when he flies, both him and his teammates. So congratulations from us. Awesome display.
Thank
Fantastic.
you. Thank you.
Cool. So nice to have you here.
Yeah.
We see you flying again, and yeah, have a great evening. Thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank
And
you.
Yeah, we see us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Enjoy the night show. Smoke on.
Smoke on. Yeah, that's the right word. So now we are starting to prepare the night flying show, and I see something. So it's amazing. It's really amazing.
I can't wait.
Okay, so, and now we are starting what we say before, that we have now the highlights that we can't show in the first block. So here are now coming the highlights from the last flying blocks. See you soon and all the best. Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Tilo. Bye, Martin.
Hello guys, this is one of the greatest events I ever attended, Army Live 2020.
Hello guys, Manuel Madaini here from Airmeet Live. I just flew my helicopter. It's a 700 class machine. That means just that the rotor blades are about 700 millimeters. So the whole diameter of the rotor is about 1.5 meters. And yeah, flight went pretty good. It's a whole lot different than usual without the viewers or just the viewers. And yeah, but everything went very well, and yeah, perfect.
everybody. My name is Sven Felbinger. I'm here on the AMR Live. We have a wonderful weather here. Now I've flown my Grebe G120 TP with SPD10 Turboprop. And yeah, we have really great models here on AMR Live. And I hope you enjoy it at home and have a great day.
Hi everybody, I'm Felix Rasmussen, the new Horizon team pilot. I just have been made my show. Everything was going very well for me. I'm very happy now, so I hope you enjoy it. And I must say, this is the first air meet I've come to, and I'm very happy and excited about it because it's totally amazing what everybody has doing to get this to run. And yeah, it's totally awesome to be here, and I'm very happy about my flight. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
I flew my Futura. It was really cool and made a lot of fun. First I was a little bit curious because I don't know how everything works with the cameras and so on. But now everything works fine, I'm happy.
Hello together, my name is Marc Petrak and I'm also here for this Horizon Air Meet 2020 here in Germany, Donauwörth. We have great weather conditions, nice people, no visitors this time, but you know why. So we do what we can that you have a nice show here at home, and yes, enjoy the show and have fun.
Hello at Air Meet Live. We have a lot of pilots here, but no visitors. But it's a very good mood, and we are ready for flying and for you guys live.
Hi guys, Floschbo here from Horizon Air Meet Live 2020. We are here on the airfield, so where planes get prepared for the air show. I'm soon ready with my father. He is flying the Fokker, and I'm flying the brand new Hangar 9 FX3 Carbon Cup. And I have inside a very special engine, a Colm 150-50 cc. And yeah, we have much fun here, so enjoy the show and see you soon.
is my model. It's an MB339 4.3. It's the model I'll be flying. This is a cool event, cool pilots. Just see me live. Thank you very much.
quite difficult actually. It takes several years to get this good at flying, but I highly recommend Real Flight. I started with Real Flight myself, and I did also a video series on Real Flight 8. Highly recommend that, so check that out, and it should be a lot easier to get into flying.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Stefan's flight, and you should too. Smoke on! Smoke on! Smoke on!
I didn't know if it was linked up.
Welcome back, Air Meet Live fans. As you can see by the picture-in-picture, we are getting ready for the night show here in Genderkingen in Donauwörth, Germany. This is one of the highlights of the show for me while I'm normally attending the event, and this year will be no different. We will have tons and tons of fireworks, some incredible aerobatic displays with pyrotechnics on board the aircraft as well as on the ground. So you're not going to want to miss this, guys. We have a lot coming up, and boy, am I excited. This is the end of the show, so to speak, but we have plenty to go here. So tune in, pull up a chair, make sure to share the stream, use that hashtag AirMeetLive, and make sure to thank all of our sponsors for making this happen. This flight block is brought to you by Aerobatics, one of our hobby shops in Europe. Thank you so much for sponsoring this section of the event. Well, Ali, we've seen a lot today. Like a lot.
A lot. Yeah, sensory overload for me. You know, we went outside and had 5 minutes to calm down in between the day and the nighttime slot. And yeah, it was a lot to recall. I feel like I'm recalling a 4-day air show, and it's hard to realize it's all just been done in one day.
Yeah, it's been a long day. And I know everyone tuning in, I appreciate it. We've got thousands of people in Europe watching, thousands of people in the US watching through YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. For this world premiere event, we've never done Air Meet Live like this. But I think we are ready. I've heard that this flight is to music, so we're going to let him just do his flight. So up next here, guys, let's just get right into it. I'm going to let the video production team take the lead on this one. Let's get into our first night act.
I feel like we should turn the lights off here almost. Get into the mood. Just a quick one, Steve, whilst we're waiting for this flow slow to start up this Salto turbine glider for the first night display. It's Aerovertix, aerovertix.be is our sponsor, not Aerobatics. It suddenly occurred to me, I was like,
Well, guys, we just saw our first night act, Ali. Another great act from Florian Sporer. You were saying before. First, I want to do a quick thanks to Felbinger for doing the highlight reel. But I wanted to correct myself, as the sponsor for the night block is actually Aerobertics. My German colleagues have been just saying it that way, and I hear it as aerobatics when they tell me these. So thank you to Aerobertics for sponsoring the night block. And I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was our first performance, and we had Florian Sporer flying his jet-powered sailplane, if you will. I guess is the best way to put that.
half-scale turbine-powered Salto. Now, jet-powered sailplanes aren't that unique, but this one is because it has the turbine inside. So great display and amazing to see it at night.
Absolutely. Well, guys, keep sticking around. We have more to come. We are looking forward to the next act here in the night block. The next one will have music, and we're getting Robert Sixt back. He's going to be flying his 700 size heli with some, I believe he has these really cool blades. They're called magic blades, and you'll be able to see some fantastic display. Yep, there they come on right there.
Lightsabers. Look at that. That was cool.
Yeah, so Robert's going to fly, these blades as a set are $400, just as a set of blades. And they are ready to go here. So I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this flight. You're gonna see some really cool displays. Enjoy Robert Sixt with his 700 size night heli.
This helicopter flies like no other. This helicopter shines like no other. This helicopter is just different. Experience now. Pilot Robert Sixt with his fireworks helicopter.
right, guys. Second performance. Ali, what'd you think of those magic blades? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, first time I've seen those. They're very, very impressive. The graphics are just stunning, and to see them performing aerobatics and so forth and changing as they do, that was a well put together display.
Yeah, and I know in person they're so much cooler. You know, we have the shutter speeds with these cameras, and we're just not able to get the full experience there. But I think everyone on the stream was still happy to be able to see it. And not to boot, we had pyrotechnics on this. Flares coming off at the end. I'm just shocked at how long those. I'm shocked how long that aircraft flew. The helicopter flew so long.
Me too. No head speed, I guess.
Up next, we have Edge 540 action from Sasha. So we'll let this aircraft get fired up and lit up, and I believe this will have some music to it as well. Although I did ask the team to give you guys more aircraft sound because you did ask for it in the stream. So we got a little bit more aircraft, but there is music on this next flight. It's part of the show. So this is Sasha Felbinger. This is he's flying for Carf models, of course, flying a Spectrum DX18. And do I see a Carbon Cub there?
Yes, sir. FX Cub.
Yep. Looks like we've got plenty of fireworks on board. And these guys are still just kind of getting lights set up here and getting the aircraft started, of course. That nice Carf H540. Thanks for tuning in, and of course, thanks to all of our sponsors. This flight block is brought to you by Aerobertics. We appreciate your sponsorship and your partnership here for Airmeet Live, and we appreciate all of our sponsors today. Whether you were sponsoring the flight block, tech spec section, or replay, we appreciate all of that. It helps to take this event to the next level. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you guys for tuning in. We hope to be able to do this again next year when we have Airmeet number 13 live in Donauwoord. We will definitely try to be there, Ali. I know you and I can't wait to be there in person again. We've been there in the past, just weren't unable to get there this year. I'm pretty excited that we were able to bring this live today, so I'm hoping you're... All right, so I'm hearing we're ready for takeoff. So guys, enjoy this flight. This is Edge 540 from Sasha Felbinger. All right, guys, what do you think of that? Alex, Sasha Felbinger with his Edge 540.
Let me ask you a question. How did that not catch fire?
I don't know. I really
Did you see the flames coming out the back of it? The thing was
a
alight. Even Alan, our engineer's going, how is that not on fire?
Well, we were talking about it. How cool would it be to catch an airplane on fire? But that's later in the Ring of Fire.
Yep.
You know, we still don't worry. That can still happen.
That thing must weigh like 40
That's what I
pounds
was
more.
thinking. The weight alone in fireworks. Obviously, your performance continues to gain throughout the flight, but I mean, the wingtip sparks alone, and then the Roman candles.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
If you're listening, we need two things from you. One, thank you very much for doing the display. But one, I want to see a picture of the underside of the airplane.
Yes.
And two, what does it weigh?
Yeah, we definitely want to see that, Sasha. When you watch this back, or hopefully somebody can tell you, please tag hashtag AirMeetLive. Send some photos of that so we can look at the hashtag later. Up next, Ali, I'm excited about this one. We've got Team Infinity. They're going to be flying 2 E-Flight Blonics, which unfortunately are no longer in production, and 1 brand new Hangar 9 FX3.
Is that going to tow both Blonics up?
Yeah, probably.
In the dark?
I mean, the Blonics aren't self-propelled unless they have jets on.
Dude, it's impossible. It's hard enough aero towing in the daylight, yet alone 2 at night.
I have a feeling these Blonics have a little... No, night formation, tow.
Boom.
Yep.
This I've got to see.
Yeah. So, guys, this is the new Hangar 9. I can't talk anymore. Orangutan. New Hangar 9 FX3 Cub. And we're going to be bringing up 2 Blonics. And unfortunately, the Blonics are no longer in production, but these guys always show up with them at this event. And awesome aircraft. And they're pretty much a primary night flying Blonic now. They only fly at night. Look at the armament. It's going to war.
Yeah, it looks like a spaceship more than a glider.
I mean, we're talking, look at the Roman candles.
Is that what they are?
I mean,
the sticks of the Roman candles, right?
It's
got wheels. It's got wheels on the Roman candle.
Yeah, where else do you realize, man, we have a lot of pyrotechnics. We need wheels so we don't burn them off on the runway.
This should be interesting.
Hopefully the fireworks will give them a little boost in the air, says the RC Master on YouTube. Yeah, that wheel is really going to work. I can't believe he's going to tow 2.
How are they not going to hit?
German engineering.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. No, it's good. It's got to be something
the only
special.
thing I can think of.
Oh, look at the cub light.
All right, well, enjoy the show, guys.
(1879). Edison changed the world. Today, we'll honor him by lifting his invention off the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the light bulb to the sky. Let us lighten up your hearts. Now, lean back and enjoy. Please welcome Team Infinity.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Air Meet Live Night Edition. You just saw Team Infinity with an FX3 Cub towing up 2 E-Flight Blonics, and then Nick Krubrick pulled up another aircraft after he had landed the FX3 Cub to do some high-intensity night show. He had some fireworks to light the show up right after the effect. Maybe that wasn't supposed to quite go off right now.
It's a great picture opportunity, whatever it is.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. All right. Here come the highlights. That FX Cub pulling up 2 of those Blonics. Fantastic stuff by Team Infinity here. Thank you to all our sponsors, especially Lindinger, for bringing us these highlight replays throughout the day. We appreciate that. Up next, guys, we have Stefan Finster, one of our Heli boys, doing another great Heli demonstration. We are excited to see that. He's going to be a little bit more 3D smack than we saw with Robert Sixt. So you're going to get to see his night helis flying here with all the lights. He's not going to quite have as fancy of blades, but you still will see his blade spinning. He'll have his entire helicopter lit up here momentarily. So sit back, enjoy the rest of the show. We've got Stefan, then we have Luca Baumann, followed by the finale, which is our Ring of Fire. So guys, you don't want to miss the rest of these acts. We are, looks like he is flying our Blade 700X. He flew this at every air meet. He's flown this at every air meet. But we have, looks like Stefan is getting the helicopter set up on the runway. And his music is ready, so we'll let him get into position. I've been told that his last name actually means dark in German. So it's perfect for him. He's made to fly at night. Guys, enjoy Stefan Finster's night flight with his 700X.
Dalcon has been activated. Begin synchronization. 3, 2, 1. Falcon has been activated. Begin synchronization. 3, 2, 1.
Not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
convert it into a chaos and back again. So I know there's some luck in that. Wow, Ali, Luca Baumann, that is, I mean, talk about a finale.
Yeah, to do that during the day would be spectacular, but that kid has just done a flat-out 3D flight with some of the most technical maneuvers in the dark.
Yeah, we probably should have had a flash warning on the screen there. I mean, to be able to track that airplane with those level of lights, look at the light system on that.
They've got away 2 or 3 pounds as well, so the rolling inertia messes with the way the plane flies, not for the better, I hasten to add. So, yeah, we've given enough props to Luca, but one more time,
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
was stunning.
Incredible. Yeah, we agree with you, Harvard Glad. We definitely would love to do this every year. And Air Meet Live, this is our 12th year of Air Meet, first year of Air Meet Live. We hope to make this a tradition here at Horizon Hobby, bringing you guys the best in the world RC Air Show year after year. That was incredible. This whole day has been incredible, Ali. I mean, that flight just really topped it off. Up next, guys, you're going to have the Ring of Fire and
The
those,
finale.
The finale
For so many, on so many grounds, levels.
So we're going to watch a little bit of replay here, but up next, we do have the Ring of Fire, which will be the conclusion of today's 10, 11-hour broadcast. I think it's almost more than 11 hours now, but that's okay. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Ali, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise, Steve. I never thought I'd enjoy this as much. There's not many things I'll get out of bed for at 2 a.m.
That's right.
And to spend it in the studio with you and Alan, it's been an absolute blast. It's helped the fact that we've had such good coverage of spectacular aeroplanes. So, yeah, pleasure to be here. Really looking forward to Air Meet 2021 and having feet on the ground there.
Yes, let's hope. Fingers crossed we'll be there live and in person, along with all of our friends and family in Europe. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, especially tonight's night show flight block sponsor, Aerobertix. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Thanks to all of our sponsors. We couldn't have done this show without you guys. It really does mean the world to us and makes this possible for all of our viewers. So, guys, the night show, the Ring of Fire, is maybe not as exciting as Luca's flight. But it's pretty exciting because you may see airplanes. You may see airplanes on fire. Now, I'm not sure if we just lost our video feed. If you guys can still hear us, but if you can, this Ring of Fire, we brought it to the U.S. and we light a lot of airplanes on fire.
Yeah.
These guys fly with a much smaller ring and somehow manage to light less airplanes on fire. But
I don't think they're trying hard enough, Steve. I think we need to set the challenge and say, look, this is the last flight of the whole event. We're not putting 50,000 euro aeroplanes through there. Whilst we don't condone needlessly breaking aeroplanes, we want to see a show. And come on, what do we want to see when we fly through a Ring of Fire?
Fire.
So if some of them could come out the other side, slightly charred, would be nice.
Absolutely, that'd be nice. Looks like we got some Night Timber X's. Do I see an Aero Scout fully lit up?
There is an Aero Scout.
That is an Aero Scout. I like. Hey,
perfect platform for lights.
He's got the lights on the wingtips. I see. That's nice. Got to get the dew off of that.
No, he's putting the kerosene on.
Rubbing that fire retardant.
That was Mark Petrak. I sent him an email saying, Mark, I'll give you a crate of Heineken if you can get that Aero Scout on fire.
Here you see them lighting up the Ring of Fire. Like I said, this is a relatively small ring. You can see it's not quite what we have at our.
Do you notice the difference they're doing here, Steve?
Yeah,
they haven't got all of the company directors doing it. When we did this in the USA, we had pretty much 90% of our executive director ship out there lighting it.
It's fun. How could you not?
Yeah, but we're all sat in the pits going, if that propane bottle, all those propane bottles goes up, we're going to have a massive job wreck. 5 directors required. Horizon Hobby, Champaign, Illinois.
Yeah, this Ring of Fire is very different than what we have in the U.S., but the fact that we have, it's covered in smoke oil with all these rags, it takes them like several hours to wrap this ring.
Ours was a trampoline, was it not?
It's a trampoline. No, ours took several hours of me, James, Dustin, and God knows who else setting it up, drilling in copper pipes and propane tanks. But the guys in Germany, they do it a lot easier. They just wrap rags and oil. More sensible.
I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made of. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time. Nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to throw down. It's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise. Don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'm never going back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
All right, guys. Ali, it's been a day. It's been a heck of a day.
A night and a day.
It's been a night and a day. I don't even know what time it is here in the U.S. To each and every one of you, thank you so much. To all of our sponsors, we appreciate it. To all of our pilots and crew, we couldn't have done it without anybody. This has been an amazing Air Meet Live. I think certainly setting the stage for the next years to come here at Horizon Hobby, here at Air Meet. Ali, what do you have to say?
It's been an absolute privilege to be part of a very much a first in the RC industry and a best in the RC industry. So thank you for having me, Steve. Thank you for the team, the production team, especially in Germany, to be a part of a well-oiled machine like this has made my job dead easy to just sit there and commentate on the best planes and the best pilots in the world. Wow, what a way to spend a Saturday. So yeah, like you, I'm super pumped right now for 2021, whether we're there, whether we're not. I really hope we're there and doing the same sort of thing as what we're doing from Champaign, Illinois, and it can only get better.
It can only get better. I know every year when I travel to Air Meet, I'm always in for a treat. Worked so hard. Just the effort put into this event before today, and actually this week, has been astronomical. The time the pilots put into the show, the time our production company WBLT put into the show, it's unfathomable, to be honest. I mean, we've put in hundreds and hundreds of hours on just the Horizon side, and I'm sure hundreds of hours on the production side. So to everybody involved, a huge congrats, a huge thank you, and I can't wait to do this again next year. I really can't. And I really can't wait to be there on that stage, seeing all this, feeling those fireworks hit me, feeling the balls of fire from the kerosene, and I hope we can do it bigger and better next year. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. We're going to continue to watch some of these highlights from the event. Please make sure to share this feed. Share it if you're on YouTube. Make sure to share it. It'll be here. You can check it out later. If you want to watch this whole thing again, please put in some positive comments, like the video, and share it. It's all we can ask for at this point.
Just a quick one from me before we sign out. Thank you for the support from Tilo and Martin. They were wonderful to work with as a commentary team. Thank you to Joe, the little German in my ear. He's been absolutely amazing.
Big shout out to Joe.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work with. So yeah, it's been a blast.
He's kept me laughing most of the day for a lot of things I can't say on camera, but it's been really good. And a lot of people think, the German sense of humor isn't quite the same. He can hit it right with the rest of us. So huge thanks to Joe. Really, just WBLT, great job. It's been a happy part with you guys. This show is, everybody on the feed, I think, can understand. This is the most professional RC air show ever produced in the history of the RC industry, and that is a huge accomplishment. So good job to everybody. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in to Air Meet Live. We will see you next year, Air Meet Live 2021. Have a great one, guys.
prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made up. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up, it's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. Ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.